No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Cameras would be allowed in. And the Guyana Press Association will monitor how these 7 representatives of the media would have access to the National Assembly. That stood until the end of the 12th Parliament. I am being bombarded with messages from the private media and some from the public media about them not having access to the National Assembly. I want to make it pellucid. And if I could be redundant, in the words of a famous president, pellucidly clear, clearly clear, that we have actually expanded from 5 to 7 members of the private media, because most of them are using their phones to do the recording. So our PR department reached out and said the 2 persons with the cameras could be replaced with 2 additional reporters who will be allowed to use their phones as they have been doing to record. So it is being made out that this expansion of access to the National Assembly is a restriction. Again, pellucidly, we have members of the state media downstairs and can't be allowed in because the cameras that are allowed are contracted by the Parliament. Unlike most parliaments, providing feed to everyone else. If certain media houses persist in their claims, as one did even before we started the budget presentation, when they said there were 5, 3 of whom were DPI, totally inaccurate. The second issue pertains to access to the gallery. The configuration of our National Assembly, this 13th Parliament, is affected by 2 criteria. I should say the configuration and seating. If we look to my left, when we used to have 3 rows, we now have 4 rows. The same thing to my oblique left. And the government side expanded in terms of elected and non-elected members. And they have 1, 2, 3, 4. So all we have left in the dome is the top 2 rows that has to accommodate the staff of the ministry who support their ministers, the staff of the Parliament, and also persons who have written to the clerk or I asking for access. As of the list, we have in excess of 52 requests. In addition to what we have to provide for the media, ministry staff, and the parliamentary staff. I've asked some of the parliamentary staff to step outside and monitor the proceedings via their video link. The 12th Parliament started during COVID, and a special section was provided for the media with a fee. That still exists. That still exists. So we want to be reinforcing that we pride ourselves on access, and we will continue to provide access to the proceedings of the National Assembly. During the last sitting, we had persons in the gallery cheering, jeering, recording, doing lives from, and they're not accredited media, from the chamber. I want to let the visitors to the National Assembly know, government and opposition guests who have written to us and are allowed in, that you're not allowed to video, broadcast, cheer, jeer. And to every member, if you want to invite someone, simple message to the clerk or I, and we will try to accommodate your guests. There's also additional security issues. Serious security issues all over the world where MPs are concerned. And one may feel that Canada, a place where we associate with stability and calm, that today every MP wears a panic button. Every MP wears a panic button. The issue of security of MPs, the public buildings, and the National Convention Center where we meet for sittings have been on the agenda long before I was Speaker. The construction of the security facilities at public buildings started and was completed during 2025. We have acquired scanners. It used to be a free-for-all. Minibuses would use that as a bypass. Other unsavory characters would come in. The damage and threats to staff and MPs are real. And so provisions started before my time, and we are in an advanced state of making changes. The instructions are very clear. No member of parliament will be prevented from driving into public buildings or any obstacle put in your way of executing your duties at any one of our facilities. No obstacles will be put in your way. I remain accessible, as many of you have been reaching out, and we have been responding. We review. We are in a state of continuous monitoring and improving, but we are not going to restrict the MP's right to the parliament and their service to their constituents. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc. Reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice.
Honorable members, there are 17 questions on today's order paper. Questions 1 to 6 are for oral replies. Questions 7 to 17 for written replies. In terms of the written replies, Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, who was on duty with His Excellency, has just returned and has asked for some time to provide those. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade is still overseas and not here, so I'm asking that, well, those will be deferred.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister Todd did answer the question on the, he did answer, it circulated in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So it's circulated. And now for questions for oral replies.
Greetings to all the travelers in the live. Good afternoon to Tricia. Thanks for tuning in and thanks for being a part of this live presentation. Usual sound check, drop a 9 into the comment section if you can hear me clearly. Remember, this is a live budget presentation and you can call in and drop your comments into the comment section. Welcome to all the travelers that are in the live right now. One love.
Hooper, Yvonne Jones, Cydia McClintock, Richard Lord, and the pump attendant, of course, you know, Shondell Smith, and the one of the eyewitnesses, Andrew McCrae, and all the others who would have been part of this traumatic event, and us as a nation as well, as this matter winds its way to a conclusion in the justice system. Minister, can the Honourable Minister say what counselling and liaison arrangement, Mr. Speaker, were activated for the victims' families during and after the Georgetown gas station explosion, as I said, of October 26, 2025?
Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security.
Thank you very much for your question, Honorable Member. The 26th of October 2025 will be etched in the hearts and memories of all Guyanese and seen as a day of devastation and tragedy, as so many were injured and beautiful little Soraya Bourne lost her life. I personally visited the family myself and visited the children in the hospital as they recovered and had engagements with parents. And to answer your question, I was provided with the following. Following the gas explosion on the day, which resulted in the loss of life and injuries to minors and adults, the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, through the Child Care and Protection Agency and the Difficult Circumstances Unit, immediately activated psychosocial and welfare support for the affected families. And that would have been within the first hour of what transpired. The ministry's response included hospital-based visits to the injured children, home outreach, ongoing communication with caregivers to monitor emotional well-being and assess post-discharge needs. Social work personnel maintained regular engagement during the hospitalization period and coordinated care arrangements for injured minors upon discharge. In relation to counseling, the ministry made multiple efforts to initiate psychosocial services for affected children and family members. While some family members initially declined counseling and home-based engagements, these preferences were respected in keeping with professional and ethical practices. Notwithstanding this, the ministry continued follow-up engagement and extended repeated invitations to our counseling services. By January 2026, counseling services were accepted and formally scheduled. Where challenges arose due to non-attendance, the ministry explored alternative arrangements, including school-based access to ensure that children could still benefit from psychosocial support in cases where behavioral and trauma-related concerns were identified. Referrals were made for specialized clinical assessment through the Ministry of Health system. The ministry remains committed to ensuring that the families have continued access to appropriate psychosocial or counseling support throughout the recovery and bereavement period.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask a quick follow-up, noting that the honorable member may have answered question 2 in her response there with the psychosocial support. Could you say, just for clarity, I heard you say, but I wasn't too clear, whether the support is ongoing, it's continuing or continued during that period?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. It's continuing, and it continued from the time it was offered. And even though it is not going as smoothly as in that we are doing that every day, we're still maintaining that engagement and contact with the family through the Child Protection Agency in particular.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan, you can move on to your second question.
Mr. Speaker, I did note that I think question 2 was answered in the minister's presentation with the psychosocial support there. So I'd like to go on to number 3 with your leave.
Honorable Member, proceed.
Thank you very much. To the Minister of Health, can the minister say what was the patient surge figure handled by the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation within the first 2 hours following the blast at the Georgetown gas station there on Regent Street on October 5th, of course, 2025? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Anthony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. Mr. Speaker, before I answer the question, I just want a clarification from the member. If he can define for me what he meant by surge.
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in the context here, I've called several persons who were injured in the blast, who were named by the media. I was trying to get a sense whether there were other persons who might not have been accounted for by the media, but may have been injured and would have been treated by GPHC.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you again, Honorable Member. The reason why I was trying to get that clarification, because in the medical field, a surge is defined as a sudden increase in demand for healthcare services that overwhelms or threatens to overwhelm the normal capacity of the healthcare system. In this case, 7 persons arrived around 1946 hours. 3 of them were seen and discharged at the accident and emergency. 4 patients were admitted, an 8-year-old male patient with multiple trauma that required surgical intervention, a 12-year-old female patient with multiple laceration to the face and extremities that requires surgical intervention. The 3rd patient was a 71-year-old female with abdominal injuries and injuries to the right foot. And the 4th was a 27-year-old female patient with trauma secondary to the motor vehicle, the explosion. We also received, shortly after, 1 patient who died before arrival, a 6-year-old female patient.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for providing that clarity. Did I hear you say that the deceased arrived after this for 7 patients? Am I clear on that?
We received a patient that died before arrival. I can clarify the time that the patient came in, but the patient certainly died before arriving at the accident and emergency.
Thank you, members. We'd move on to question number 4. In the name of the Honorable Member, Ms. Joita Fernandez. Honorable Member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce kindly explain what outreach or training has been done in hinterland communities to improve access to grants by the Small Business Bureau?
Honorable Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for your question. Policy direction was given early in 2025, outlining a strategic shift away from traditional grant disbursements toward a community-driven development approach. It was emphasized that while grants have played an important role in the past, community-based projects provide a more structured, sustainable, and impactful model for economic development, fostering long-term viability, resilience, and inclusive growth. Under this approach, resources are directed toward collaborative initiatives implemented through a consultative process with community members and local leadership.
Thank you, Minister.
Follow-up.
Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, sir. Could the Honorable Minister say, using the community-based approach, could the Honorable Minister say how many indigenous communities have received grants or loans under the Small Business Bureau from 2024 to 2025?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, through the Small Business Bureau, more than 200 individuals have benefited from targeted community-based initiatives and hands-on training, technical training in the administration, management, and maintenance of hydroponic systems, shade house crop production techniques, apiculture operations, and hive management, and aquaculture pond setup and basic production practices in hinterland communities. These interventions were conducted in the following hinterland communities: St. Cuthbert's Mission, Maracaibo, Rockstone, Buri, 72 miles, Baracara, Camarang, Port Kaituma, Paramakatoy, Kato, Monkey Mountain, Tusaning, Karasabai, Karikabaru, Madia, Kumu, Apateri, Toka, Rewa, St. Ignatius, Sand Creek, Oriala, and Siparuto. Additionally, 413 persons benefited from entrepreneurial and business development training, including small business management, marketing fundamentals, financial management, and record keeping and business plan development. These trainings were delivered in communities such as Port Kaituma, Santa Rosa, Citrus Grove, Maracaibo, Campbelltown, El Paso, Tumachumari, Cato, Maria, Aishalton, Anai, Aranaputa, Bonfin, Hiwa, Kwaimata, Lete, Mokomoko, Napi, Paraquarnao, Sand Creek, St. Ignatius, Tapachinga, Woweta, and Yakarinta villages.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister say whether the Small Business Bureau has established regional desks in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can provide that at a later date.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I now move to the next oral question, which is in the name of the honorable member, Ms. Nima Flu Bess. Ms. Bess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Health, can the Honorable Minister say what is the current staff complement at the Diamond Regional Hospital?
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently at the Diamond Hospital, we have 56 doctors, we have 234 nurses, other clinical staff would be about 51, and administrative staff 107.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ganesh Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 7 and the schedule of the Guyana Lands and Survey Commission, Act number 15 of 1999, make the board the governing body of the commission. There has been no board in place since 2020. Can the Honorable Minister say who is exercising the board's statutory responsibilities in practice and under what legal authority?
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to recognize that the issue of lands in Guyana comes under several pieces of legislation, not only the Lands and Surveys Commission Act. And in fact, under President Granger, Trevor Ben was appointed by the President, not by the Commission of Lands and Surveys, as the Commissioner of Lands and Surveys. And this was in 2016, right up until 2020. The present Commissioner was appointed by President Ali, and the Deputy Commissioner appointed by President Ali, Mr. Michael Hudson and Mr. Maniz. These were also gazetted in the 2021 period. In the Act, and I'm doing this way because the legislation, the Guyana Lands and Surveys Commission Act refers to the minister having powers in the commission relating to the commission and decisions it makes. In this case, as under the APNU coalition government, the president was the minister. The Constitution makes it clear wherever there's a minister is not named for a sector, the president is the minister. And so under this act, the minister referred to is in fact the president. In regards to the question the honorable member is asking, as I said, this area of lands and surveys is covered by several pieces of legislation. And so when he asked about the authority, first of all, the commission not meeting, we have to go back to the legislation, Commission of Lands and Surveys, to see what are the functions of the commission. The functions of the commission are basically administration and governance oriented and routinely done. But in case of the management of the state lands, converting state lands to government lands, leases, licensing, etc., this is not covered under the Guyana Lands and Surveys Commission Act. This is covered under the State Lands Act. And the State Lands Act gives the power to the commissioner, who is designated by order, on the instructions of the president with the approval of the president in relation to state lands. So if the honorable member would look at state land section 3, subclause 1, and section 4 of the State Lands Act, one would see the power in relation to land administration, land release, land leasing is exclusively under the domain of the president, and it names the president in this case, not the minister, it says the president. And so, and also I wish to bring to the members' attention that the Lands Department Act, which was repealed to become the Guyana Lands and Survey Commission Act, retained one particular clause, one particular section, and this was section 10. So although the State Lands, the Land and Surveys Department Act was repealed, one section, section 10, was retained when the commission was created by law. And this gave the president exclusive power to administer state lands and lands that belong to the government in the issuance of licenses, etc., use of land, etc. So that whilst the commission has not been appointed, it in no way interferes with the issue of the administration and management of land in Guyana, and that in fact the powers of the commission do not deal with that in particular. Just to go back to the state lands issue, it also gives the same powers to the Commissioner of Mining, of Geology and Mines, the same powers to the Commissioner of Forestry. All have the same powers in relation to the issue of the resources of the country in these areas, but with the authorization approval of the president. And so although there's a Guyana Forestry Commission Board, there's a Guyana Geology Act, which covers those areas, but this board has governance-oriented issues such as administration, maintenance, looking at the finances, and creating cadastral surveys, looking at the management and the protection of the maps, and so on. So the Commissioner of Lands and Surveys is operating legally, lawfully, in according to the legislation, State Lands Act, the Lands Department Act, and that in this case, I have not known any president in Guyana from the time I've been in government that the issue of the management of lands in Guyana have been not being held by the president of the country, and that is because the natural resources and the strength and the assets of the country. So the commissioner operates only with the approval. He cannot give out licenses or change land from state to government lands, etc., without the authorization of the president. Thank you. And that is the authority that he's given.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a follow-up. Legally and lawfully, sir, the Guyana Lands and Survey Commission Act number 15 of 1999 speaks to the establishment of a board, and I am well aware that it deals with the administrative and governance issue of Guyana Lands and Survey Commission. Will the government be appointing a Guyana Lands and Survey Commission, a board for that statutory body? And if so, when are we likely to see that appointment, on the basis that since 2020 there has been none in existence?
Honourable Minister.
I wish to assure the honourable member that within good time that will be done when the government is ready to do so. But I want to reiterate that the Commissioner of Lands and Surveys is operating lawfully and legally, even without the board, under the State Lands Act and the Lands Department Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, that exhausts the 6 questions on our order paper for oral reply. Mr. Clerk.
Statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, before we proceed with the motion which was moved by the Honorable Minister, Senior Minister in the Office of the President, we have a motion to suspend Standing Order number 95-2, which is a standing order that says that we need to give a certain amount of days' notice before we can convene committees. There is an urgency to nominate our business subcommittee of supply, and that is the committee that deals with the allocation of time for consideration of the estimates. From our experience, this particular engagement between the chief whips and the discussion which ensues in that committee, it does take a bit of time. And so the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance is being invited to move the suspension of Standing Order 95-2 so that we can convene that committee just after the recess for the dinner break. Honorable Minister to share.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the light of us needing the business subcommittee to meet and to have the schedule for the estimates ready no later than Friday, this Friday, I therefore move the following and call on the Assembly that be it resolved that the Standing Order number 95, subclause 2, be suspended to enable the Committee of Selection to meet during the first suspension of today's sitting, Monday, February the 2nd, to nominate members of the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply to the National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the motion is proposed. And I now put the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The committee will meet just after our first suspension to nominate our business subcommittee. Honorable members, we can now move to the first person presenting today as we open the debate on Budget 2026. And I call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Dr. Andre Lewis, to make his presentation. Honorable Doctor, at 3:01, you may begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the We Invest in Nationhood Party, I congratulate the Honorable Minister of Finance on the presentation of the 2026 budget to the nation. I also thank the Minister's staff and other public servants who played a role in preparing the budget. The budget has been laid before this Honorable House under the theme, Putting People First. It is an attractive title and a hopeful promise, one that speaks directly to what supposedly the Guyanese people would expect from their government. However, Mr. Speaker, if you stop the average man or woman on the street today and ask the simple question, how does budget 2026 put you first? You will not receive an easy or confident answer. Despite record-breaking figures and ambitious headlines, Mr. Speaker, many Guyanese remain uncertain about how promises outlined in Budget 2026 will actually put the people first. This budget is being presented at a time of unprecedented national wealth. All revenues continue to flow, and the largest budget in our history was presented in this House. A people-centered budget must be judged by the impact of ordinary citizens, well, the impact that it has on ordinary citizens, by how fairly its benefits are shared, and by whether it can sustain over time. It cannot be measured by the volume of spending or the scale of projects. What concerns many Guyanese, Mr. Speaker, is that while spending continues, the rise continues rapidly, the link between spending and a better quality of life is still unclear. Despite an increase in reliance on oil revenue and there are no clear safeguards met in the budget. Access to timely and quality healthcare is unseen. Educational outcomes vary widely throughout the country. Secure and stable employment is still out of reach of many. Development across the regions remain unequal. The budget depends heavily on oil revenues at a time when global oil prices are uncertain and projected to decline. Yet there is no clear plan for how spending will be managed and if revenue falls. A people-centered budget must protect the country, not only in good times, but also when conditions become difficult. Mr. Speaker, another serious concern is that spending is expanding faster than our institutions can manage. Oversight systems, audit, procurement control, and parliamentary scrutiny have not been strengthened at the same pace as expenditure. When accountability does not grow alongside spending, Mr. Speaker, waste and inefficiency become real risk. The people of Guyana deserve safeguards for our money. Many families also feel, Mr. Speaker, that the budget does not adequately address their everyday needs. Food prices are still high. Transportation costs is not regulated and unpredictable. Housing is becoming less available. In many communities, basic services are unavailable. People need steady jobs, affordable services, and income that keeps up with the cost of living. Development also remains unseen across the country. While the budget speaks nationally, its benefits are not felt everywhere. Hinterland, riverine, rural, and mining communities continue to face high costs, weaker services, poor infrastructure, and limited access to opportunity. A budget that truly puts people first ensures no community is left behind, regardless of geography. Mr. Speaker, the continued acceptance of large fiscal deficits without a clear plan to control them is another serious issue. Deficits create problems today that can lead to inflation tomorrow, higher taxes, or reduced services in the future. The budget does not clearly explain how spending will be stabilized over time and how the economic security will be protected with oil revenue. If we are truly committed, Mr. Speaker, to putting people first, then the budget must move beyond political language and broad assurances. It must show clear and measurable results. That means jobs that are stable and sustainable, public services that work properly, institutions that are transparent and accountable, and economic growth that reaches every Guyanese, whether they live on the coastland, in a rural village, or in the hinterlands. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We do not oppose development. We do not oppose investment. And we do not oppose growth, because opposing those would be opposing the people of Guyana. What we oppose is a budget that relies too heavily on oil money without strong safeguards, weakens accountability while expanding spending, and assumes that the productivity and everyone else will gain automatically. Guyana does not just need the biggest budget in our history. Guyana needs a smart, fair, and responsible budget, one that truly puts the people first, not only in words, but in reality, both now and for the future. That is the standard against which we must examine this budget, Mr. Speaker. That is the duty of this Honorable House, and this is the decision that we have to make moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the budget speaks confidently about production figures, projection, enforcement, and expansion, but speaks less and less of people. It measures success in ounces, sir, barrels, and billions, but not in livelihood protected, communities supported, or dignity preserved. When we examine the policies affecting the Ministry of Natural Resources, it becomes clear that the budget places production first, enforcement first, profits first, while 2 million people are left to adjust, comply, or suffer.
Well said. Well said. Love it. Yes, my brother. We continue it. We are continuing, sir.
As we continue, Mr. Speaker. The 2026 budget relies heavily on oil and gas revenue, and large withdrawals from the National Resource Fund. While all income gives the government room to spend today, this approach relies seriously and gives concerns for tomorrow. Withdrawals from the National Resource Fund are becoming routine rather than cautious. And there is no clear plan for how spending will be adjusted if oil revenues fall. A country that depends so heavily on oil must clearly have defined framework in place to ensure that it is protected. The budget speaks often about strong growth, including non-oil growth. It is not driven by high productivity, strong exports, or more competitive private sector. Growth that depends on government spending is fragile. When spending slows, growth will slow. This means that Guyana risks building an economy that looks strong on paper, but weak when oil revenues are not there. Mr. Speaker, oil and gas is the most important sector in our economy, yet oversight and transparency remains limited. While allocations are made for petroleum management, there is little public details on how monitoring, auditing, and enforcement will be strengthened. In a sector dominated by large multinational companies, the state must be strong, informed, and independent. Without strong oversight, Guyana risks losing value through weak contracts, enforcement, poor cost control, and unequal bargaining power. Across the Ministry of Natural Resources, the budget shows large allocations for mining, petroleum management, environmental oversight, and energy-related activities. However, spending is expanding faster than institutional capacity. Petroleum systems, staffing, and project management have not grown at the same pace. The energy transformation agenda is presented as a solution to high cost of competitiveness challenges. While the idea is sound, Mr. Speaker, large energy projects often face delays and cost overrun. Without clear cost-benefit studies, timelines, and independent oversight, promised benefits such as low electricity may take longer than we expect. In mining and forestry, the budget places strong emphasis on enforcement, but far less on access, infrastructure, and support. Small and medium-scale operations are expected to comply with strict rules without access, transport systems, and government services needed to do so. This pushes activities on the ground instead of improving compliance. Mr. Speaker, rapid spending in oil and natural resources sector also drive up domestic demand. This puts pressure on housing, land, transport, and real value of services in Guyana. Inflation hurts low and middle-income households, and they hurt them the most. What is missing from the budget is clear: long-term strategies for managing oil wealth responsibly. There is no strong fiscal rule, no clear limits on no spending, and not enough and no clear limits on spending during boom years. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget shows ambition, but ambition without restraints is risky. In oil and gas and across the Ministry of Natural Resources, the focus is on spending and production, not enough on sustainability. Mr. Speaker, beyond oil and gas, the Ministry of Natural Resources continue to rely heavily on enforcement while neglecting access, infrastructure, and institutional strength. Mr. Speaker, forestry appears in the budget mainly as a regulatory and monitoring exercise, and this should not be so. While enforcement and conservation are important, there is little focus on value-added production. Mr. Speaker, Region 7 is Guyana's gold mining district with the largest proven reserves. Mining there is not optional. It is the main source of jobs, income, and survival for many families. Yet, in the budget, Region 7 is reduced to a mere statistic. Its contributions recorded in numbers. The budget stresses strict regulations on enforcement. Regulation is necessary, but rules designed for Georgetown and the coastline are not applicable to the hinterland. Region 7 is not the coastline. Communities beyond Bartica do not have access to banking services, government offices, or access to services. Travel is by water or air, and even those are unreliable. Mr. Speaker, mining camps have been closed, operations have been halted, families have lost income. The budget speaks confidently about enforcement, but says nothing about the regulations that are being rejected by the miners because they do not have the confidence in the regulatory bodies. Enforcement without support is not development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are more than 150 landings across the hinterland mining region, yet there is only one Guyana Gold Board substation currently operating in Madia, with an additional substation in Peruni. This limits how miners can interact with government and government services. As a result, buyers are discouraged from operating in the hinterland, and miners are left with few realistic options. Putting people first means, Mr. Speaker, ensuring access, fairness, and inclusion. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Region 9, especially in Marudi and nearby indigenous villages, is serious and cannot be overlooked. This is not just a mining issue. It is a failure of oversight. Mining has reduced safety in those indigenous communities. Reports of robbery, abduction, allegations of Brazilian nationals coming into communities with mass and lawless behaviors need to be controlled in those communities. The suspicious death of Mr. Leon Beard, known as Rasta, and other violent incidents demand full and independent investigation. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when foreign currency was running away, Mr. Granger instructed the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Jordan, to convene a meeting with the banks and foreign currency dealers. The finance minister instructed the banks not to purchase foreign currency for a rate more than 215 and sell for no more than 2016. Mr. Speaker, 9 years after the rates still remain in balance, Mr. Granger saw the need to protect and create stability in our nation. Mr. Speaker, as a result of high cost of living, over 50% of our citizens find it difficult to take care of themselves and make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources' relationship to the people who are major players in the mining sector and those who are licensed gold dealers seem to be too cozy. In my mind, this can lead to compromise, and we are all well aware of many such occurrences and circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring to the nation's attention and this honorable House a matter of urgent national importance regarding security of the gold industry. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 gold declaration reached 484,321 ounces, making an 11.6 increase from 2024. However, a closer look at those numbers revealed that Zizing Mining Group, operating through the subsidiary Aurora Gold Mines, accounted for 167,005 ounces, and local and medium-scale miners declared the lion's share of 317,316 ounces. These miners are the lifeblood of our interior, yet they're being undermined by illegal leakages. Yes! Yes! Mr. Speaker, Zizing Mining Group is another Chinese-owned and operated company which continues to benefit from Guyana's wealth, as the underpaid Guyanese who are subject to work under these companies and terrible conditions, while causing excessive land damage, deforestation, pollution, particularly in biodiversity, to an extent that is large. Mr. Speaker, the approximate value for gold produced by Zizing Mining Group Limited, using the average price of US $4,500 per ounce, is US $751 million. Mr. Speaker, for this approximate amount, only 5% of the sum is remitted to Guyana in the form of royalty. This equals $37,550,000 Guyana, 550,000 Guyana dollars. Speaker, we are aware that it's a common practice by the government of the day to inflate numbers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we hear of reports from miners and dealers that they are being asked to inflate their declarations. So this raises questions on whether the 2025 gold declarations are actually accurate. Mr. Speaker, we are convinced that a significant portion of Guyana's gold is being diverted across the border to Venezuela. Before the Guyana oil era, gold represented approximately 35% of the national budget and was significant to foreign currency earners. Today, this vital role of foreign currency earners is more critical than ever. Guyana consumes roughly US $5 billion annually, while our gold experts should be earning US $3 to $4 billion because gold is not leaving the borders illegally. We are seeing a crisis in Forex market. Mr. Speaker, currently, commercial banks are selling US dollar wire transfer at US 216.50 cents, while the rate for US cash has spiked to $240. This disparity is a direct hit on the pockets of every citizen. Mr. Speaker, if this goal is secure and the revenue is properly managed, we would see a drastic reduction in the cost of living of Guyanese. This would provide immense relief from all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, we call for immediate and enhanced border protection. Mr. Speaker, the government must take the necessary preventative measures to protect our borders and to protect our indigenous communities. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow our gold to build other nations and individuals while people suffer right here in Guyana. I urge government to act, not to protect our natural resources alone, but to protect our borders and our economy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this debate is not about rejecting development progress. It's not about that at all, Mr. Speaker. It is about being fair and honest and responsible. If the budget truly puts people first, we would have seen clear action to protect the livelihood of the Guyanese people, especially those living in the hinterlands and our mining communities. We should see fair access to mining lands and viable mining lands indeed. Reliable medical evacuation processes, ease of access to the Guyana Gold Board and banking services, digital payments to the interior, lower transportation costs, strong protections for workers, and including those in Region 10. Instead, this budget focuses mainly on barrels, ounces, and billions. While many people are left to deal with strict enforcement, high costs. Putting people first, Mr. Speaker, is not just a slogan. It is a means of getting people to understand that they are valued. It means making policies based on real conditions. Recognizing unequal access and opportunities, and ensuring development improves the lives of all Guyanese. Until policies reflect the daily realities that we see on the street, until they affect the person sitting on a bus, the person taking a boat from one side of the Demerara River to the other, then it is not truly reflective of the people, and it does not truly put the people first. Mr. Speaker, putting people first will remain words on paper, not in lived truth. Until all of these elements are in place. And that is why Budget 2026 must be challenged to improve and to prioritize the people if we really want to put Guyanese people first. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Dr. Andre Lewis. Our second presenter is the Honorable Member.
Just before, Mr. Speaker, in front of you. Just to raise with you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
I know you
Member.
haven't had a chance yet to do the inaugurative training, but to raise with you 38.6, or else this is going to be a long 5 days. Members shall not stand and read their speeches. This is a debate, and if we could bring ourselves up to that standard, it would be good.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, before you go, I had 3 notes, which I wanted to remind our presenters today about. One, the first was reading. The standing orders are quite clear. Secondly, for persons maiden presentation, we normally ask that we respect a convention about being uninterrupted. Third, for especially new presenter, the issue of raising the names of people who are not, or the companies in the House and can't represent themselves. And fourth, issues about imputing. Those are some of the cautions which I wanted to remind. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, you start at 3:29.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to Budget 2026. And Mr. Speaker, I want to, this afternoon, give a gift to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I know Christmas is far gone, but not too far gone, as my colleague is saying. But the Honorable Minister of Finance, in his budget presentation entitled, "This Budget Putting People First," Mr. Speaker, I want to present to him the APNU 2025 campaign manifesto, Putting People First. This is the document that has the real policies and the real programs with the real plans to put the people first. You cannot want the cow and don't want the calf, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say to the Honorable Minister, we will gift him this manifesto so that his government can put the policies and programs in the place of, in spaces to numbers. Mr. Speaker, this government is kleptocratic. They're kleptocratic with our finances, they're kleptocratic with our lands, and they're kleptocratic in broad daylight. For the minister, it's not.
Honorable Member,
It's not.
you're starting your second term in the National Assembly. And I will give you a gift. I will give you a gift, though it's not Christmas. Go ahead.
Guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not on the list, but I'll proceed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just come, or rather, Mr. Speaker, let me take to the point. I outlined that the team didn't just come overnight, but rather it came from a clearly defined strategy that was formulated to put people as the main focus of Guyana's development. Hence, the APNU worked day and night to put a coalition team together, Mr. Speaker, that is entitled Putting the People First. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, it was the coalition, Mr. Speaker, who first developed a people-centered development strategy that informed our putting the people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the measures outlined in this budget shows clearly that the PPPC government does not have a plan that informs their team, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it confirms that it was just a wholesale shoplifting of the APNU Coalition's 2025 manifesto team. Sir, were there copyright laws in Guyana, the Honorable Minister of Finance would have been found wanting for stealing this theme. Mr. Speaker, this budget will keep Guyanese in poverty instead of transforming the lives and livelihood of our people. It allocates resources in a way that will not take people out of poverty. Since we have identified that it cannot take people out of poverty, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to remind this heartless, callous, and uncaring government that an Inter-American Development Bank 25 December report stated that 58% of Guyanese are living in poverty presently. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, 32%, Honorable Priyamanik Chan, they are living in abject poverty at this time in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this is the sad reality of the oil-rich Guyana we are living in. Mr. Speaker, I know those on the other side, they will try to come here in the coming days to speak about Guyana not having poverty. But Mr. Speaker, let us take a drive through Sophia. We will find abject poverty. Mr. Speaker, let us take a drive to Port Morant in the quarantine. We will see what abject poverty looks like. Mr. Speaker, let us take a drive to Beaumont in West Bank Bobis. Let us take a drive, Mr. Speaker, to Beirut. Let us take a drive to Monrepo and Buxton, and you will see what abject poverty is. Mr. Speaker, let us take a drive by James, as my colleague is saying, and you will see what abject poverty is. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Natasha Singh comes to this house to tell us about putting the people first. With $5,000 increase in pension for our senior citizens cannot be putting the people first, Mr. Speaker. With $3,000 increase in public assistance, it cannot be putting the people first, Mr. Speaker. No wage increases for public servants, it cannot be putting the people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we propose a national school transportation system so that it will help ease the burden on our parents, our single parents and mothers across Guyana. That is not included in this budget, Mr. Speaker. How can you say that you're putting the people first? Mr. Speaker, no measure is clearly outlined in this budget to reduce poverty. How can we say we're putting the people first? Mr. Speaker, no direct measures to reduce the high cost of living. We propose, Mr. Speaker, a 35% increase for public servants. They could have at least given a 25%, Mr. Speaker, which was adequate enough at this time to take our people out of poverty and to signal an interest in giving Guyanese a livable income. This budget fails to deliver. Mr. Speaker, the only people this budget seeks to deliver to is the friends, the families, and the favorites of the PPP. Mr. Speaker, permit me to help our Guyanese citizenry to understand how far removed this government and its budget is from being a people-centered budget. Sir, Budget 2026 in its agricultural allocation totals $113.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, of that sum, $81.9 billion goes to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, works will be carried out in drainage and irrigation under this sector. Mr. Speaker, at least 40% of those works, Mr. Speaker, and the monies channel will be misplaced or misappropriated as a result of poor designs and placements and incompetence and huge kickbacks for the government, its families, again, its friends, and its favorites. Mr. Speaker, this government is not serious about food production and food security, and wanting Guyana to return to being the breadbasket of the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, I hear the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa shouting from the other side of the room, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, take a drive to his house, Mr. Speaker. And you, Mr. Speaker, when you come out of the front gate, you have to take a taxi to go to the backyard or to find the swimming pool. That is what we're talking about, $500 million and more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how can we return to being the breadbasket of the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker? When
on a point of order, sir, we are not.
Which point of order?
40A, member speaking cannot impute onto others what the honorable member just did. Could we have?
I am not an impute.
Thank you, Minister Manik Chan. And I was just about to hit the red button to cut him off to tell him that. Somehow you must be peeping at my notes. I have to check my computer. Yes, we will. Honorable member as a second term MP, please.
Guided Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a mere $1.9 billion goes to livestock and $3.3 billion to other crops. Mr. Speaker, to the area which generates our food, including meat and milk, only a mere 4.5% of the entire budget is allocated. This is not putting the people first. Mr. Speaker, were this government serious about bringing down cost of living, every region would have had a sound developmental plan on sustainable agriculture that would have increased food production and contribute to the reduction of the price of food, ensuring food availability and security. Mr. Speaker, on this score, this budget received a fail grade. Mr. Speaker, what happened to our cash crop farmers? Mr. Speaker, what happened to those in fruits and vegetable production? What happens to those in echalot and various seasoning production? What happened to our small farmers into dairy and meat production, sir? What happened to those who are into poultry, ducks, and broilers? Mr. Speaker, those that supply our fish and eggs. This budget doesn't cater to them, Mr. Speaker. How can we say this budget is about putting the people first and reducing the high cost of living and the poverty rate, when the most important aspect of a man's daily life, Mr. Speaker, which is providing food for his family, has been completely ignored and has no meaningful measure or sustainable measure in this 2026 budget. $1 trillion budget, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't cater to the need of man putting 1.5 trillion food on the table for their families. Mr. Speaker, of the $1.9 billion, 1.9 goes to livestock, and only 200 million of that, Mr. Speaker, is really invested in capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, that area caters for new projects and expansions and other such initiatives, while 1.7 billion goes to operational costs such as salaries and other expenses. To this end, sir, I was perplexed, Mr. Speaker, when I saw that allocation. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from the legend, Mr. Speaker, provision for livestock development and retention payment. Again, it is repeated, provision for payment of retention, provision for breeding stock, livestock farms, pens, and equipment. I must now ask the question for our Guyanese people, Mr. Speaker. What can $200 million procure to transform the livestock industry across Guyana, when many, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the house are spending far more than $200 million in 1 week and month and achieving far more than what we can think about with our natural minds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how many bulls, how many livestock farms, how many pens will be built or improved? What sort of equipment could be purchased with $200 million? Mr. Speaker, we still see that out of the $200 million, retention must be paid from last year. Mr. Speaker, what sort of economics is this that the Honorable Ashley Singh is bringing to this House? Mr. Speaker, this government is visionless. The government is insensitive, and this government is uncaring to the needs of our Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, where are the plans? Where are the programs that will transform the agriculture sector, put food on our tables, and develop the lives and livelihoods of our people? Sir, this budget lacks substance. It has numbers, Mr. Speaker, but they are misplaced, and in many cases, Honorable Priya Malik-Chan, they are misdirected. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, we recognize from the allocations that many are pulled from the skies. Mr. Speaker, this budget has no definite objective. Mr. Speaker, please understand the depth of my argument this afternoon. A budget of $1.558 trillion, a mere 0.35% goes to our main food line, which is production in livestock and crops, Mr. Speaker. Sir, this is madness. How could any sane, caring government do this to its people? This is pushing the people of Guyana further and further into abject poverty, which is already, Mr. Speaker, at 32% across Guyana. Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, sir, in the very allocation of $113.2 billion, $95.3 billion goes to DNI and Gaisuko, two entities that have failed over the last 5 years of this government in office. Two entities that have failed miserably, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they are not only non-productive, but they are failed entities clouded with mismanagement, misappropriation, and lack of success. Mr. Speaker, that is where this government chooses to spend almost 85% of the already meager sum allocated to the agriculture sector. Sir, there is need for proper reallocation in this budget. Mr. Speaker, every Guyanese knows a fisherman when they see them. Some know them when they interact with them. Sir, they work hard at night. They work in rain and shine. Mr. Speaker, they toil genuine and honestly to earn $1 and provide for their families. With all that in mind, Mr. Speaker, with all that in mind, sir, this uncaring government chooses to reduce the budget allocated to fishing and aquaculture by over $200 million. That is how uncaring they are and cannot put the people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, $1.7 billion was spent in fishing and aquaculture, and now in 2026, they intend to spend $1.5 billion, reducing the allocation significantly. Mr. Speaker, this government does not care about our fisher folk. Instead, they are interested in keeping them in poverty and having the advantage of coming at election time, sir, when they throw crumbs at them and demand them to vote for them. To date, Mr. Speaker, there are many fishermen, many fisher folk who are still awaiting the cash grant from last year. There are some who are mechanics, sir. There are some who sell shoes and have big boutiques, and they are the ones who have benefited from the allocation. Mr. Speaker, year-long we have been saying to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, lay over the grants and the other distribution, the list in this House, so that we can scrutinize. What is it that you have to hide? If you don't have anything to hide, lay over the list. If you don't have anything to hide, lay over the list.
Honorable member, I just want to lay over. You'll need an extension to continue.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the honorable member to be given 5 minutes to complete his presentation.
Honorable member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed, Mr. Speaker, To this end, sir, to this end, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that this government is complicit in the mismanagement, incompetence, and underperformance of Gaisuko. And I tell you why, Mr. Speaker. They are hell-bent on continuing to use Gaisuko as a political pawn to only get votes from a certain section of the sugar belt. Mr. Speaker, they have no proper plan for Gaisuko. Sir, while billions are wasted each year, targets are missed. Targets are revised and revised targets are missed. And growth is measured on an already failed performance. We in the APNU coalition concluded that money is not the problem, sir, but rather it is this government and its unwillingness to embrace the change and produce a proper plan for the sugar industry. Sir, let me point out quickly, it has come to a point that when, Mr. Speaker, this government operates like Pharaoh of Egypt, determined to do what they want with a hard heart. I hope, sir, that they understand the end results he reaped. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the nation's attention that all of Guyana must understand sugar is being produced by Gaisuko at an average cost of US $1.31 per pound, while it is being sold at US $0.17 per pound. This results in a loss of US 1.14, Mr. Speaker, on every pound of sugar that is sold by Gaisuko on the international market. It therefore means, sir, that we are spending Guyana $275 to produce a pound of sugar while we sell it at $35 a pound. We therefore incur a loss, Mr. Speaker, of $240 on every pound of sugar that we produce at Gaisuko. Mr. Speaker, further to that, with a 0.5% contraction that the Honourable Minister predicted for 2026, we will see and understand that we will incur a greater loss with that 0.5% contraction. We give away the sugar, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch quickly on my home and region number 5. Mr. Speaker, region number 5 requires a larger budget. Mr. Speaker, region number 5 requires a larger budget. This $8.4 billion that is said they will spend in Region 5, Mr. Speaker, after, sir, a census that was delayed, re-delayed, and delayed again, and then presented in 2025, latter part, we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that almost 13,000 new residents are living in Region 5. How can we then come, Mr. Speaker, in 2026 and allocate a mere $1 billion in addition to meet the needs of those in Region 5? Mr. Speaker, every sector is on strain in Region 5. In healthcare delivery, Mr. Speaker, in education delivery, Mr. Speaker, in social services, every sector is under strain in Region number 5. Mr. Speaker, a national budget must not be about a single month of handouts that cannot even meet the prices for commodities in our markets. But, sir, a national budget must be one that caters to the everyday needs of our people. It must cater to poverty reduction. It must cater to life improvement. It must cater to financial sustainability of the poor, the working class, and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, it must cater for the improvement of the lives of our public servants. Sir, this budget must cater to the whole of life of all Guyanese, whether they are in the hinterlands or on the coast, whether they are in the township or in the villages. This budget simply missed the mark completely, sir. As a representative of the people, they do not accept this budget, and I cannot support it either. Budget 2026, though it has large numbers, the budget or the measures are without objectives, without the necessary details, Budget 2026 is visionless. Budget 2026 is vacuous. And Mr. Speaker, it does not put the people first. It is crafted to continue the trend of delivering resources to the wealthy while the people of Guyana continue to sink deeper and deeper in poverty in an oil-rich Guyana. Mr. Speaker, hard times are ahead. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now I invite the Honorable Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Bishop Juan Edgehill.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support to Budget 2026 and to indicate that my admiration and respect for the Honorable Minister of Finance has significantly grown. And I would like to extend congratulations to the team at the Ministry of Finance and all of our public servants that work with the various ministries to produce such a fantastic budget. Mr. Speaker, I know we have a lot of newcomers in the National Assembly. So I will use the opportunity to probably advise of how you should proceed. The honorable member spent quite a number of time arguing about oil money. I would like to direct him to page 3 of the estimates, which clearly outlines out of the $1.558 trillion, the non-tax revenue is a total of 580 billion. Non-tax revenue is 580 billion, which is just about 1/3. In non-tax revenue, Natural Resources Fund withdrawal is 495 billion. That's the total amount of oil money that is financing this budget. Please rewrite your written statements and let your consultants do better. Secondly, the Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, seems to think that he has a hold on the term putting people first. But I would like to remind him, where in 1990 and 1992, President Cheddi Jagan used terms like the new global human order, people-centered budgets, global humanism, development with equality. These were concepts in the PPPC long before 2025 manifesto of the APNU. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, while they might be thinking they have a hole in this term putting people first, Governor Bill Clinton and Senator Al Gore in their 1992 election campaign was putting people first. And Mr. Speaker, I will spend some time this afternoon showing the people of Guyana how we are putting people first. And I want to indicate very clearly that in this budget, people must read this, and they must also study the numbers here. But I noticed some people have not been able to read their budget because they said they didn't have enough time
The whole of them to sell up.
But Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026, rightly themed, putting people first, is a strong expression of the One Guyana philosophy, which recognizes true national progress must uplift all citizens. It is a social contract of inclusion, and this budget intentionally directs resources towards the everyday needs of the working families, small businesses, farmers, public servants, and communities. Budget 2026, honorable member, increases access to world-class healthcare facilities. Budget 2026 improves access to education from nursery to university. It enhances social services. I'll tell you how it's helping just now. We'll go to the numbers. And invests in physical and digital infrastructure that links rural and coastal communities. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member just said that it sounds like a Granger plan. Isn't there a reason why 42 people are sitting on this side and 29 is sitting on that side? There must be a reason why 42 members are occupying government benches and 29 are occupying opposition benches. You know why? It wasn't left up to some group to decide who has the legitimacy to govern and decide Guyana's future. The people of Guyana spoke decisively in September and said Team PVPC must continue to modernize and transform Guyana. So, this budget balances growth with fairness and opportunities with inclusion. Budget 2026 unlocks a new transformative growth, and it continues to build out of a Guyana where every person, regardless of race, religion, gender, age, status, wealth or not, political affiliation, they can partake in the nation's successes. This is a well thought out, people-oriented, pro-poor, service-oriented, development-focused budget with an aim to achieve a united and prosperous Guyana. This budget does that. The honorable member not so long ago said that people need stable jobs. I'm going to address it. Since 2020 to now, the PVPC has created more than 100,000 jobs. Unmatched! And is he not aware that there's a shortage of labor all over this country? Isn't he a part of a conversation at the national level where we will have to discuss about how we deal with migrants who come into Guyana to work because there's a real shortage of labor in Guyana? Well, then if he's not part of that conversation, he should not be in this house. Let's talk about where the money is going and who will benefit, and let us see if we are putting people first. Education, 183 billion, putting people first. Health, 100.
Something exciting.
Waste management, 7.9 billion, putting people first. children, women, and the elderly, 78.3 billion, putting people first. Amerindian development, 7.5 billion, putting people first. Agriculture and food security, 113.2 billion, putting people first. Transformational infrastructure, 119.4 billion, putting people first. Transport infrastructure, 196.1 billion, putting people first. Listen to who's going to get the benefits. Every family that gets a newborn baby continues to get 100,000 at the time of birth. 206,000 children in private and public schools will get their cash grant of $85,000, putting people first. 106,100 pensioners will get their increased pension, putting people first. 25,000 persons will benefit from public assistance. 70,000 public servants will benefit with an increased wage bill from 147 billion to 177 billion. It's in your document. It's in your document that you didn't read. Teachers, doctors, nurses, other professionals in the public sector, person living with disabilities, villages and riverine communities, Amerindians, the creative industry, single parents, farmers and agro-processors, fisher folk, tour guides and other tourism professionals, miners, young professionals, and thousands of men and women in uniform will benefit because we put people first. So let me tell you who's benefiting. Pathway workers, CSOs, community policing groups will all benefit from a 25% increase in their stipends, putting people first. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Works has been allocated 227 billion in budget 2026, with a capital expenditure of 212 billion. And this represents about 27% of the total capital budget, or the PSIP, which is $779 billion. What will we be doing with this money? Because we hear that people are complaining how the budget is heavy on infrastructure. It is because they don't take the time to link how infrastructural development will benefit the individual. Ask all the people of Region 3 who travel to Georgetown to work on a daily basis how $260 million on the new Barajagio Demerara River Bridge has transformed their lives. Ask the people of Diamond and those who will go further up how the new Heroes Highway has transformed their lives and how they could get to work and back home and get their children to school early. Ask the people who use the Ogle-Eccles interlink that is now moving on to Providence with a direct link to the Barajagio Demerara River Bridge, how investment in infrastructure is making a difference in their lives. Mr. Speaker, I heard the honorable member who spoke at first I heard the honorable minister who spoke first said that the people in the street do not accept this budget. I don't know which Guyana he's living in. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Public Works, In 4 days, I visited Region 10 and had 5 engagements. I went to Region 6 and had 13 engagements. I went to Region 1 and had engagements in Matthews Ridge, Port Kaituma, Mabaruma, and Maruka. I went to Georgetown on Saturday, Starbrook Market, the avenues, all over the place. Had breakfast, had lunch, had dinner with people. Mr. Speaker, people are happy. The only people who are not happy are the people who told us that they will form the next government, but there are now 12 seats in the National Assembly. That is the same people who used to stand up and says, it's only a matter of time and we will be over there. Their numbers have been now cut to 12 and they're still not happy. Sooner or later, 0. But I want you to listen to what groups and organizations has to say about the budget. The Tourism and Hospitality Association of Guyana says they laud this budget, following policy and fiscal measures that will have immediate and tangible benefits for the tourism operators. The removal of all duties and taxes on all-terrain vehicles, strengthening the adventure tourism sector, the removal of the 14-day residency requirement for destination weddings, unlocking Guyana's potential in this rapidly growing niche tourism market, the removal of corporate tax on agriculture and agro-processing, reinforcing agritourism value chain. The Amerindians of Guyana, the legitimately elected National Two-House Council, not NGOs who are financed and have influence, the elected officials of the Amerindians. This is what they have to say. Budget 2026 demonstrates a deep understanding of the unique challenges faced by hinterland and riverine communities, and responds with targeted investments aimed at improving quality of life, expanding opportunities, and strengthening community resilience. The Georgetown Chamber of Commerce, I'm going to the big private sector, these are the small businesses, the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Budget 2026 is anticipated to have a transformational effect on the playing field for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Listen to what the footballers say. And the Honorable Member Solomon should be happy to hear this. The allocation of $6 billion for the sports sector is transformational, and it sends a strong signal about the value the government places on youth development, healthy lifestyles, national pride, and social cohesion through sports. That is what the people are saying about the budget. The Guyana Bodybuilding Association, they said, the significant investment will undoubtedly elevate all sporting disciplines across Guyana and enhance the quality of life for our athletes, and providing the essential resources to achieve their goals more effectively. Mr. Speaker, who are the people that we have to continue to work with? I want to tell you that the support that budget 2026 lends to transport, you can get your time. You can get your time. And I will take Mr. Andrew's time because he couldn't finish his time.
Of course, I watched the budget to the end. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I was waiting to hear that we were going to get an increase in salary. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I'm disappointed because we did not get an increase. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I have false hope that they're going to get it right a little later in the year. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I have to have a side job because our salary is never enough.
2026 has nothing for them. Tell the people of Region 2, who is now experiencing a brand new ferry, a Kanawuruk 1899, that budget 2026 has nothing for them. Tell the farmers and the rice millers who move their paddy free on transport and harvest facilities, tell them that the budget has nothing for them because we were able to keep them at competitive prices. The Minister of Agriculture made the intervention, and the rice farmers and the paddy growers, they all benefit and will continue to benefit. Mr. Chairman, I would want to talk about decentralized, diversified development across all the regions. Mr. Speaker, in all regions, regions 1 to 10. In region 1, a 4,000 feet airstrip, mirroring Ogle. And just the other day while we were there, some of the aviators wrote and said 4,200 will be the ideal. And believe you me, we will put on the additional 200 feet to ensure that we have a airstrip and an aerodrome at Matthews Ridge that will make the difference. Yes, when we build airstrips, we bring down the cost of living for the people in the area. But you see, you will not know that. You will not know that. Because when we bring down the cost of transporting food, it means that the cost of living in the area goes down. When we put more ferries, we bring down the cost of shipping cargo and ensure that food is available to those regions and we can get their products to the market to enhance their economic advancement. Mr. Speaker, apart from what will happen in terms of transport infrastructure, there's a building of new schools at Kobana. There's a new school being built at Kobana. There's a regional hospital that is being built. We just heard 550-something doctors at Diamond. You ask a question and then you are embarrassed with the answer. In region number 2, the construction of the cotton field second.
Guys, them all graduated with a law degree, a lawyer degree. He said he went to Scarborough Market and he come. You know, I see people complaining on social media about the country. I just come back from the couple months back to August month. And it's terrible there, the place still flooding out, bro. Which Scarborough, where they went? They don't go down place.
Telling you.
They shoot too nice. You see? So, I try for the Guyanese people, them, bro. I try for them because they didn't put them there. They hijacked the results and put themselves back there. And the Guyanese people, them, the couple who put them there, and those who didn't, the majority got to suffer for that. That's why they're dealing with that. Hey, when this man said the money going to infrastructure, what? Things are broken down. Look, the bridges, people, the bridge. They ain't even get no proper regulation on the bridge, like the truck the other night, the other day that run backwards, the type was overweight.
Costing people lives. Yeah.
You understand? The truck overweight. The man says, no. The transmission give out. The truck, the transmission in Mexico kind of height with all the cement at the back of the truck. And there's a front wheel drive. the brakes don't give out, because the brakes don't can't hold the weight. It's too much weight pulling it back down. I just drive. And I know that I could remember time we load up at you all, trying to go up the hill in the Bronx. You had to come down, load off some of the things, carry it and come back and pick up the car. You are going back for the Yeah, I been listening.
Yeah, man.
Have
Big
a
up
blessed
yourself.
evening.
Thanks for calling in. Big up yourself, Al. Thanks for calling in with those insights on the live as we continue with the bishop.
School. Our regional hospital. In region number 4, Georgetown is going to look its best. The Minister of Local Government and Regional Development will speak a lot more about that. Honorable Member Mr. Vince Roy Jordan, your new 4-lane road from the Mahaika Bridge to the Abari Bridge is in the works, and we will continue with phase 2 from the Abari all the way to Rusiknal. That is what the PPPC is doing, putting people first. In region 6, building out of the new 4-lane Palmyra to Molson Creek Road, expanding the farm to market access from El Dorado, going all the way down, linking Molson Creek with Oriala, linking Oriala and Siparuta, linking Oriala with Kokwani. Oh, who is going to benefit? The people who live there. We are putting people first. In region 7, the construction of the Philippi Secondary School, the Joala Secondary School, the construction of the Bartica Regional Hospital, the new wharf that has been commissioned in Bartica, and the acquisition of a new vessel, roll-on, roll-off type, to get to region number 7, replacing some of the 40-plus-year-old vessels that are there. You want to know what we are doing in Guyana? Listen, if you had read this book, you would have written differently, or you would have asked your speechwriters to cancel some paragraphs that are not relevant. Region number 8, the construction of the Cato Regional Hospital, the construction of the Copenhagen Secondary School, the construction of Monkey Mountain Secondary School. We put people first. We'll be putting in the link, just like we did from Georgetown all the way through to Lethem, with the building of the 45 bridges, from Karasabai all the way into Monkey Mountain. Yes, 29 bridges will be built and the road will be upgraded, linking region 9 and region number 8. We put people first. You want to talk about development, coastland and hinterland? Listen to what the PPPC is doing, and then you'll get a blueprint. Region number 9, the construction of the Lethem Regional Hospital, the construction of the Karasabai Secondary School, the improvements to the Karasabai Aerodrome. We've just completed a new aerodrome at Ishalton, and we are building out in the communities, improving people's lives. In Region 10, Honorable Member Mr. Solomon, the construction of the new Mackenzie-Wisma Bridge, Budget 2026 provides for its completion. The completion of the Linden-Soosdijk Highway, Budget 2026 provides for it. The continuation of Phase 2 from Mabura Hill to Kurupakari is cleared for in the Budget 2026. The new bridge over the Kurupakari River is catered for in Budget 26. Provision is made for a new bridge across the Bobbies River in 2026, and provision is made for the construction of the bridge across the Quarantine River with Suriname in 2026. This is where it's going, and we are putting people first. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, you know, some people get excited and they say how the budget caters only for family, friends, and favorites. Just in one project, the $37.5 billion that is allocated for miscellaneous roads will continue to support the 4,523 contractors, 15 million and below, that absorb $50 billion of work in 2025. That's our record. So go and tell, and while the Honorable Mr. Solomon is seeking to be heard, out of the 665 contracts that were issued in Region 10, 97% has been completed, and the last 18 will be completed, putting people first. Mr. Speaker, there are some other things that we need to deal with. Because some people would say, only $5,000 you're giving to the pensioners. And Mr. Speaker, I want all my respected elders to hear. Yes, this year you're getting an additional $5,000. But the money that you would have had to pay for your blood tests at the private lab, provision is being made in all the hospitals so that you don't have to pay for it. That is now free. The money that you used to have to go to the private pharmacy to buy your medication because of the availability of drugs, it's now available. The availability rate has been significantly increased and people are getting it. I want to tell all of the pensioners, cost of transportation. Listen, an average family will spend about $40,000 a month. A family of 4 on gasoline or fuel to go to work, to get their children to school, to pick up their children after school. Every time you buy gas at the pump, you are being subsidized by $500 per gallon. So it means that every household that got transportation and buying gasoline getting an additional $20,000 in subsidy.
Honorable Minister, additional is an operative word. You need 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for 5 more minutes for the honourable member to conclude his speech.
Honorable Minister, you may continue to conclude.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, every time you get a light bill, the real cost that you should be paying is not reflected there. Because of government intervention, 30% of your light bill is being paid by the government. 30%. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue to explain to the people of Guyana, while the boisterous 12 continues to want to be heard, the place where they should have been heard was at the street corners in the run-up to September 1st, but the people didn't listen to them. They reduced their numbers, and they increased our numbers. We are continuing the measure of ensuring taxes are calculated on container shipped into the country at pre-COVID levels and not at the current cost, ensuring that we could reduce the cost of commodities on the shelf. And by the way, if we did not take off VAT on essential food items, only God knows what would have been the prices here because of the hardship that was imposed on the Guyanese people by the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, we are continuing. And you know, reading the budget is very important. If I go back to the budget book, page 3, go to it. Personal income tax anticipated to be collected, 71 billion. So we're going to finance this budget by collecting personal income tax, 71 billion. But we are giving to the people of Guyana $60 billion. Keep quiet and learn. Personal income tax, income, 71 billion. In the cash grant, allocations in this budget, 60 billion. Thank you, Minister of Finance. Thank you, President Ali. Thank you, VP Jagdeo. Thank you, Team PPPC, for thinking about people and putting people first. You know why I went there? We don't add burdens. We add benefits. We take away burdens and we give benefits to people. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity that I had to educate my colleagues in the House and the people in Guyana why we feel this budget putting people first. Because everybody in Guyana will benefit from budget 2026, including members of the opposition. Including the members of the opposition. Guyana is our country. We must be patriotic. We must have national pride. And we all must work together. It would appear that some members of the opposition got problems with enforcement. I heard that word about 8 times in a speech. Well, let me tell you what's real enforcement. When the lawless behaves lawless, law and order steps in. The gentleman who refused to move his derelict vehicles has paid the $4.4 million for the removal so he could get back his trucks that he used as a barricade. And that is the penalty for lawlessness. We have no difficulty with enforcement. And all those who don't want to follow the law will have to face the consequences of breaking the law. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, you have one of the most responsive governments that has ever been in place. The ministers are accessible. You can go into any ministry and engage. And I guess what we need to do is spend more time educating people on what is in the budget for them. But we continue to work, and we continue to be transparent and open and accommodating. Minister Singh, Team PPPC, I support budget 2026, and I call upon all members of this assembly and all of Guyana to support this budget that is putting people first and will bring about real transformation in Guyana and make this country a better place. God bless you and thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Public Works, Honorable Bishop Juan Edgehill. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the suspension.
Well, they are taking a short break. I want to thank all the travelers that are in the live right now. Big up to everybody that is tuned in, right? Everybody, did you take a couple of seconds to make sure that you are subscribed to Delta 9 Media? It costs you nothing, but it will keep you connected with every single thing that's trending in Guyana and in the diaspora, right? So make sure that you hit that subscription button right now so that you will get all the updates coming in on budget 2026, all the updates coming in from the ground in Guyana, and a number of other things that are trending and definitely in the headlines. Some of the things that persons are talking about right now. We're going to get into some of these details and keep ourselves updated with all of these very important and trending headlines. So let me rock back. We're cruising. It's a special Monday edition here with Delta 9 Media. I want to thank everybody that's in the live right now. See, Keith, pick up yourself. Keith, what's going on? Godfrey, Annette, Georgina, so many travelers. Patrick, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for tuning in and for being a part of this live presentation. Shakira, thanks for tuning in and being a part of the live. David, so many travelers in the live with us today. Big up to all the Delta 9 travelers in the live right now. Sharika, Odessa, thanks for being a part of the live presentation. So many comments, so many persons. Big up to everybody that's watching this live, and big up to all the travelers that's going to catch this in the rewind in the future. Thanks for being a part of this special edition of Delta 9 Media. You know, it's budget time, so there's so much going on. So much going on. Let's hear some of the details coming directly from the Honorable Mr. McCoy.
They will criticize because perhaps people say that's what opposition does. But can they get down to real nitty-gritty, sensible arguments that will be able to enhance what you have rather than try to take away or to distract from all that the government is trying to do for the people of this country, from all the good things, the measures, the things that makes a great impact on people's life. And we have the job as a government to defend what we have put forward and to defend it in a way that people understand that this is a job that we are all up to for your benefit, for your own development, for the enhancement of your lives, for ensuring that your children will continue to have not only an education, but free education, a good education, to ensure that you have the means, you and your family have the means of accessing job and better paying jobs, to make sure that you have the opportunity to establish your small businesses and that you have the support for that small business development. True. And to make sure that you at the end of the day can have
first for the governing elite, their families, friends, and favorites, not the poor and vulnerable citizens. It consolidates power, centralizes spending, and continues to be a divisive economic model that benefits a few while leaving the majority exposed to rising cost of living and other social problems. APNU call on Guyanese to scrutinize not the slogans, but the numbers, and to demand a change to a development model that places dignity, income security, and opportunity at the center of national policy. This is what putting people first means to Guyanese. Budget 2026 does not put people first. It is the same old playbook of enriching the elite, their families, friends, and favorites through infrastructural projects while resulting in increased poverty amidst the Guyanese people. Thank you. Reduce
wealth creation for families so that you can really be part of a society in which you are truly a beneficiary of all that it has to offer. And that is the crux of the matter. And we will be there defending every bit of the budget, understanding it and contextualizing it against all of the various challenges, that when you go to the gas station today, that you are saving $500 to $600 on every liter of gasoline or diesel, because we as a government has taken that on as our burden, more or less, where we don't want our people, as part of the cost of living measures, to face constant price increases.
You remove the cost to parents, and it will impact in a positive way. We also said that you can help with the cost of living. I'm talking about direct help by providing the children with 2 square meals, 2 hot meals, which would mean Monday to Friday, children will not have to get money or food or whatever for school. And that will impact in a direct way. We also said that we would have raised the minimum wage much higher so that it would have directly impact people, and it would have mean they will have more resources to purchase the things they need to purchase, and therefore impact the cost of living. Of course, that had to go with our proposal for sustainable agriculture in the region.
Greetings, Gerard,
so that
the
foods are produced there, the quantities are increasing, therefore contributing to bringing down the price. Now, as it relates to reducing...
They're saying these people are going to get a cash insensitive fund when they buy gas. How many Guyanese? How they going to get this money? How they going to go about getting that money back to them?
Well, it's kind of like if they get discount already, so they keep the money in the pocket.
No, man. They say they can't just give you that money just and you don't buy the gas.
Well, there's an incentive for person who go into the pump to gas.
These people that talk, they're talking riddles.
Yeah.
To throw off a lot of people, bro. All right. Now, you want to give me back the money, or let me save the money. Make a gas card, like there's gas station here, they give a gas card to get discount. You understand?
Yeah.
Or apply it to whoever gets bank card or credit card. There's some way, because you can't just give everybody that money and everybody don't drive.
Seriously.
So that's why I'm saying, what would make it make sense? How you know I in Guyana? I may have a license, but I don't have a vehicle, I don't drive. Just like in America, I have a license, but I don't drive, I don't have a vehicle anymore.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
So these guys talking a set of riddles that tire people that don't understand these things. It gotta make sense. It don't make no sense what they're saying. None at all, bro. How is it these people gonna get that money back? How you gonna give these people? How you know who and who driving, who and who does buy gas? Don't make no sense. This is another way they're trying to. They're blinding Guyanese with these foolish things, bro. Talking about building infrastructure is what putting money, putting the people first. How that is? How you building a road to make me store flourish? How you building a road gonna put a roof over my head? How you building a road gonna make me get discount? You make it make sense, bro. You building a bridge gonna make me, they used to use the Emerald Bridge and get there. They used to use the boat and get there. So, that makes sense. These guys there, bro, they're so smart and stupid at the same time, but they see the talking because they're dumb people. But if the people of Guyana is dumb, then let they be dumb. But I am not. I'm listening to them clearly, and everything they're talking does not make no sense. I get listening.
Big up yourself, King. Thanks for calling in now. Have a good one. You see, persons are analyzing what's being presented to them. And listen, you heard right there what the caller had to say. What are your views? Call it in. Drop it into the comment section. Let's have some real meaningful, higher level conversation about what's going on with this budget. Louis, not forget. Greetings, Mr. Cooper. Welcome on to the live.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's going on? I good.
The guy that spoke just now, I don't know what he's talking about. It's hard and all of that. When you go to the gas station, if the gas is $5.50 and the government takes off $500, that means that money is in your pocket. You multiply that yearly, and that's your saving. Okay? It's as simple as that. The one point I want to get across, because I always talk about these things before, even before the bishop said it. You can call the bishop whatever you want. You gotta listen, okay? You can't eat roads. No, you can't eat roads, but by building roads, you get to places quicker. That means you're using less gas, you have less time, okay? Without networks, then nobody can bring their product to the farm, so the prices won't be cheaper. And I want to dispel this stuff about 5,000 for the pensioners. I already explained that the pensioners, it's non-contributory. Once you meet 65, you get that. Black, white, green, whatever, that's yours.
Okay.
To the lady who said early in the comments that she can't live on $46,000, that's true, ma'am. But you also said that your husband was a fisherman for 60 years. That means if your husband was contributing to NIS as self-employed, he'll be getting a check. There's 95 people on the pension roll over 65. It does not mean that pensioners are only getting $46,000. If you was in the military, any government attached, you get 2 checks plus you get that $46,000. You get a government retirement plus you get NIS. If you're self-employed, why do you think they tell you to be compliant? Because you pay into that.
Okay.
So at the end of the time, people are getting 100. Imagine if I had worked for the government for 30 years and I retire, that's $46,000. It's just pocket change to me. I already was receiving over 30 years, $120,000 and $130,000 from NIS. My pension is about the same amount. That means I already up to $250,000 with no bills. I already paid for my house. My car is not driven a lot. Okay? As a pensioner or whatever, I get a reduction in water. Reduction in water. Electricity, I get a reduction in electricity. Somebody said, oh, it's a lie with the 10,000. I told you, I live both places and I go to see if these things are true so I can inform people. Yes, I get my glasses. Yes, I take the 10,000. Hospital, and they private hospital, and they said, okay, your blood pressure is good, blah, blah, blah. The benefits that's there for people. But what people call in is how it's going to benefit you. If you can't see how it's going to benefit you, I am sorry. But there's people that see and using these benefits every single.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Greetings.
I hear the big man say what I said don't make sense. Bro, if you said you get a receipt, you got to either present the receipt at the end of the year, like when we do taxes here in America. How many people gonna keep that receipt to get that money? You see, next thing is, when you talking about all what you collecting, a lot of these people in put that work in the job you work, big man. Some of these people work with things pay the pension with a one job. So that's who we talking about with the money that's given into these people that cannot have them live for the thing, bro. They still contribute, big man. You see when you come, right? I might be young, bro, but I view things from a wider aspect. I don't view it my feelings. I view it from our fear. That's like my grandmother who work with one job. What about the people that who work at the sugar estate, just cutting cane at the factory? They don't collect other benefits. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you cannot put you and say, hey, this and that, you listen to what you say. And tell me if somebody that just didn't work with the government, if they could survive on it. You say your money is pocket change because you had other income because you were part of the government. Bro, what about the people that who wasn't part of the government that having all these other benefits? You see it up all over the world, where that people get pension, they got this are the two pension coming in because the way they work. Some have one because they work at one place. Some people work two places, control their life. They left one job to the next big man. But you cannot put somebody who is not at your caliber, your level, and said, oh, so. If it's one penny that they're collecting, is that 40 something thousand only. That's it. And what is saving the put up. You understand? Big man might be young, you know. But I just try to make sense out of nonsense. So you got a gas station, you collect a receipt. How many people gonna put up their receipt every time? They have to have a better way, bro. Reimburse them. How you gonna know? That is not crook. Cause some people are gonna collect gas. Yo, you live in Guyana, but you know much about what goes on in that country, bro. Yes, you gotta deal with. I'm talking about the streets. I'm not talking with them behind closed door. Talking about the streets. I don't live in Guyana, but I visit it often. When I visit, I know the people of the streets, and it ain't easy. I did listening.
Powerful comments. Thanks for calling in. Greetings. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Yes, Patrick. Listen, I'm thinking in Guyana is supposed to be a democracy country, like democratic republic country.
Yeah.
Meaning that why is it the budget made out already made out, right, to benefit the government people or the PPPC? It made out before Mohammed came into play, well, the opposition came into play. Why couldn't the budget make after he swore in, and then you would come at the table and read the bill out and agree on it? Because half of the country is not, the whole country is not PPC people. They have people who are from the Wind Party or regular people from areas like East Rheinfeld and South, normal local people who are not so fortunate that went with Mohammed Party because he is doing things for them. He's on the ground. So they are not going to benefit from this budget. It's just going to be a half. It's going to be unfair for the rest of the country. You understand what I'm saying? Because this budget is already made out for certain people in high society. And so their voice would not be heard. So that's why both parties should have some kind of bipartisanship, where they come in the middle of the aisle and agree on certain things if they are benefiting the people.
You see now, the power is in the hands of the people to demand that kind of representation. But as long as they could continue to divide and rule, and that's the system that's working, why change it if it's working? You understand? And that's what that's one of the things then that we got really watch and highlight.
Right. So that's my point in a nutshell. That
Yeah, man.
both parties should have come to the table. This budget should have made out after this guy voted, and then you come to some agreement, the bill within the budget. So they have a voice in the country. They have people, everybody going to benefit from whatever, whatever law they pass and all these kind of things.
It's
Not just
important.
one set of people. And
It's
that's the
important.
problem.
Yep.
You understand me?
Yep.
All right, boss.
Thanks for calling in and sharing those insights with
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Greetings. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Again. Yeah, the budget is the PPP government budget because they are in power. So they sit together and put together that budget, which have to read among the parliament members. Now, the only problem with that budget is that the PPP have most of the seats, so that budget gonna pass anyway.
Yeah.
All the opposition have to do now is keep track and hold them accountable and point out what they say they're gonna do if they're not doing it. Well, now, the things they say they're gonna do not benefit the people. So regardless what the opposition do, they cannot stop them from going through with it because of the seat. I've been telling them this. I say if PPP didn't win the election, they're going after the seat. Regardless if there was the opposition with the majority, they have the power to deny the other party to go through with a lot of things.
Powerful point.
So the game is tight. You gotta understand the thing. That's why when they hijack both the seat and the party, because they know they cannot go in by themselves without the seat. They never win all of that seat. They never win the election. I keep saying it. You say, because don't watch it. But right now, like I said, sorry for the Guyanese people. They got 6 years to wonder now. This was it. 6 years after this year, gonna make 5 years. By 2031, and people keep saying it's 5 years. No, it's 6 years. 5 years it was 2030. The end of the year 2030. But these people gonna run for 6 years. That's how clever they is. You see? But big man, I hear what you're saying. The whole thing cook up and the pot done cook and bun. So all the people gotta do is eat the bottom that they give in them, because they don't eat half all the good part of the cook up rice.
Big up yourself, Al. Thanks for calling in. And just for callers, whenever you call in, right? If you call in on the hotline and you use WhatsApp, remember that I'm using a phone, right? So if a person calls in on the regular line, they're going to interrupt the call, and then after a while, the call is going to cut off. So if you're calling in and you can call in via a regular number, it's better than calling via WhatsApp, because WhatsApp, if a regular person calling on a regular number, they're going to disconnect the WhatsApp call. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Yeah, Delta, what's going on?
Greetings. I good, what's going on with you?
Pardon?
I said, cool, what's going on with you?
Yeah, not much, man. I'm watching the program here, and I'd like to put in my 2 cents.
Definitely, we're listening to you.
Yeah. I'm Paula from Canada.
All right. What's the weather like right now? Below zero somewhere, right?
Freezing.
I'm telling you. Freezing here in Pennsylvania as well. You got to mute the background.
Yeah, hold on, let me mute the background. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I was actually on the ground during the campaign.
Okay.
And one of the most prominent concern that was on the ground was wage increase for the public servants. I don't understand how teachers could be paid a meager salary that they're being paid. Let's say, for instance, one is making one of the teachers that I spoke to is would be paying 55,000 a month for rent.
Wow.
And is making just over $100,000 a month
Wow.
in salary.
That's rough.
When I did the math, the minimum a teacher should be making is 205,000 a month, and that is living just at the poverty line. Police officers still be Guyana is one of the lowest paid police in the Caribbean, and I would push it to say they're the lowest paid police in the world. And that is the reason for the corruption that is going on in the street. They are harassing honest, hard-working citizens and receiving bribery. And I do understand that they have to take care of their family, but it is the government's responsibility to pay these people an equitable salary to serve and to protect the nation. The budget that is being proposed there, I guarantee you 35% of what is being proposed in terms of development goes back into the pocket of the politicians. Because when they award the contract, those who the contract is being awarded to, they have to pay us 35%. And this is a live number that I'm telling you. This is not a fictitious number. 35% goes back into the pocket of the politicians who awarded the contract to these individuals. So what I'm saying that what is being done, the Guyanese people are being scammed. This budget is not for the person on the ground. It's not for the regular citizen. A meager $46,000 a month for pension. I heard the big man when he talked about his pension. Not everybody worked in the job that he worked in. Not everybody contributed what he contributed. But I believe that what ANTU and WIN was proposing, $100,000 a year, should be a base pension for the regular people. Accountability is needed, and I'm happy that there is an opposition that will push the envelope. For the past 5 years, APNO was opposition. Nobody heard anything. Nobody knew what was going on. Look at the corruption that is now being exposed. Know that there's an opposition who is willing to challenge the government. And that is the problem that Guyanese are facing. Nobody was willing to challenge the government. That's my thing.
Powerful point, Carl. Thanks for calling and sharing those insights with us. Greetings. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Hey, Delta 9, how are you?
Doing great. And yourself?
I'm good. Just snowed in Charlotte. You know, I'm on the flight and I'm so devastated listening to these people and especially the bishop. All I can see is a puppet being pulled by a string, just trying to fill his pocket. I have not gone home in so long, and I went home the other day. I am so shocked at what I see my country turn into. A country that has so many resources. That country should, and then now they have oil. It should have been a country that is on top of the world. The poverty I've seen there, let me tell you, all the little bit of money I went home with went on transportation. Transportation is so hectic, just paying to get around. Talking about going into the market, oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. You know, I went home because I want to see what's going on there. I want to, with what's going on here in America, I want to make life home. That's where I came from. I'm born Guyanese. And so what I've seen there, I got so much second thoughts. Like, and then when I listened to the budget when it was passed, and then when I listened to that bishop this morning, like, is he for real? Is he for real? And my last take is that, okay, I know Mr. Norton and them, they're not the opposition party now, but because of, if they're not agreeing with what the PPP are doing, they should come together and work as a team. I don't care. Mohammed was chosen. You can't change that. So come together, work with the people, and do what y'all got to do to get these knuckleheads who's in there pocketing all that money. Can't give an answer where the money is at, but when you look at all these big, expensive buildings that's put up by only certain set of people, I don't know. I just can't get it, man. I just can't get it.
Yeah.
They got to do better. That's my take.
Thanks for calling and sharing those insights with us. Have a great rest of the day.
You too.
See, persons are analyzing it from all over the globe. People calling from Canada, people calling from Maryland, people calling from North Carolina, persons calling from all over saying, listen, what's going on with this budget? What is going on in our beautiful country? The way things are situated now in the US, persons are looking into it and saying, man, it's about time. If I could do certain things different, then maybe I could find myself in GT. But then when they're analyzing what's going on, yeah, here the caller say right there. Well, over here on Delta 9 Media, you know what we did? You see that stuff on it? You see that barcode on your top of your screen right there? If you scan that barcode, it's going to take you to a notebook app, Notebook ML, right? Now, what Notebook ML is, it's revolutionizing the way that we're able to analyze large amounts of information, like a budget, like 2 years budget, and a number of other business books come together as a brainchild to give us these kind of analysis like you see on the screen. Now, Notebook is going to allow you to analyze all of this information. Mind you, I would have already placed all of these documents into the notebook already. So all you got to do, courtesy of Delta 9 Media, is to scan the barcode. The barcode takes you to the notebook, and then we can have all type of different conversation based on actual facts coming out of budget 2026. This is one of the first years that we can analyze the budget live with AI. We can analyze the budget live with AI. You could ask it any question because that's going to be your sources for the information that's going to be inside of Notebook, right? In Notebook right now on that particular page, I'm going to tell you directly how many sources we have. We have about, let me see. You got 40, more than 40 sources. You got all type of different books, and we have part 1, part 2, and part 3 budget estimate for 2025, and the same for 2026, right? And then we have all kind of different maths books, business books, different accounting books, and all of these things that the notebook is going to use as its foundation, as the source of its information when it's analyzing certain things. And we would have did an analysis for the AI to find $80 billion with a B, 80 billion with a B, so that it can be relocated to the people of the country, right? And the videos are already up on the channel that's going to give you a longer breakdown of what this information was that the AI would have located, right? So make sure that you hit the subscription button. Check out that video in your free time. On the screen right now is some of the information that it would have provided us with. It's saying that, listen, major road infrastructure, if you reduce the speed on the public road rehabilitation projects, like if you reduce the speed at which you're doing these road rehabilitation projects, you could save, guess how much money, and reallocate it to the people in the country that's in need, that is going through all of these problems with cost of living and all of these different hurdles. You could get 15 billion if you just did that. And this is from actual numbers coming out of the budget. You can ask the AI these questions and any other questions that you would like to ask it, and it can give you all the information based on actual numbers, actual facts, and scholarship coming out of the other sources that I would have added to that notebook. So we're taking it to a whole different level when it comes down to budget analysis over here at Delta 9 Media, right? It said this as well. It said that if you do housing development, right? If you slow the pace of the land preparation with these housing development projects that we got going on, not that you're turning off the development as it relates to housing, not that you're gonna forget about moving forward with housing, but if you slow the pace at which you're doing the land preparation, meaning that you take a couple more months, then guess what? You could save 25 billion. The 25 billion with 15, right, would give you an addition going closer now to your 80. 25 and 5 is 30 and 10 is 40. That's half of the total 80 billion that we're looking to relocate to persons. And these is from actual numbers. That's what this infograph is coming from, actual numbers in the budget that the AI find and say, listen, all of this spending that's going on, if you cut spending here and you put this money back into the people, you could take 80 billion, you could double the amount of money that is being given now to the elderly, right? You could do so much more for those that are differently able. You can do so much more for persons in the country in general. So many things. And that's just two. The rest is up on the screen. You can read it up for yourself. And you can check out the video that is up on the channel. I'm telling you, it's a different time. This is the age of AI. So we taking words and conversations only coming from persons that are in Parliament debating what's going on with the budget. We know as regular citizens, with the aid of all of these different advanced forms of technology, can analyze the budget for ourselves in a real professional manner. And you have the barcode right on your screen. Scan it with your smartphone, open up the app on your computer, open up the app on your phone, check it out. And when you're done, use notebook for yourself to do other things, other studies if you're in school, university, whatever you're doing right now. I'm pretty sure that app right there can move you forward at a faster pace. And guess what? I'm showing it to you for free here on Delta 9 Media. They got companies starting up right now that is going to charge you to show you anything on notebook. I'm telling you. But we do it different. We don't gatekeep information that could advance a whole nation. I'm telling you, this thing is different level. I got hundreds of sources in a particular notebook that I just can't even think of all the questions I want to ask it. That's how much this app is revolutionizing the way that you get into information. Big up to all the travelers in the live right now. Who's live with us? Guyana is a domestic republic country, not a dictatorship. Big up yourself to Patrick. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for dropping insightful commentary in the comment section. So many travelers with us live. Yeah, I'll take a couple of seconds. Thumbs up this live, thumbs up the live, so that everyone will have an opportunity to see all of this trending and very important information popping up in their timeline. I'm telling you, let's get into some of the details coming in from WIN as they were analyzing this budget and the information related to it going in to this debate.
To all my social media followers and to all my friends and supporters out there, I just want to update the public who've been following me about what transpired over the past 24 hours. As you know, we were in Parliament yesterday, and we have to be back in Parliament Monday. Now, I want to let you be the judge of this and tell me how could we get all this process
in 6 days. Let me just show you something, just for knowledge and clarity purpose, so you can understand what we got to go through as opposition MP, which with a short period of time. Take a look at this. We have to read all these documents, which is thousands of pages here, within 6 days, and to present our argument with the budget which was presented to us yesterday. This here is 2025 Corporate Republic of Guyana estimate of the public sector central government development program. This is a couple thousand page. This is the current and capital revenue 2025. We have to read all of this. We have the estimate for the public sector. We have to read all of this here. Let me just put this back here because I got to separate it. There's so much. That's a couple of thousand pages there. Then we have here, we have the audit financial statement. You get this here, there are a couple of hundred. National Assembly, well, we got this here. This is not much. I can see like about 100 page. Let me just put it so I keep it in one order. We have here government notice. We have a motor vehicle and road traffic, some act. We have here what we got here. The 13th Parliament first session. This is a couple of hundred page. This is a 2026 budget. This here, oh boy, this is a few thousand page here. Look, right? This is the current and capital revenue and expenditure. And let me put that in one order. 2026 again, the estimate of the public sector central government development program capital project. Get that here. What we got here? Budget 2026. Put in the report first. Put in the people first. That's just a couple of hundred page. Now, let me come to this section here now. I have a couple of thousand pages of Constitution of the Corporate Republic of Guyana, loan and agreement. That one, a couple of hundred pages, loan and agreement. In the environmental sector, we have a credit agreement, Corporate Republic of Guyana. It was a couple thousand page. Annual report, we get that. Another annual report here from PPC, Public Procurement Commission. National Assembly of Parliament. Manual rules, you gotta follow rules. Civil aviation, couple of hundred page. Finance agreement, have that. Here, let me just put them properly up. But I read all of that. Speaker rules for the parliament, you get to get that. You have another one here. I don't even know what some of these things here. So anyway, we have the parliament procedure, we got that here. Some QR code, I got to scan that part of the system. Good thing I know a little bit about computer. Speaker rules, good. I'm not finished yet. This is my bag, which I take to parliament with me. Inside I have a laptop in here also. And all these are more documents.
I'm telling you, so much work goes into the brothers and sisters being in parliament and presenting the way that they do, analyzing the information in the way that they do, debating in the manner that they do. So, big up to all the honorable ministers presently on break. A much needed break because I know it takes a lot of focus to operate at that level, right? So we heard some very interesting debates that was presented in this first part of the budget debate. And while there was a presentation, it seems as if the Honorable Mr. Edgell Greetings, we're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Hey, my brother, there you go.
Yeah, man.
Blessing to your family, blessing to your audience, my brother.
Yeah.
Hey, my brother, this project is so interesting. You know, greetings on behalf of the opposition, the two MP. They present a marvelous job, my brother.
Yeah.
A marvelous, marvelous job. My brother, this budget is so good in terms of young people listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the only time in history our young people going to sit down and listen to this budget.
Yeah.
Because you know why? We present properly with our MPs. Our two MPs that speak on the opposition side.
Yes.
They break down everything. Clear, my brother. How do you follow?
Yeah, they gave a great presentation. I like the way that Jordan came in and how he, added a bit of flair to the presentation. So definitely something that was done in a masterful level. For real.
And one thing I want to say is that these people give 1 week to do this budget because they want to run with this budget. The more time you get it, the more people going to understand. So they don't want people to get more time. They want people to get less time to pass this budget.
Yeah.
Everything that the government wanted to just run this budget because they know the kickback what they're going to get, brother. How do you copy?
And that's the thing. That's why on Delta 9 Media, I created that notebook, which is an AI app that has analyzed large documents. This is one of the first years that persons can analyze the budget live with AI. So you don't have to now read through all of the thousands of pages like the first, like Honorable Harbour John was speaking on just now. We as regular persons, we don't need to page for page it. We could have AI analyze it and ask AI any question, and it's going to give us the information that is in the budget. So that's the barcode above my head. That's why I keep pointing to for persons to scan it. Because, like you were saying, young people.
Again, my brother, the barcode remember is a phone, so people can't scan the guy's a phone. I'm able to use it to scan it up, my brother. So they create the thing what in the chat so that it could be a thing of it.
Oh, I'm gonna put it into the comment section, and I'm gonna put put a link for it into the description as well.
Yeah, another thing, my brother. Why the people say you cannot call people by name and you cannot do things, you cannot that? Why is the FJ call out Honorable Winston Jordan? These people are double standards,
I'm glad you noticed it.
These people are double standards, my brother.
I'm glad you noticed it was good.
And then here's the Shearer, Honorable James, the Shearer keep talking, and then the people said, yes, I was coming to that. They don't want people to stand up and talk what is the rationality about life. And the poverty lies in Guyanese people. They don't want that. All this $1.558 trillion Guyana dollar. 90% of that is infrastructure, my brother. Where it lies with the poor people getting benefits. Where it lies with the homes of mothers with struggling with children. Right? Where it lies for them. Where it lies for the single person on the road, the homeless, destitute. Where the budget speaks about those people, brother. Anyhow, we listen, brother. We listen.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling in and for sharing those insights with us.
Yeah, man.
So, like I said, we're going to share the link in the comment section, and we're going to share the link in the description of this video as well. As you can see, the link is in the comment section. So it's not just a barcode. You can click on the link now, and it's going to take you to Notebook LM on Google. Now, the advantage is we have way more sources than just the budget, meaning that there's a knowledge base, there's a scholarship as it relates to everything business related, business sciences, accounting, and different forms of mathematics and them thing, all of that is the knowledge source. So it's going to use all of this scholarship to analyze the budget and the budget information from last year, 2025 and 2026. All 3 parts, 6 parts in total, is in the notebook as well. Let me pull up the notebook so we could get an idea what I'm talking about, and then we're going to jump back into what the Honorable Mr. Harbour John was highlighting there for us. God, this is going to be a whole different type of presentation. This is one of the first years, I'm telling you, all the information is there. As you can see right now on your screen, you see them 2 turning arrows right there. That's me generating a video to present right here for us, because I had done the audio of it, right, where persons were analyzing and presenting it so that persons could understand that, listen, $80 billion can be taken from one part of the budget and relocated so that persons can have more access to so many other policies that will put more funding and more money in the pocket, right? More opportunities for persons to benefit directly from the resources of the country. 80 billion. We're talking about being able to double the amount of money that you're giving to elderly right now, not just a 5,000. And it ain't gotta be no additional money coming into the budget. It's just moving around the way that certain things is being done. And how are we able to do that? By using scholarship, by using AI. Remember, we're moving into a digital Guyana. We're moving forward in an advanced manner. We ain't playing them games like we would have played back in the day, even though we understand that history is a great foundation. And we're going to get into some conversation because we forget that it's Black History Month. So we got some occult history that we're going to be getting into, some real deep occult history about that particular ethnicity. But for right now, we're going to be analyzing some more information coming out of WIN, because they are also highlighting these details right here. Take a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not already, thumbs up the live, buddy. It costs you nothing. We've been rocking out right now for almost 3 hours. Almost 1,000 persons in the live right now traveling with us. Almost 1,000 travelers. Thumbs up the live. One love.
The project entails payment of retention, provision for upgrading of facilities, $168 million. Last year in 2025, $98 million was spent on the office and the residence of the president. And this year, in this year's budget, $70 million will be expended. Let's look at another page. Office of the President. The project entails provision for developmental, humanitarian, and other activities. It's basically for, let's say, if someone with social illness, if you need an emergency as it relates to health, or if your house fall down, or anything as it relates to emergency, if you turn up at the office of the president, he got a fund there of $300 million to assist persons immediately.
If we count out the weekends, it's almost $1 million a day. So the opposition leader is saying, who's the person who's collecting these benefits, right? Almost $1 million a day is there at the office of the president in a special fund. Who's accessing this $300 million fund? Powerful questions coming in from the leader of the opposition. Who's highlighting these things? And what persons are taking note? 300 million.
I don't know if they're using all these funds to assist persons. That is what we need to ask. But when you're ready to ask, but when time comes to ask these questions, I don't know the answers we will receive. If you look at another page, Office of the President, the Men on Mission program, enhance human and social development. They have a total of $900 million. Wow. $900 million could build about 450 houses. Because you know those houses that the Men on Mission, they would normally build are wooden houses. Most of the houses are wooden houses. So I average about 450 houses can be built with $900 million. Let's look at the project entails provision for vehicles. Office of the President, $100 million, a whopping $100 million. Provision for vehicles. Last year, in 2025, provision for vehicles, $100 million. So $100 million spent last year and another $100 million budgeted for this year. So this is how they love to waste money. They're spending the money like it's going out as, going out of style. Taxpayers' dollars. Office of the President, furniture and equipment. This project entails provision for furniture and equipment. $50 million. See here, it's in million. So this is $50 million for furniture and equipment. Let's see how much they had last year. Last year, they budgeted $100 million.
Greetings, caller. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live. Please mute the background.
Yeah, I'm simple trying to figure out this money that is for health. I mean, why is it not have a special office where somebody's in charge of this money and they need help that this person can go to? He just said that you have to go to the president for that help. So that means the president is the one who's controlling all the money and not like a different sector, like an office where the money is supposed to be given out to someone. Like if I need help, I can be able to go to that office and somebody who's eligible to say, okay, you will be getting the help and I will be able to sign up on it. Why do I have to go to the president?
Well, it might be an office. It might be an office responsible because it is the office of the president. So it might be a collective that is responsible for it and not the president directly. It might be.
Okay, and the reason why I said that because some of the things I was watching, this lady said, the president, Ali said, meet me here and I will give you an answer. And then afterwards, he didn't give it to her because he saw her standing with the opposition leader, Mohammed, talking to someone there. She there was a meeting there and she just stopped and then he refused to help her. I mean, that happened a couple of months ago. So that's what I'm saying. Is he the one who have the full control and not somebody who's in that office?
But let's hope let's hope that that's not the situation, because then that would be a full banana republic going on there,
right? Yeah, and then when I called you before, I was going to tell you that when the bishop was talking something about lights and different stuff, man, the quantity of time they had blackouts while I was there is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, so yeah, so I just hope the money.
Yeah,
I just hope the money is where it's supposed to be given by not just the president have to give the money and somebody's in charge through the president's office, but there's an allocation of an different sector.
Yeah,
and not him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's hope
All
so.
right.
Thanks for calling in. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Yeah, boy. Hey, Mohammed, really, I like that thing guy and everything, really. I like what's going on there with
$1 million a day.
And the president. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I like the thing with the money at the president's office, bro. What
300.
happens? Well, like when they have them thing with the AGN and them, how come never offer any financial assistance?
Hey, it probably was offered, but it was offered possibly with certain
No,
terms. It probably was
they don't
offered
offer
with
nothing.
terms. Hey, me ain't putting me head on a block for nothing with that back and forth
Yo,
with Adriana
listen
and
to me.
Justice. This situation
You
got too much turns, man.
not just the AGN, other kids, people that need help, that come and need help.
Yeah,
Why they never announced there was a place where you could go towards the president's office and get financial help? Why they never mentioned?
I think Parsons know, but they know more now. You understand? Which is why people got pay a lot of attention to these kind of presentations, debates on the budget and them things. There's when a lot of the information is come out. You understand?
Yeah, I look like Mohammed ready to read everything on social media.
Yeah.
You understand me? Yo, because there's so much people I watch for the past years. Even went by he and he never even financially announced or he said we're gonna take care of that. And some of them come back balling that you never give them nothing to take care of. So what happened with all the millions of dollars?
300. And just a million technically a day that they could, do things for persons. So every day people are supposed to get some amount of benefit just from going to the office. And we know that they got 58% poverty money. So I know the line got long.
They live in large. The man get a state. They get a state where he got, I watch it there, where he got fish pond, this, dog. He not gonna know where to catch fish, catch it right in the yard.
That's crazy.
And all this thing, bro. Let me worry about the people them that deal, that living below, that let us try it, dog. You see, but, yo, I always said thing, I'm a pastor, I always said that, and he said that to me, and I live for it. The man said time will tell. Cause none of we live fast time, We come and reach time and time, we just go and let it. Even that men do live after them. It don't mean when you're dead. All right. Be careful what you do, bro.
Thanks for calling.
I did listening.
Yeah, man. Insightful information in the comment section from all the travelers. Patrick, one of our very insightful moderators, Shazila Ali, is saying this: government office, not president office. Big up yourself, Shazila. Thanks for calling. Thanks for dropping those insightful comments into the comment section. Navjo, what's going on, buddy? Navjo saying Guyana is run by a money-hungry, corrupt dictatorship known as the P government, who uses the police force to inflict fear on its people while enriching themselves. I'm telling you, it's a dark reality when we analyze it like that. Big up yourself, Navjo. And thanks for supporting independent media. Thanks for supporting Delta 9 Media. Thanks for being a loyal channel member. All right, Patrick, one of our moderators. Actually, not Patrick. Wrong comment. P. Alikak, one of our insightful moderators, right, is saying, go at people, Guyanese of African descent, right? That's what the hyphenation is about. Now he's saying this sector of Guyanese are being ostracized by the PPP, or go the Minister of Guyanese of African descent, the Ministry of Guyanese of African descent affairs must be established to counter that. Now, that's a powerful point. I think after what they went and do at the UN, When we needed representation at the UN and the representation that was given, the conversation that they presented, and the fact that they misrepresented a lot of the information that they presented there, allegedly, should see that something like this should be established. But how and when would this be established? For that to be a situation, that would mean that the government got to contemplate on it, and it's something that they would have to bring into play. Let's see. Let's see if that would be the case. Let's hear some more coming directly from the Honorable Mr. Mohammed.
So I don't know if all this money, being spent for the intended purpose. So last year they had $100 million spent for provision for furniture.
Greetings to one of our frequent travelers, Marcia, saying, let me put this to you. Mohammed knew everything about Jagdeo and President Ali, all of them ministers. They was friends. It's because the PPP government didn't help him help him with the sanctions. So he is talking out because they help you out. I'm telling you, putting them out because they help him out. Big up yourself, Marcia. What y'all think about those commentaries coming from one of our frequent flyers? Marcia, thanks for tuning in. Amanda is saying, okay, I'm telling you, a person's identifying and analyzing this situation on a whole different level. Big up yourself.
You see, you can't use the word corruption in Parliament. So I want to show you what corruption looks like here. Every page in this, the estimates is corruption. Every single page.
I'm telling you. From before you go into the house. Greetings, Mr. Cooper. Welcome to the live.
Welcome back again.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, like I said, I love your program. You're showing Mohammed and Harbour John, right? Mohammed is telling me, I don't know about anybody else, he's telling me that the 900 million for men of the mission, they could build 450 houses. That's $2 million a house. There's no house in Guyana, poor or not, could be built for that amount of money. That's number one. He does not know what's going on. Harbour John, you got a problem, Harbour John. You got a problem. You got to read the whole thing. So when you go up there, Jill and them can't tell you that you're talking crap. The next thing is, do you know that there is in that budget right there that the opposition leader is reading, there is money for the opposition leader. His pay is $2 million a month. He's entitled to a gardener, 2 drivers, a research assistant, a clerk. All his bills is paid. Mohammed is driving around now with the same government vehicles, government-owned vehicles. He's entitled to a vehicle with security wherever he's at, whether it's his house or his office. Okay? And he's showing me the president, just like the first lady, just like the opposition, all of them have a certain amount of money. The first lady uses her money to beautify the parks. The president uses his money for different functions when he goes into different neighborhoods. Where do you think he's pulling his money out of? When he makes promises to people personally, it's coming out of that. That's a fund.
Okay.
It's so simple that Azadine could go back a year and still find it. He could go back 10 years and still find that there's a fund for the president to use at his discretion. I think some of the people, this is their first budget, and I'm glad. Okay? That they understand. I don't care about Harbour John. You showing me. Who you think Harbour John, when you go in there, is just to get your tax-free car and all your allowances. It's called work for the people. So I'm going to scratch off Harbor John because he ain't going to do nothing for me because he don't know what the hell is going on. And if you think Edgil and they ain't like Edgil, most of the big guns from the PPP ain't come out yet. Like I said, the opposition, oh, they got to come together. Oh, and this part, and who's going to, and the commissioner. You cannot want on one hand for the Constitution to say that the Speaker has no time, right?
Yeah.
So the opposition will get in power. And then you're using the same Constitution to tell me that the 370-something-year-olds, right, that's a GCOM, or they have to stay because the Constitution says that. The Constitution says a lot of things, and you can't just use it for your own benefit. Okay? That's me. I'm going to wait till tonight because I want to hear everything. And I went to see your AI stuff.
Yeah.
And I can show a point there. Okay, let's take 20 million off of housing. Let's slow it down.
Yeah.
When we slow it down, you get people, oh, I am house not yet, and then clear it and stuff. You see, $2.something billion out of the resources fund in the budget, it makes up like 30%. The other is loans and taxes from the Guyanese government. Okay? Yeah. What? Everybody, we rich people, we get all this. The resources are in the ground. Okay? It's not out of the ground. By 2030, we're going to be paying off some of Exxon stuff. It's more money. You got to use the money now for the infrastructure. Let's take the 20 billion. And like you said, oh, well, let's double and triple for old age pension. There's nothing coming back from that. When we put it in housing, what's coming back is businesses are going to grow. All these things is going to happen because that money is there. It's not in giving people free money and you're not getting nothing back. Okay? And listeners, my fellow listeners, please come. Because you're calling me names. It's not about names, it's correcting what I say. But you don't know what he's talking about. The guy come back with the same thing. Oh, when me in America at the end of the year, what is it that you don't want me to stay and go to the gas station and instead of paying this amount of money, you get a $500 reduction in gasoline. There's no room. You multiply by that by 12, and that's what here that the government gives you out of the same money that they're stealing. When you drive over the bridge and you don't pay, they're stealing that money too. The new bridge in Mackenzie, when it finishes free, they stole all that money. The bridge just appeared by itself. I said again, the government in at least a little economic class and a government class for all school kids in Guyana.
All right.
So that when we grow older and we come to this stuff, we don't know what's going on. I never said that everybody worked in government. My point is that what you put in, you pull out. So if you're working for a private enterprise, okay, they contribute to NIS or to make sure that you get your NIS statement every year from the company or from NIS. So come 20 years later, Mr. Dalton, you're missing 10 years. You got to take that responsibility because at the end of my 30 years, was promised to me and I'm supposed to receive. I am doing what is best for me and my family. That's the bottom line.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Greetings. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Hey, I hear this. This big man, eh, bro. I ain't like coming at people, but big man, you're talking to young people out here, bro. When you saying the stuff is in the ground, it's not in the ground, and they're taking it from the ground. That's what the people that talking all the gold coming out of that is coming from the ground. You don't sit in the ground and make money. It's got to come out where it's going when it come out. Big man, you're talking to youth, bro. Please make sense sometimes when you say certain things. So I'm sure I'm younger than you, but hey, we know mom is gonna get the money and a vehicle. It was said by critics during the election. I'm thinking it was even making fun that the amount of people here even getting the amount of money to pay them. We know that he work for the people, he's part of parliament and he's entitled to that. So don't put it there like, yo, you see, White House don't like, it's like, you hiding behind a shadow. You're trying, you don't know which part you're dealing with, but towards how you're sounding like you're leaning towards the PPP government. I'll be real, bro. The APNU and them, you know, all of them are come and speak very intelligent as young people. All of them is young people, and I applaud them when they talk and the debate today, bro. But don't tell people the stuff is in the ground. Come on, bro. The gold come, we gotta dig it out. That's what people are asking. When they take it out, where it's going, where is the money there? Just as the iron, the timber, the backside. Come on, bro. Don't talk to me like we dumb that the thing is in the ground. When we talk about the resource of Guyana, is the thing that come out from the ground, that Guyana, the land of Guyana produce. And they got people that digging it out, the Chinese, the Russian, and all of them, and the Guyanese people, they throw them one side, just like they take away the whole Eritrean street from the wholesale Guyanese Indian and put the Chinese there. Because the Chinese don't help them wash down the dirty money. Yo, we may be younger than you, bro, but hey, this is one of them with common sense and knowledge. And watch and preach and analyze good. So don't tell me about it, they're in the ground. It's got to just come out the ground. People digging in the gold, the diamond, the this, the that, and exporting it out of Guyana. And the government is benefiting a lot from it. Ideally.
Big up yourself, Al. Thanks for calling in and sharing those insights. Insightful commentary coming in from our frequent flyers highlighting certain details right here on Delta 9 Media. Let's get some more of these updates coming in from our MPs.
And in order, I got to read all of that. Now, we are only human. We are not the great magician David Copperfield to process all these numbers, or the late Shakuntala Devi from India, who could read and process it that quick. My only question at this time, Honorable Minister of Finance Ashley Singh would have started preparation of this budget maybe since 2025, early, maybe August, July time. I'm assuming that. But with fairness to the RDC councillors, either from APNU, from WIN, and even their own one, if they were part of the 10 region discussion on this budget or various agency, or this was just already in the making. However, we are here. This budget took approximately little over 7 hours or close to 7 hours to present yesterday. It was listening to this long speech in this budget. This was more like during the, I think at one point, I personally think Ashley was campaigning. Was a long budget. Is there any other country in the world takes so long to present a budget? Nevertheless, we have to be back there Monday, and we have to get going. We will do our best to represent the people of Guyana. Collectively, my team and the opposition, we are going to try to see what's important to put forward and what will benefit the people. Shockingly, listening to Ashley talk about the old age pension, right, a $5,000 increase on the old age pension, which put it to $46,000. Now you tell me, people old, some can hardly move. They have to get people to transport them to either collect the pension or go to get the medication, go to doctor checkup. That's not enough. I think they promised 60,000 during the campaign, when Wynne was saying 100,000. What we also have here is the public assistance. Most of these people handicapped or somewhere or the other, they only get $3,000 more. I think they were promised 40. Ashley went on to talk a lot about digitalizing stuff. And I'm a big fan of digitalizing things. When I was the board of director for GPUC for 5 years, I pushed hard for barcode, board certificate, and all.
Proposal floating around, a big one. It asks a simple but powerful question. What if you could find an extra 80 billion Guyanese dollars and give it directly to the people? Let's dive in and see how that could even be possible. Right. So this is the big what if that drives this whole idea. And, it's more than just a thought experiment. It's a real challenge to how things are usually done. So stick with me and we're going to walk through the exact steps, the strategic moves that could
$80 billion from the same budget. How would we go about it? Actual numbers, so that we could give 80 billion more. Really putting people first with the 2026 budget.
actually make this happen. Okay, first things first. Let's get our heads around the numbers we're dealing with. The total projected spending for 2026.
Good afternoon, my young brother, Delta 9.
Mr.
Forbid me not for me to have my saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Forbid me not for me to have my saying too, after those two young men. But let me say this, I see a program every Saturday on telephone. But the guy died over 80-something years. He involved in telling you what good vegetables to eat and things. He said, one thing I love, if you don't eat right. No, he said, when you eat right, when you eat good, you live long. I want to say, if black people in Guyana don't have the right food to eat, they will not enjoy any construction with them. There's no road, no school, no hospital.
Yeah.
Because you have to get strength to walk.
Yep.
To go to the road. And you have to get strength to go to the hospital. And if you don't have good food to eat, what do you use to build a road and to walk? No, move on. Don't cut me yet.
No.
This last brother that we're talking from, if I win, for 28 years, they've been doing the same thing to the coalition. Pack up there with enough. Not a break. And they never come and say, oh, that is too much. No. Because they was with PPP. Are you ever faced reality as man? I win. Are you ever faced reality? Are you time to get a step of the coalition? What's going through with PPP 38 years? Now he's talking about old age pension. If I be serious with old age pension, I would have never stopped the coalition for give the pensioner $100,000. So we talk but others encourage young black people to spike and vote. When you plant pine, you will receive pine, my brother. And it's pine what Guyanese, black Guyanese receiving today. Those who vote for PPP and those who vote to win. I am very sure as a man. Because I just stop pensioner. I just win. Stop pensioner from getting $100,000. What you quarrel about and talking about? God bless Abby Martin. God bless Mr. David Hines. If black people did not stand and vote, black people children would have drink milk today after David Hines and have the National Parliament and done with the budget. Black people children cannot get born on barefoot. What is born on barefoot, flat garden? Can I let you know? Born on barefoot was baked bread on Sunday morning with fish stew, with long tomatoes, onion and garlic and black pepper inside, and a little tip of butter for grease and lungs. With cold milk tea, cocoa tea, Milo tea. Our young children punishing, and Win stop, and Win continue to allow black people children for punishing for what he did. Because there's no way that they would allow him to bring to no way. And black men use their brains. Me tell you, Jabdo never ruled Guyana as a politician. He ruled Guyana as politics. And the same thing Mohammed could do to black people, politics. Thank you very much for coming to this program.
Thanks for calling in and sharing those insights with us. That's one of our frequent flyers, Mr. Flash Garden, calling in and giving us his views about what's going on right now. What are your views, Team Delta? Call it in. Drop it into the comment section. Right now on your screen, what are we analyzing? Relocating funds in the budget so that persons would have access to 80 billion. 8 ways that they can relocate funds in the budget so that persons would have access to 80 billion. And how we did this analysis is by using the AI app Notebook. The barcode is at the top of the screen. And guess what? If you can't scan the barcode, this is the link right here that is in the comment section. So you can copy the link that is in the comment section, or you can definitely scan the barcode that is at the top of the screen. Now we're getting into these very interesting details. Let me analyze and see what's going on right now.
Wait for it, 1.519 trillion Guyanese dollars. That is a colossal amount of money. And it's super important to keep that number in mind because that's the whole pie we're talking about slicing up. And here's our magic number, 80 billion. Now, when you put that next to 1.5 trillion, it might seem like just a small slice of the pie, right? It's only about 5%. But don't let that fool you, as we're about to see what you could do with that 80 billion. Well, it could be an absolute game changer. So the big question is, where does this 80 billion come from? It's not just pulled out of thin air. There's a detailed blueprint, an 8-point plan, really. We've boiled it down to 3 main ideas: reallocating funds from infrastructure, overhead, and just, well, being more efficient. All right, let's jump into the first part, cutting some of the big ticket infrastructure spending. This is where we find a huge chunk of the money, $40 billion to be exact, by adjusting the pace of some major projects. First up, we've got major road projects. The proposal here is to save $15 billion. How? By basically rationalizing the work. Think of it like this: finding smarter, more cost-effective ways to build, or maybe just stretching out the timeline a little. The key takeaway is that we're talking about building smarter, not stopping the building altogether. And look, this isn't just a number plucked from nowhere. Here's the proof, right from the budget documents. The government has already set aside $23 billion for road rehab. So the thinking goes, if you save $15 billion, you've still got a very healthy $8 billion left over for all the essential work. Makes sense, right? Okay, now for the biggest single piece of the puzzle, saving $25 billion from housing development. And again, the keyword here is pacing. We're not talking about canceling housing projects. It's about slightly slowing down things like land prep for new developments. That alone could free up a massive amount of cash. And just look at the scale of this. The total capital budget for housing development is a staggering $157.5 billion. So when you look at it that way, finding $25 billion by just adjusting the timing, well, it suddenly seems a lot more doable, doesn't it? And all without derailing the main goal of getting people into homes. Okay, on to part 2. Let's talk about trimming government overhead. We're shifting gears from things like roads and buildings to the actual costs of running the government. The target here? Another $25 billion. So there's this budget line item called Other Charges. Sounds kind of vague, right? Well, it's basically all the day-to-day operating costs for every ministry. We're talking travel, office supplies, that sort of thing. And the total is, get this, $415.4 billion. The idea here is simple. A small 5% efficiency cut across the board, just trimming a little fat. And that alone gets you $20 billion. Pretty amazing. Next, there's a proposal to streamline the brand new Ministry of Public Utilities and Aviation. It has a budget of $140 billion. The thinking is, since it's new, why not build it to be super efficient from day one? By cutting down on red tape and extra layers of management, you could save another $5 billion. All right, we're on the home stretch. Part 3 is all about finding the last $15 billion through a bunch of smaller, smarter efficiency gains across the board. So here's the quick rundown. We're talking about tightening up utility subsidies, pushing back some non-essential defense spending, shifting some education money around, and getting better at collecting taxes. Let's dig into a couple of these. Okay, so right now there's a $33.3 billion subsidy for electricity. The proposal isn't to raise your light bill. No, it's to tell the state providers, hey, you need to be more efficient. By hitting stricter targets, the government could save $10 billion on that subsidy, and you, the consumer, wouldn't feel a thing. Then there's the defense budget. It's about $15.2 billion. The idea is to defer, not cancel, just postpone, $5 billion worth of spending. And it's really important to be clear, this isn't about compromising security. It's about things like non-essential building renovations that could probably wait a year or two. And just like that, we found our $80 billion. So, now what? This is the best part. This is the payoff. What could you actually do with all that money? Let's see how these numbers could translate into real, tangible benefits for the people of Guyana. So just to recap, here's how it all breaks down. We've got $40 billion from those big infrastructure projects, $25 billion from trimming government overhead, and the last $15 billion from all those little efficiency tweaks. It's a plan that pulls from a few different places. And here's where it gets really powerful. The proposal is to take that entire $80 billion fund and put it straight into things like old age pensions and social assistance. Now get this. The current budget for those programs is $72.4 billion. This new fund is bigger than the entire existing budget. You could literally more than double the support going to the most vulnerable people in the country. That's huge. And you know, it's not just about social support. There's a solid economic reason for doing this. When you put money directly into people's pockets, what happens? They spend it. They spend it at local shops, on local services. That boosts the whole economy from the ground up, creating jobs and helping small businesses thrive. So we end up right back where we started, with a big question. Because at the end of the day, this isn't just a spreadsheet exercise. A national budget, well, it's a statement about what we value as a country. It's about our priorities. This plan we've just walked through, that's one vision of what those priorities could be. The real question, the one for all of us to think about is, what should they be?
So they are back from break, and we will now get back in to the House with the honorable members of Parliament. We're queuing that up for you presently. I'm upstairs in the studio. So different mic, different screens, different lighting. But guess what? Presentation continues.
They are, in fact, the very ideals that this should guide our work in this House. However, Mr. Speaker, these lofty pronouncements ring hollow. They are rendered meaningless and insincere by the minister's own actions mere moments before he delivered them, sir. Mr. Speaker, just prior to taking this moral high ground, the same honorable minister stood at that podium over there and descended into the gutter, sir. He abandoned all respect for the House and pretense of civility or humane treatment to launch a vile, personal, malicious attack against a member of this opposition. It was not a critique of policy as the budget should be. It was not a vigorous debate on issues. It was a calculated assault designed not to inform, but to demean not to challenge ideas, but to damage character. And sir, Mr. Speaker, what is worrying is the Deputy Speaker sat there and watched silently. And when I looked at him, he was grinning all through the performance. This, Mr. Speaker, is the very definition of abuse. It is the converse of ethical behavior, Dr. Singh, you lectured us about. It demonstrates a stunning lack of respect. He claims we must encourage. How can one speak of love, Dr. Singh, and respect for each other while simultaneously spewing venom at a colleague? Yes, we are all colleagues in this House. What is that, Mr. Speaker? The minister's actions reveal a simple, ugly truth. His speech was not a genuine call for national virtue. It was a performance, a shield of pleasant words, hastily erected to cover the ugliness of his own conduct. He seeks to prescribe for the nation a medicine he himself is not willing to take. This contrast fatal to his message. This contrast is fatal to his own message. You cannot build a one Guyana on a foundation of personal bitterness in the People's Assembly. You cannot cultivate harmonious living while sowing discord and disrespect in the highest form of our land. You cannot credibly claim to dislike harassment while being the most prominent expert on harassment in these chambers. If you ask me, the Minister of Finance is guilty of wanton abuse in this National Assembly. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I reject his sermon not for its content, but for its ugly two-facedness. If the minister is sincere, he truly believes the eloquent words he read last week, then I believe he should offer an apology to the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, he demonstrates the civility in our daily interactions applies even and especially to those whom he disagrees.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, Mr. Schuman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Point of order 38.6, and I think it is a matter that my colleague, Minister Manik Chan, brought up earlier, that the standing orders are clear. One should not proceed to read a speech. It is a debate, Mr. Speaker. And I thought I'd raise that for you. Thank you.
Honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh, I don't recognize the particular point of order. I'll give you back your minute.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, Schuman seeks relevance. He's not relevant in the communities from where he comes from. Mr. Speaker, let me share. Mr. Speaker, let me share a closer look at the budget itself against the glossy promises made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me share a closer look at the budget itself against the glossy promises made. As a public servant who served both governments, sir, in senior management levels, I am obliged to evaluate the measures as against the Sustainable Development Goals, benchmarks to which our nation has pledged itself. The SDGs are a concrete roadmap for eradicating poverty, protecting our people, and building a just society. They are the very report card for government's commitment to its citizens. And since the budget theme is putting people first, which in my opinion is a farce, we should endeavor to examine the measures that will better the lives of the people. According to the IDB report in 2025, approximately 58% of Guyana's estimated population lives in poverty. That is almost 452,000 persons. Now what emerges? After a cursory look at the estimates with billions per ministry, particularly the dire state of social services sector, a devastating picture emerges. It is a picture of profound neglect, a glittering financial allocation that floats over a sinking foundation of human needs. This budget demonstrates inequality, which really is a demonstration of two Guyanas and not one Guyana. It provides tax breaks for vehicle owners. Yeah, the four-door pickup thing is popular. Don't get me wrong, sir. I believe everybody should drive a Volvo and a Prado, etc., like the ministers at some point. We should have people driving Lamborghini like the boss himself. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the tax breaks are also for the manufacturers and agro-processors who are considered the haves. In the same way, this budget also provides minimum to the have-nots, like the measures of 1,500cc vehicle. And we support that, sir. We are grateful. But it does nothing. It does nothing to bridge the gap between the haves and the have-nots. It does not attack the root causes, the geographic apartheid that denies hinterland residents basic service, and the economic apartheid that locks the poor out of asset ownership, except if you're selling chocolate in the primary school and you can create generational wealth, and the social apartheid that leaves the elderly and disabled in destitution. Mr. Speaker, 78-year-old David Trahane, also known as Perkins, from the Palms Geriatric Home, didn't have to fall through the floors and subsequently died because of the neglect of the facilities. Mr. Speaker, the same minister at the same ministry for 5 years, and simple things like fixing the flooring of the facility could not get done. Poor pensioner died.
Honorable, I'm hearing shouts of shame, one of the words which is unparliamentary.
My apologies, sir. A poor pensioner had to die, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we are going to hold these ministers accountable, when are we going to hold them accountable for the death of our people because of their negligence in this case? Mr. Speaker, I speak of negligence broadly, but I want to say that this is more than negligence. This is incompetence. A human died, a pensioner died as a result of the flooring not being fixed. Mr. Speaker, I speak of Mr. Perkins, who died in 2025 of the budget measures for the pensioners. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Perkins was a pensioner. He died as a result of neglect, and he felt his death. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention the increase that is being touted for pensioners. Mr. Speaker, the increase is $5,000. If we divide that by 30 or even 31, Mr. Speaker, so that we can see what a pensioner's increase per day is. Mr. Speaker, that is equivalent to approximately $160 per day per pensioner. And that is how they say this budget is for the people. $160, Mr. Speaker, what you think $160 can buy? It can buy a pack of tennis roll because that is $400. It can buy a small bottle of drinks because that is $260. When I look around the supermarket, Mr. Speaker, one pack of Dixie for $160. This is what the pensioner is getting on the increase in this $1 trillion budget. Mr. Speaker, in this oil-producing nation, we need to do better. I looked around and I thought about what the Minister Edgell is talking about. This is the budget for the people. $160 a day per pensioner. That is the travesty that we're dealing with. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that creates special development zones while ignoring the disaster zones in our depressed communities. And that is a recipe to further divide our society, sir, which I dare say is dangerous for Guyana. I am pleading with the ministers to visit Parika Fasad, one of the communities right here in Georgetown, behind the Chinese embassy. Visit Port Kaituma waterfront. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Mabaruma and you see late in the evenings, the little children by the shop side, nowhere to go, nothing to eat or sleep in large numbers, it breaks your heart. Mr. Speaker, doesn't the Amerindians deserve the facilities just like the coastlanders? Where are the care facilities, the night and day care facilities for the Amerindian people? Mr. Speaker, our children deserve better. My colleagues will address in greater details the issue of poor governance, inept leadership, and the lack of accountability and transparency. But I'd like to focus through that same lens the performance of the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security and its ability to put people first, then to propose a few recommendations. Mr. Perkins was not one of the persons that they choose to put first. He died as a result of their negligence. Mr. Speaker, firstly, it was amazing the complaints we received. I received. The senior qualified staff with the institutional memory have left when people who hold master's degrees and employed at the band 12 and 13 of the public service leave. It is not the money, sir. Most times, it is them safeguarding their mental health. This minister, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to make it personal, because in 2024, after my budget speech, she accosted me outside on the halls because she thought I was being personal. This minister changed 4 permanent secretaries. That's a fact. Oh man, isn't that bad? Why? The social services program is a mess, Mr. Speaker, and nobody will tell the minister that. I don't know how she's going to know. I have to do that. Speaker, the lower levels of staff who said to me that staff are leaving because of the incompetence and the nepotism from the leadership of the ministry. Sir, let me remind this House that the staff in 2022 wrote demanding that the minister resigns. Mr. Speaker, let me say to you, the initial review of this sector points to the following: a high turnover of staff at the ministry. Most of the technical staff are leaving at alarming rates. Billions of dollars passing through social services program. I was told that the director gone, the deputy director gone, persons who are responsible for disability gone. Social services are a mess, sir. Mr. Speaker, I was told that the Office of the President has a parallel public service, but the Ministry of Human Services also has a parallel public service. Let me tell you, sir, if you check volume 1 of the budget books, it will tell you the stories. Numbers don't lie. The Minister's Secretariat has, as we speak, 148 staff, 106 on contract. Social Services Program has 487
Honorable member,
staff.
you said the minister's secretariat has 106 staff?
That's what the book says, sir. I'm going by program, sir. Mr. Speaker, Social Services has 487 staff, 282 are on contract. Child Care and Protection, 183 staff, 107 are on contract, sir. The ministry alone has 495 contracted employees. I am sure the Minister of Public Service don't know this. Mr. Speaker, this situation, it's in the book, sir. The situation contributes to systemic failures of the ministry. And that's the point I want to make, sir. The systemic failures of the ministry. Children are abused, women are murdered, and our girls are being raped. Our pensioners cannot sustain their livelihood. Single parents are denied public assistance. Mr. Speaker, it is too much. Systemic failure of the PVP. The budget is not for the 58% of people in poverty, sir. Mr. Speaker, you can understand why, despite all the efforts, our women are being murdered with terrifying frequency, even though we have a Family Violence Act. Where are the community programs to address gender-based activities? I received complaints, sir, from Barometer, Madhya, Latem, Rossignol, and Linden. How are we putting people first? We have shelters, but so many of our indigent people are still sleeping on the road corners. We visited right in central Georgetown here, Mr. Speaker, at Border Market, and we saw women in little corners as if it is their home in the Border Market. Women with children. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, I have the Honorable Minister of Governance on her feet.
I would like under 40A that the honorable member correct herself. On the 300 Minister of Human Services, Policy Development and Administration, there are 106 contracted workers. They're under the program of Policy Development Administration and not the Minister's Secretariat. The honorable member is incorrectly reading the budget. The quote she gave on 487 staff is relating to Social Services Program 2 of the Ministry of Human Services. I'd ask the minister to please retract her statement and not misinform this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Minister Teixeira, I personally asked that question because I wish when I was minister, I had half of that in my secretariat. Honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis, you're an experienced member.
Thank you, sir.
And
I wish to acknowledge that the staff that I quoted is under policy administration. But I'd like to ask the question.
Under the Minister's Secretariat.
Who manages policy and administration?
Okay. Honorable member, again.
I retract, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The number I quoted is under policy and administration, sir. Of the said ministry. And we should move on, Mr. Speaker. The minister must visit Border Market. Mr. Speaker, she should pay attention to the women and children sleeping on the corner of Border Market. And as we are on shelters, Mr. Speaker, I received a long complaint from the Hugo Chavez Center in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, they begged the minister to procure a minibus in the 2026 budget so that the staff who are going in at the midnight shift at 11 to 7 can have transportation. Mr. Speaker, I believe that's a reasonable request of staff. Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the Capitol, there is no bus for Hugo Chavez, which means they continue to go to work at 11 in the night because they need the money in an unsafe condition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the staff that serve the people of Guyana in that ministry deserves comfort. It is one of the things that we have to do for our staff. Mr. Speaker, I would like the public to understand, and I don't feel happy standing here and sharing this information with you because I want to make the minister look bad. That's not my intention. But I'm here to bring the facts so the people of Guyana can understand what is happening. Mr. Speaker, there is an example how the Minister of Human Services, of how she deals with matters. Mr. Speaker, here's an example. I wrote a letter to the Honorable Vindhya Prasad on the 2nd of September, sir. I have the letter here to show you. The 2nd of September, 2024, Mr. Speaker. 2024, I never received an acknowledgement or a response to this letter. Mr. Speaker, that letter was asking the Honorable Minister to ensure that an indigenous woman named Leona James from Port Kaituma receives the disability grant. Because she applied for it, she's on public assistance, she's in a wheelchair, she qualified, she applied, and she didn't get. I spoke to the people in Region 1. After months, she still complained she didn't get it. I wrote the minister and got no response. Mr. Speaker, December of last year, Leona James died without receiving that public assistance. She died without receiving the grant, Mr. Speaker. Those things hurt me. These are people who are deserving of government assistance. You don't come here and tell me that you put people first. That is just wrong, Mr. Speaker. I cannot take that. Mr. Speaker, there are many things that are wrong in this country, but nobody speaks about it. The young woman who allegedly jumped from the window at Georgetown Public Hospital, had she been given any kind of support, God knows that could have been avoided, sir. Yes. Mr. Speaker, child care and protection. That's a really sad situation there. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance speaks of inclusive, diversified growth, but the SDG demand inclusive, diversified development. I am sure he knows that growth is a number on a spreadsheet and development is measured when a child is safe. Adriana Young was not safe in her community, sir. We lost her. Mr. Speaker, development of a country is where children are safe, where children are educated, and they're healthy. Mr. Speaker, this budget, like others, is a big number, but lacks value for taxpayers' dollars. Last year, the state-of-the-art 24-hour child care center, valued at $93.8 million invested, hails as a beacon of support for families, a crucial step in early childhood development, and a relief for parents striving to build a better life. Mr. Speaker, that center was commissioned in August of 2025 when the PPP was looking for votes. Mr. Speaker, in January of 2026, the center is still not operational. And then, lo and behold, I heard Dr. Ashley Singh spoke of the center at Providence. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader and I went and we visited the one at Providence. In the budget book, it says 2025, that project is supposed to be completed. Sir, it is not completed after 4 contractors It is still not completed, and they're coming back in 2026 to ask for more money to complete the center. What is that, Mr. Speaker? Madness. That is putting people first. That is the PPP putting people first. Mr. Speaker, who is accountable for this growth, mismanagement, and waste? Mr. Speaker, an immediate and thorough investigation by the relevant Parliamentary Oversight Committee into the procurement, commissioning, and subsequent abandonment of this center should be done. The Minister of Human Services and Social Security should make a full ministerial statement to the National Assembly detailing the reasons for the closure, or not opening it at all. The people of Anna Katrina and Region 3 deserves better. We know that shortly they are going to double up their efforts to get the center at Providence completed. Mr. Speaker, we can't be approving large sums of monies for buildings and our children are punishing. In 2024, hear me, Mr. Speaker, hear me good. In 2024, 3,953 cases of child abuse was reported. I didn't say that. I didn't hear that. I read it in the budget book, sir. In 2025, 4,032 cases of child abuse reported. A total of 7,985 cases of child abuse in 24 months, Mr. Speaker. Something is rotting in the Child Protection Agency, and this House should investigate this matter. Yes, more importantly, Mr. Speaker, tell us what are the measures. I know the minister is coming to speak after me. I want her to tell us what are the measures that will be implemented in 2026 with that huge sum of money to eradicate child abuse. How many of those cases are flagged as child sexual abuse? This is not putting people first, Mr. Speaker. You know how many families are dysfunctional when we have children who are abused coming from those families. What are we doing, Mr. Speaker? Is this the gloomy, glittery budget that the Minister of Finance is talking about? Did he ask why we got 7,000 children, almost 8,000, 7,985 children abused in less than 24 months? Did any of you ask what are the measures to eradicate child abuse in this country? I'm calling the numbers out so you hear them. It is alarming. This should be an apolitical issue. It is too high, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I highlighted a case of a mother and 3 children in Bushlat, West Coast, Barbies. And pronto, the the Ministry of Human Services sent a team, and you see one of the news agencies put it out and so on. Mr. Speaker, how is it? Right at Bushlat, the nest of the PPP, they don't know that they got a house with 35 adults, one house, a flat building, 35 adults, 15 children, hungry every single day. How did they know that before? Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, for you to conclude, you'll need 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that MP Natasha be given 5 minutes to complete her presentation.
Honorable member, you may continue and conclude in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's as short as 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, as I wrap up, it would be remiss of me to highlight all those issues and not give some recommendations. First of all, an audit be done at the Child Protection Agency in relation to the measures that aren't in place to protect our children. That the Assembly, by agreement, actions the Women and Gender Equality report through the Social Services Committee, especially to give life to the recommendations, particularly that the government to consider policy to address paternity leave to allow men to support women after childbirth. Mr. Speaker, you know I've been here 5 years before, and we've received reports from that commission. And what happens? We receive the board. I don't know how many people read it, but it's very interesting to see the work of that commission. And nothing happens to it. The members receive it and they go home and read it, and that's all. Because the Minister of Human Service has been the chair of that committee. It has never come up until the other chair decided to accommodate, and then we know what is happening. And I find that the recommendations are important for us. Sir, I wish to make a call for the menstrual hygiene program be enhanced by social services and local government so that our young girls can have access, especially in the hinterland area. Mr. Speaker, I wish to request that a dedicated mental health program, I wish to request with all of my strength, Mr. Speaker, that a dedicated mental health program be sponsored in the form of support and be implemented in the workplace, especially in the public service, whereby the services of a therapist be paid for by government. Yes. Just like when we go to the doctor and we can apply to NIS and be refunded some amount of money, that same system should work for psychosocial therapy. That is how, Mr. Speaker, that is how you put people first. The minister should allow for transparency in the appointment of the members of Board of Guardians in each region. Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that the public assistance program is a mess. The minister should not and would not come to admit that, but I can tell you the number of complaints. And because I was a public servant in the public sector, I can tell you where it's going wrong. I would really like for that to happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we deserve a better Guyana, one where investments are made in people equitably. Guyana must be built with justice and equity and with institutions that work. This budget does not provide any of these. And so I beg I would not be able to support same. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Big up to all the travelers in the live right now. If you can hear me and hear me clearly, drop a 9. Drop a 9 into the comment section, Team Delta. All the moderators, all the travelers live with us right now. Almost 1,000 persons traveling live. Drop a 9 in the comment section if you can hear me and hear me clearly.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this August Assembly, good evening. We are here this evening to debate a budget, a $1.5 trillion budget that is a living, people-centered blueprint. And I want to, at the outset, commend, congratulate, and thank my colleague, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, his very competent team at the Ministry of Finance, and all of the competent teams of public servants in every sector who would have contributed to the fabric of this budget that clearly emphasizes what we as the PPPC always would have done every year, and that is put people first. Mr. Speaker, maybe by now I should become accustomed to the personal, fallacious, and absolutely vitriolic attacks. But you're right. Let me simplify. I'll leave it to you all. But I should be accustomed to it. This is an August House where we discuss the business of the people, the future of our country, and the future of every person in our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to correct a number of statements that were made. They were not even disingenuous. They were outright fallacious. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I certainly do not have 100 plus, 160 something staff members in my secretariat. My secretariat is much smaller than a part of the upper end of this. I have 4 staff in my secretariat. Mr. Speaker, I also want to correct something, because when we come to this house, we are expected to be truthful. When we come to this house, we have in front of our name, honorable. We are expected to discharge our duties honorably. Mr. Speaker, I will say to you that I will provide to you as the Speaker a report on the demise of that resident at the Palms institution. It was unfortunate, but that resident passed away from cancer. Mr. Speaker, I am going to provide that report to you because people should not come here, misinform the public, and then leave this assembly. What are we really doing here? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this budget, I will champion it. You know why? Because it relates to the needs and it relates to the people of our country from Region 1 to Region 10. And Mr. Speaker, I will deal with facts because facts are stubborn, cold, and hard. I don't need to engage in political gymnastics and distortions. Mr. Speaker, I will say to you that when we look at the ministry holistically, it has always responded to the needs of the Guyanese.
There is some bias in some of the institutions. There is some bias in some of the organizations whereby you see a proliferation of other ethnicities. So you, for example, look, and I know you have an issue with the banking institutions, but for Afro-Guyanese to set up businesses and for them to get available funding, there are greater hurdles that they face.
The increase in the numbers of beneficiaries since this People's Progressive Party Civic took office. Look back at your record, it was dismal. We have seen that we have grown the number of pensioners to over 90,000 pensioners. We have seen an increase in the first 5 years. We've honored our commitments. We've doubled the pension. We are now saying in these 5 years, we are going to move the pension to $60,000, which puts us at $46,000 per month, a $20,000 transportation grant, and also electricity grant to the equivalent of $30,000 per annum, and a water subsidy as well. And also pensioners can benefit from spectacle vouchers, healthcare vouchers, spectacle testing or eye testing vouchers. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has a comprehensive program on home-based care that is directly related to the welfare and well-being of our senior citizens. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health will look at protecting the life of our senior citizens. When you look at social services, it includes health, education, and social services as the ministry. When you can read the budget book, then come back and talk to me. Mr. Speaker, I want to say very, very clearly that the Ministry of Health for the first time is providing vaccines, influenza vaccines, pneumonia vaccines. These are life-saving vaccines that will impact on the life of our seniors. There is an intensive geriatric program that is provided by the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the senior citizens accommodation, through the Ministry of Human Services, we will be constructing a new senior citizens home in Enmore. And we will also be moving in a very creative way to involve and include the persons who we have been training through our very innovative WIN program. Before you get mixed up, let me tell you what it is. Women's Innovation Investment Network that was started in 2021. Mr. Speaker, this program has effortlessly empower 21,000 women from Region 1 to Region 10. And these women who have been trained through this program have received this at no cost. So I want the members in this House, when they say we will not support this budget, we don't agree with this budget, go and tell the women in Barakara who have a new sewing hub and who have been empowered through this program. Go and tell the women in Sophia who are churning out garments that I'm so proud of, because I go into Sophia and I talk with them. When you want to speak of realities, I can tell you of them too. Mr. Speaker, go and tell the women in Cane Grove that this budget has nothing. They have benefited through this program in garment construction. Mr. Speaker, we continue to advance and champion the rights of women. And I am not only going to speak of the Women's Innovation Investment Network, because we have taken the entire training budget that was given to Human Services prior to us. It was only $10.9 million. Today it stands as $330 million. Mr. Speaker, directly through the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute, $170 million would have been allocated to training women, empowering them. And how? Because we are providing training that is diverse, that looks at the needs of our country. Mr. Speaker, when people come here and they dishonor this House, and they try to misinform the public, you talk about accountability, you need to hold yourself accountable first. I've always believed in truth, and I'm going to stand here and to say that truth as many times as I have to. Mr. Speaker, we are advancing women and we are advancing their ability to become financially independent through programs like the Culinary Arts Program, which is in this new budget, the expansion of the Garment Construction Program, which is in this budget. We're also advancing women in non-traditional areas. What am I talking about? It's a passion of mine, a personal passion of mine, and I belong to the People's Progressive Party, Civic. I belong to that party because we have always believed in promoting women, empowering women. I'm going to tell you who would have rated us. Just give me 2 minutes to tell you what I'm going to tell you now. You know, we have been championing women, and we have not only stuck to the traditional areas. Guyana has been enjoying a massive boom in construction. And I've always felt, why shouldn't the women be part of this journey of construction? And so last year, 129 women were trained through the UK City and Guilds program in carpentry, welding, masonry, electrical installation, and plumbing. This year, we're going to train even more of them. You know how proud I feel when they put a business card in my hand and they say, we are starting our own enterprise. And Mr. Speaker, look, 60% of the house ownership will fall and has fallen already to the women across Guyana. If we look at the University of Guyana, more women are leaving the University of Guyana with degrees. If we look at the Gold Program, more women are leaving the Gold Program with degrees. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes you need to have an outside perspective of how your country is doing. And I'll tell you that outside perspective. The World Economic Forum, how did they rate Guyana on the Global Gender Gap Index? Let me tell you, we've moved up 4 places more in just 1 year. We are now 31 of 149 countries in the world. We are ranked 8th in the Caribbean for our leadership on gender issues. And we continue to do it. Whether we speak about healthcare, we speak about progressive gender policies, whether we speak about home ownership or education, we are narrowing that gender gap. We are narrowing that divide, and we must continue to do it. There are some things that we should not politicize, and I don't believe in politicizing the future of our women. Women are an important part of our country. Almost 50% of us. I know the men have edged us out in the last census report by a little bit, but we are almost 50% in the country. We are a significant part of the economy. And when we train women through the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, we are putting them into the formal economy. We are putting them into the labor force. And Mr. Speaker, How are we putting them into the labor force? What is this budget saying? Mr. Speaker, His Excellency redefined under his leadership, he redefined the concept of care and looked at how we could translate unpaid care into paid care. He looked at how we can have a very expansive care economy. Now that's very close to my heart. Why? Because we are dismantling a barrier that would have affected women for generations, where they didn't have childcare, and now they could not only receive childcare in communities, they can be part of that childcare journey. And how is this happening? Because several ways. There's going to be the removal of corporate tax for all companies, childcare services to their employees. It is groundbreaking. Mr. Speaker, I've already had those discussions with the private sector, and already one company has started this initiative. Mr. Speaker, we're speaking about co-investing in care, where in the communities, women who we have trained, about 7,000 women in child and elder care, they can be the givers or the providers of care in their community. We have a home-based care policy coming out of the same Child Protection Agency. And by the way, there are about 8 policies that the Child Protection Agency did. So when you want to speak about the Ministry of Human Services, get your facts right. Mr. Speaker, I will also say that when we have the co-invest ability, it means we're empowering women to take the future in their hands and give them an opportunity to work in the care economy that not only allows employment, entrepreneurship. A co-investment would equal, if you look at the model that is advanced through the Guyana Development Bank, which has received an injection of $100 million US, co-investment would equal $3 million, no interest, no collateral, and that woman who wants to get into the care economy, that woman can benefit from that. If she wants to grow from smaller micro enterprise, she can move up to $7 million investment with preferential interest rates. Mr. Speaker, that's putting people first. You know, we just put people first. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the mom who's just gotten a newborn baby. She knows that she has the strength of the state that supports the first breath of her child with $100,000. And she knows that 13,000 babies would have benefited already. Mr. Speaker, let's continue to talk about that mom. It could be a mom from Buxton. It could be a mom from Annandale. It could be a mom from Berbice. It could be a dad too. And we've put their children first. Mr. Speaker, remember, you know, I don't have to look back very far. Just look to that side and know you removed the Because We Care cash grant. In this budget, we've increased it to $85,000, inclusive of school uniforms, inclusive of transportation money. And we are saying to parents, look, we're removing the burden from your pockets. So if a mother has 5 children, multiply that by $85,000. Mr. Speaker, maybe that mom has a child who has a disability. And, you know, people can say they send me all kinds of things, and my staff will say that this minister leaves the office perhaps the last in the evening and clears her desk. So be careful what you say. And you will also know that was right after election. So be careful what you said. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that child who has a disability, how does that child benefit? Well, they can have a permanent disability book, and that disability money would have gone to $25,000. We're looking at helping 30,000 persons with permanent disabilities in this year's budget. You don't like this budget, but what do you want to remove from it? Tell the person with permanent disabilities, tell the pensioner, what are you going to cut? Mr. Speaker, if we look, you know, let me just digress a little bit. There was talk about the Early Childhood Development Center. Now, if we love our country, we would always celebrate the things that make our country unique and distinctive. For the first time in the Caribbean, this part of the world, you have model of early childhood development, day and night care facilities. First time. You might have had daycare, night care, or early childhood centers, all separate. This model brings it together, and we opened the first day-night care early childhood center in Anna Catherina Region 3. And from then to now, no less a person than the head of the early development program. She's sitting right here. So, Mr. Speaker, bear with me if I mention her name. Ms. Conchita Gray and her team. Hardworking team. No less than her. Said to the nation, we are going to make this center fully operational in the first quarter of the month. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, that center is open and functioning. We have spent the last few months training, recruiting, and registering children. You know, old people always say, if you're going to visit somebody, go up the front bridge, open the front, go and knock on the front door, and you will know what's happening inside. Don't go in a corner and thief a little video. If you know, you know. Mr. Speaker, we should not do this. We're speaking about the future of our children. The Early Childhood Development Center in Providence has been built by BNTF. I'm not going to tell you what that stands for because you should know if you're referring to it. We are constructing a center in Mocha, and this year...
But Minister, you're speaking to me, I may not know.
Mr. Speaker, I think you do. Mr. Speaker, I really believe you do. But since you asked, Basic Needs Trust Fund, I do know. So, Mr. Speaker, we have $300 million that would have been advanced for more of these model centers in several regions. And these regions will benefit from the experience of the two that will be opened in the first half of this year to add to the one that has been opened in Region 3. Mr. Speaker, when we look at early childhood development, what have we done? According to Honorable Member, nothing. We have given Guyana its first integrated early childhood development policy, a program, guidelines, and we have trained effectively a number of women. We have trained 100 women, empowered them with a business grant to start their childcare facilities, and we have moved 10 women to centers of excellence. Mr. Speaker, that's just a little bit of what we have done in early childhood development. But then there was this talk about children who are abused. Now, that is a very serious issue. And we take it very seriously at all levels of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, if you look back at the statistics in the last 4 years, you would have seen a consistent reduction in the number of cases of child abuse from over 4,000 to just over 3,000. No, that's still too many cases of child abuse. So what are we doing? We have created a number of strategies under the overarching theme of every child safe. We have also designed a rapid response team that will be available after hours to react and respond to every report of child abuse. And we are piloting that program in regions 3 and 4 with the intention of expanding that program to the entire country. Mr. Speaker, child abuse is very serious, and we have looked at the cases, and we have not only looked at the cases, we are working with parents. We have a very robust parenting program. We've developed the program, the manual, the workbook, and parents will benefit in our early childhood development centers as well as in the communities from this parenting program. Mr. Speaker, why can I say this without even looking at a single paper? Because I've been involved in all of that every step of the way, from the moment I sat in the chair as Minister of Human Services and Social Security. Someone once told me, it's easy to be in the opposition because you can criticize, but if give you something to run, that's proof, right? See if you can do it. You might run it down. Yes, so Mr. Speaker, as I continue on the issue of child care, I want to move over now because I do have time constraints, but I wish you could give me an hour more to talk about the work the ministry is doing. We have, thank you, we have licensed for the first time non-state-owned care centers. We have also registered almost all of our care facilities across of the country, over 300 of them. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of social ills, when we speak of the ills that plague our world, our country, we know we are speaking of grave violations to people, such as abuse and violence against women, trafficking in persons. Trafficking in persons over the last 5 years would have benefited from a new piece of legislation, regulations, policies, and SOPs. And with all of that, and with the education, awareness, and the work that we have done, we have been able to maintain the Tier 1 ranking for Guyana for 9 consecutive years. Mr. Speaker, we've not just done this, we've gone out there and trained people and met with people in the community. You know, it's easy to talk, but we've been quietly doing the work. Mr. Speaker, when I think of the Ministry of Human Services, we are on the ground every day doing the quiet work that it takes to reach every senior citizen, to meet out to every mother and child, to go into the courtroom and to ensure that children's rights are protected. That's why since 2020 to now, we have child advocacy centers in every region. That is why we're continuing to give subventions to NGOs to the tune of $123 million, Child Link and Blossom Inc. That is why we support legal aid and help and shelter. That is why the Ministry of Human Services has a model that not the Caribbean nor Latin America has, and that is why IDB invites me to go and speak about it. The Hope and Justice Centers that I would have done in collaboration with the Ministry of Legal Affairs, where we provide all the services for survivors under one roof, including free legal counsel, counseling. We have temporary shelter. We also can go there, make a police report, get your medical done. Mr. Speaker, we have 2 of those on the coast and 1 in Region 1, which we will fully operationalize before the first half of this year. Mr. Speaker, that's progress, that's people, and that's why we can stand here with all the authority in the world and say we are putting people first, because that's what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, as I continue to speak about the budget and the initiatives that we are planning to do, I must not forget to really express my joy in the fact that we lift 6 Guyana's and the Caribbean's largest Women in Business Expo will be held right here where it started from the 6th to the 8th of March, where we moved from 75 women-owned businesses to now 400. That's not all, but 1,500 women-owned businesses are featured on our WIN app. Oh my God, don't let me mix you up again. Women's Innovation Investment Network. I want to make sure, as Mr. Speaker said, pellucid. I'm not going to say pellucidly clear. No, no, no. Pellucid, that means clear. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that that app will benefit from the addition of these lists, where we will list the women that we have trained in the various disciplines so that they can benefit from employment opportunities, including opportunities for employment in care and other areas. And, you know, as a minister, I've always believed in the use of technology, and we've never shied away from it, from using technology in a variety of ways. And this budget will move us more into the realm of technology. We started out with the iMatter app a few years ago, and just last year, the iMatter app, for the information of everyone, is an app that provides resources and a panic button that connects you to a 24-hour toll-free hotline 914. And that app has benefited from a chat feature. So if there is a survivor who needs help, who needs support, they can chat directly with those persons in the ministry, sexual offenses, domestic violence policy units, so that they can get help. We've also digitalized the beneficiaries register through the IDB's assistance, and we have transferred the data of all our beneficiaries with the intention in 2026 of decentralizing our services digitally so that we can provide more efficient service to senior citizens and persons living with disabilities, in addition to opening 2 new units, one that caters to senior citizens and the other that caters to persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I don't need to come here and attack anyone. I can stand up and speak on what we have accomplished and achieved after hard work and budget after budget being utilized to invest in the people of Guyana, all the people of Guyana. Let me ask you something, Mr. Speaker. Do you think the grandmother who receives her pension is a corporate giant? We are accused that the budget is only for particular wealthy people. Do you think the mother who benefits from $100,000, is she a fancy person who should not benefit? Mr. Speaker, what are we really saying? I don't know what vehicle she has, but I could say the young man or the young woman professional who wants to drive over the Barajaglio Demerara Harbor Bridge, they will love the fact that they can have a new vehicle with reduced taxation to drive over the Demerara Harbor Bridge. Because this budget speaks to all levels, all classes, all races, all religions, all the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, you know, we speak of disabilities, and I want to tell you of a few things.
I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I was waiting to hear that we were going to get an increase in salary. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I'm disappointed because we did not get an increase. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I have false hope that they're going to get it right a little later in the year. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course, I have to have a side job because our salary is never enough.
To you, and not only wheelchairs, walkers, white canes, Ministry of Health, hearing aids, and something so significant, prosthesis. You know what's the cost of prosthesis? Within $1 million to 600,000 Guyana dollars. That is provided free and will continue to be provided free in the 2026 budget. So, you know, it is looking at our most vulnerable, seeing their dreams, their hopes, their aspirations. They're seeing a path, not a wall. Mr. Speaker, through the Learning Lab and our program that trains persons living with disabilities, we've managed to train over 300 persons in all regions living with disabilities. We are expanding that program to include climate smart, sustainable agriculture, expanded garment construction, and a number of other programs. Mr. Speaker, as I continue to speak with you, I am pretty sure that I'm sharing things that maybe when that budget book was read and you saw, the member saw 160 plus people in my secretariat, she didn't bother to read all of this. Mr. Speaker, as I continue to share with you.
Yes, I would like you to continue to share with me. So let's give you an extension to continue that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask that the honorable member be given 5 years to conclude her very good speech? Thank you.
5 years? Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry, 5 days. Did I say?
5 days? Okay, I'll take it.
That was a slip of the tongue, sir. Five days, but you know, 5 years wouldn't be bad. But we have 5 years actually. We have 5
Minister
years in
Teixeira,
government.
I think the
So my
5-year
apology.
plea has to be to His Excellency.
Yes, we have a government has. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
And let me also join you in commending the presentation without even seems to be referring to the notes. Honorable Minister, you may continue to conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to recognize my wonderful Chief Whip for her intention of 5 years and 5 days. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say there are a few initiatives that I will want to conclude with as I wrap up. I don't really want to wrap up, but I'll tell you about them. So there is the Gender Empowerment and Equality Seal that will be provided through the public sector and private sector focusing on safer, more workplaces that allow for equal opportunities, and that is something that is very, very progressive, doesn't really exist in the Caribbean, and Guyana will be the first country to have such a seal. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there is another initiative that is very close to my heart, and this is the Golden Generation Hub and the Centenarian Club, where we bring together our senior citizens 2 or 3 times a week for social engagement, recreation, wellness. You ready for it? Sure, I'll invite you. So this has been happening, and this will be expanded to continue to do what we have been able to do through the budget, and not to let the men feel that they're left out. We have advanced the Bridging the Gap policy that focuses on men, and through that policy, we've been able to start a Brave Center in Region 3 and Brave Circles that allow us to focus on men, fatherhood, empowerment, masculinity, anger management, and a slew of other areas. And we've been achieving great success. This will be also expanded through the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the budget 2026 is the first budget of 5 years. And what the people of Guyana would have come to know about the People's Progressive Party civic government is that we don't just build buildings, we build people. We don't just create infrastructure that is meaningless. They are purposeful and thoughtful that improve the quality of lives of people. We don't just have a budget that one must look at in silos. We have a budget that is integrated and comprehensive in its outlook, which says that as cabinet, as ministers of government, we work together to achieve the mandate of the People's Progressive Party Civic. Mr. Speaker, when we look at our government, I would like to think that this budget is the Guyana that was and the Guyana that must be. That is what it speaks to. The Guyana that was and the Guyana that must be. And together with the support of you in the opposition, because I don't think you could sit there and tell me you want to remove anything from my budget, or the Ministry of Human Services budget, or the budget as a whole, because each one of us would have shared with you in this short afternoon all of the comprehensive, far-reaching initiatives that impact in a transformational way on the lives of everyone. I say finally, my friends on the opposite side, remove that peculiar political cataract that you may have. And when you look at the highways and bridges, see the grandmother who is at the center of what we do. When you look at the roads that intersect and connect and that will keep going and going until we link the length and breadth of Guyana, see the young man and the young woman and their future, because we see it and we contribute to it year after year. I say to all of us here, we're not just managing a litany of fiscal projections. We are nurturing a nation, and I'm privileged to be part of a government that has transformed Guyana to what we see and we continue to see. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Almost 1,000 flyers traveling with us right now. If you have not already, Team Delta, check and make sure that you are subscribed so that you can stay connected with Delta 9 Media and know every single time that we're live or upload videos. Big up to everybody that's in the live right now. Thanks for tuning in. Let's hear what the speaker is updating us with right now.
Gordon Barker to make his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this House, it is indeed a privilege and an honor for me to rise in this assembly, the highest deliberative body of our republic, where the collective will of the Guyanese people is represented, debated, and translated into policy. I acknowledge the solemn responsibility that rests on each member of this House, irrespective of side, to act in the best interest of our nation. I therefore approach this debate with humility, respect for this institution, and a deep sense of duty as I contribute to the consideration of the 2026 national budget. Mr. Speaker, I approach this budget debate with respect for the office you hold.
Mr. Speaker.
Respect
Mr.
for my
Speaker.
colleagues.
Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabu Hali.
They ain't giving Win a chance at all, boy. Yo.
That when a member is given the maiden
Heckling, man.
speech, that they should at least have some silence in the House. I'm asking if you can please protect the member as
Thank
he
you.
gives his maiden speech.
Honorable members, a maiden speech.
Easy with the heckling, man. Oh, wow. Kwame on top. Man said it nice in the place.
Mr. Speaker, I approach this debate with respect for the office you hold, respect for my colleagues on both sides of this House, and a deep sense of duty to the citizens I represent. It is a privilege to stand in this assembly and speak on behalf of communities, schools, teachers, parents, and children whose voices must be heard in this national budgetary process. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, as I seek clarity from the Minister of Human Services and Social Security on whether or not David Trahini, also known as Perkins, who was a 78-year-old pension at the Palms, fell through the floor in 2025. Mr. Speaker, we have pictures showing the evidence of injuries of Mr. Perkins.
Honorable Member, when Minister Dr. Vindhya Prasad made her contribution, she said she was going to provide the report on the death, and she did. It's going to be circulated shortly to every single member. So be careful how you present on the injury order, right?
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable. Honorable members, we are, honorable member, Mr. Maipal, you want me to stand? The Honorable Attorney General heard correctly. I allow it to pass. And honorable member, we will make the appropriate correction in your favor in the notes. We are empowered to do that.
Duly noted, Mr. Speaker. This debate, Mr. Speaker, is not merely about figures printed across 3 volumes of estimates. It is about priorities. It is about equity. And it is about whether the promises made in this House translate into meaningful change in the lived experiences of Guyanese people across our 10 regions. As the regional representative for Region 3 and the Shadow Minister of Education, I rise today not to oppose for the sake of opposition, but to scrutinize, interrogate, and strengthen this debate budget in the interest of national development and educational transformation. Mr. Speaker, I ask that I am allowed to deliver my maiden presentation uninterrupted by the government side of this House.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the 2026 estimates present a budget of unprecedented scale. According to Volume 1 of the estimates, total expenditure for 2026 stand at approximately 1.558 trillion. Mr. Speaker, this almost equal split between current and capital spending signals the government intent on large-scale infrastructural expansion. However, Mr. Speaker, a budget of this magnitude carries with it an equally significant burden of accountability. When nearly 1.6 trillion is placed before this assembly for approval, it is not unreasonable. Indeed, it is our constitutional duty to ask,
Mr. Speaker,
where is the money going?
Mr. Speaker,
Who benefits?
Honorable Member, Ms. Hall.
I'm standing on starting order 45C, where members who are not speaking shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Ms. Halley. Honorable members, please, let's observe the standing orders.
Where is the money going? Who benefits directly? Which regions are provided with clear, identifiable allocations, and which regions are left to interpret their share from national aggregates? Mr. Speaker, education remains one of the most powerful tools for social mobility, economic diversification, and national cohesion. The government has repeatedly asserted that education is the cornerstone of development, and the estimates for the year 2026 reflect this through allocations to the Ministry of Education to the sum of 183.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, it is noteworthy to mention the following. Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister with responsibilities for finance, 7 billion is allocated to the National School Feeding Program for approximately 115,100 children, which amounts to roughly $61,000 per child per year. Mr. Speaker, with the number of reported cases about the quality of the meals that are being provided. It is better to provide the parents of these children with an additional $61,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, no education system can rise above the quality, morale, and stability of its teachers. Yet, when we examine allocations related to Teaching Service Commission, and teacher management, we observe a glaring silence on several critical issues, Mr. Speaker. Backlogs in promotions, which hinder the pension and gratuity paid to teachers upon retirement. Mr. Speaker, let us look at the recent Teaching Service Commission, who only advertise vacancies after our party, the We Invest in Nation political party, addressed that in the media. The Teaching Service Commission was in effect for 3 years, and of those 3 years, only advertised senior promotion one time. Mr. Speaker, delays in confirmations, succession planning for retiring educators, incentives for teachers in high demand regions, risk allowances for teachers. Mr. Speaker, while the budget speaks eloquently about digital education platforms and broadcast technologies, it does not outline a clear program for the provision of laptops to teachers or learners. Access to online content is meaningless without access to individual devices, and the gap remains unaddressed in this budget. Mr. Speaker, turning to volume 3 of the estimates, which outlines the capital project profiles, we see an extensive list of educational related capital projects. Mr. Speaker, these investments are commendable in principle. Not one on this side of the House disputes the importance of improving educational infrastructure. However, Mr. Speaker, a troubling pattern emerges when one examines these projects closely. The absence of clear regional identification. Nowhere in volume 3 are we provided with a transparent region by region breakdown of which schools will be built, expanded, or rehabilitated in 2026. Regions are expected to infer benefits from national totals. Mr. Speaker, inference is not policy, Minister. Inference is not accountability. And inference does not build classrooms. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education 2026 budget should address the issues of overcrowded classrooms, Parfaite Harmony Primary School. The Ministry of Education should address unhygienic washroom areas and pit latrines, This is what they should address. This is what they should address. The Ministry of Education should address the lack of furniture in schools. The Ministry of Education should address the lack of teacher incentives.
Right. Yes. Yes. Correct. Right. We should be far better. Now make nice some teachers don't do it.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry should address animals such as snakes and cows in schools, bats and pigeon infestation in schools. This is what the Ministry of Education should address. This is what the Ministry of Education should address. This is what the Ministry of Education should address. Mr. Speaker, teachers should be paid for all qualifications they receive. Mr. Speaker, the education budget should consider curriculum revision given the development in our job markets. Where is that in the budget? Mr. Speaker, what about adequately equipping schools with the equipment and resources to undertake the TVET programs the ministry boasts about? Mr. Speaker, what about upgrading classrooms with air conditioning units to combat the effects of climate change?
Thumbs up the live, Team Delta. Thumbs up the live. Take a couple of seconds. Almost 1,000 travelers with us right now. Thumbs up the live so that everyone will be able to see this on their timeline. Thumbs up the live to support independent media, Delta 9 Media.
Is that we have reached a point where students have attacked teachers. Yet, Mr. Speaker, no measure has been considered in the 2026 budget to address this atrocity in our schools. Mr. Speaker, our teachers are already struggling to make ends meet with the unlivable salaries they receive and no risk allowances. Now they have to endure physical attacks by learners. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education visited Zeeburg Secondary School and she spoke to the Assembly about her ministry not tolerating acts of bullying. But only days after her visit, a video surfaced of a gang of students of that same school beating the life out of an individual. Mr. Speaker, this goes to show that if strict measures are not implemented, this heinous act will continue to spread like a wildfire consuming our schools. Mr. Speaker, another potential atrocity is the operation of the Guyana Online Academy of Learning that brings the institution into disrepute. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Online Academy of Learning, the Gold Program, was sold to this nation as a transformational investment in education. Instead, it has become a symbol of poor planning, weak oversight, and unacceptable uncertainty for thousands of Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, there is no clear reporting to this House on the completion rates, accreditation standards, or employment outcomes. Students have been left in limbo. Institutions have changed without explanation, and this House has not received no comprehensive impact assessment, despite the billions being allocated to this program. The Guyanese people need answers. Mr. Speaker, for the records, allow me to ask, who is managing this program and what mechanisms are in place for sustained employment of these scholars after the completion of their programs? Mr. Speaker, while the new YA Special Needs School is much needed, we must not neglect our SEND schools that are already in existence for some time now. These other SEND schools and departments are in dire need of rehabilitation, resources, and adequate trained specialist teachers. Mr. Speaker, Bedford Wacton Primary School, which houses a SEND department, was infested with pigeons to an extent that the health of the SEND learners at that school was compromised. Mr. Speaker, more must be allotted to our SEND learners and their teachers so that these beautiful souls can learn, develop, and thrive in what we call one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, some of my colleagues and I visited that school and saw the desks and benches covered in pigeon droppings. Imagine the condition our SEND learners are placed under. Mr. Speaker, allow me to focus specifically on Region 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara. Region 3 is no longer a peripheral region. It is now the host of the Gas to Energy project, a rapidly expanding residential corridor, a gateway between coastal and riverine communities, a region experiencing increasing pressures on schools, roads, health services, and utilities. Mr. Speaker, when we examine Agency 73 in Volume 1, which governs Region 3, we see allocations spread across 5 programs: Regional Administration and Finance, Agriculture, Public Works, Education Delivery, Health Services. Mr. Speaker, the Education Delivery Program is the lifeblood of regional education. It funds teacher salary, school operations, maintenance, learning materials, regional education offices. But, Mr. Speaker, the estimates do not tell us how many schools in Region 3 will receive capital upgrades. Which schools will benefit from new classrooms? How much is allocated for rehabilitation versus routine maintenance? Whether the overcrowding of schools will be addressed. Mr. Speaker, this lack of specificity is not a minor oversight. It is a systemic weakness. Mr. Speaker, teachers and learners in Region 3 are navigating overcrowded classrooms, inadequate facilities, flood-related disruptions, increasing behavioral and psychosocial challenges among learners. But the estimates provide no clear roadmap for resolving these human resource pressures. Mr. Speaker, investing in buildings without investing in the people who occupy them is a recipe for stagnation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Region 3 is being positioned as an energy and industrial hub. That reality demands a corresponding educational strategy. Where in the estimates is the explicit alignment between secondary education and technical skills? Where in the estimates is the explicit alignment between TVET programs and energy sector demands? Where is there regional industries and post-secondary training pipelines? We cannot build an energy economy with an education system that is disconnected from the workforce planning. Mr. Speaker, budgets are often defended in this House through national aggregates and sector-wide percentages. But the true test of any budget is not found in totals. It is found in communities. It is found in schools, farms, health centers, and roads. Mr. Speaker, allow me therefore to ground this debate in Region 3 realities using the very programs outlined in the estimates. Mr. Speaker, Region 3 remains one of Guyana's most agriculturally productive regions, with rice farming, cash crops, livestock rearing, and fishing sustaining thousands of families in the areas such as Leg 1, Wakenham, Parika, Hague, and West Bank, Demerara. The estimates allocate substantial sums nationally for agricultural development, drainage and irrigation, support services. Yet, Mr. Speaker, farmers in Region 3 continue to face poor maintained secondary drainage channels, inconsistent irrigation during dry periods, limited access to farm to market roads, especially in riverine communities. Mr. Speaker, when drainage fails, crops fail. When crops fail, incomes collapse. And when incomes collapse, children are pulled from school. Agriculture cannot be treated as a standalone sector. It is directly linked to educational attendance, household stability, and regional health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, under the Public Works Program for Region 3, Allocations are made for roads, drainage, and infrastructure maintenance. We have seen improvements on some major thoroughfares. However, many secondary and community roads remain in deplorable condition, particularly interior access roads on the west bank of Demerara, roads serving farming and riverine communities, school access roads that become impassable during heavy rainfall. In several communities, Mr. Speaker, children and teachers must traverse almost impassable roads to get to school. At Viva La Force Nursery and Primary, teachers and learners endure dust emanating from a makeshift road, from crush and run. Even health workers struggle to reach clinics. Public works is not merely about asphalt and concrete. It is about access to education, access to health care, and access to opportunity that this government so-called boasts about. If roads do not reach schools and health centers, then those facilities exist only in theory. Mr. Speaker.
The
Mr.
practice
Speaker.
is after 30 minutes as a shadow, you need an extension, not theory.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak plainly about education delivery in Region 3. Across the region, schools are grappling with overcrowded classrooms, inadequate sanitation facilities, flood-prone compounds, and delayed maintenance. In several schools, classes are rotated due to space constraints, such as Parfait Harmony Primary. In others, washroom facilities are either insufficient or non-functional, such as the newly constructed block of Neem Secondary School. Imagine that. Despite these realities, Mr. Speaker, despite these realities, there is no clear identification in the estimates of which Region 3 schools will be rehabilitated or expanded in 2026. Mr. Speaker, education delivery cannot be reduced to salaries and chalk. It requires safe physical spaces, functional utilities, adequate classroom capacities, properly resourced school administration. When education delivery is weakened, learning outcomes suffer, and no amount of examination fee subsidies can compensate for that loss. Mr. Speaker, people first must mean regions first. Mr. Speaker, ambition without clarity, confidence without transparency, and scale without equity will leave too many Guyanese behind in 2026. A budget that claims to put people first must ensure regions, schools, teachers, and learners are made priority. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, while the budget repeatedly affirms the importance of education and speaks eloquently about opportunity, and world-class learning. It falls short on clarity and measurable outcomes. Education is framed primarily as a social service rather than as a central driver of human capital and productivity, with heavy emphasis on access and support, but limited detail on quality, performance, and regional delivery. Without clear school-level plans, outcome targets, and regional strategies, this House is asked to approve an education agenda that sounds ambitious but remains difficult to track, test, or hold accountable. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this assembly, as regional representative for Region 3, and as Shadow Minister of Education, I urge this House to ensure that allocations we improve translate into visible classrooms, functional schools, empowered teachers, and prepared learners for tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That's a good example to follow for our first-time presenters. Now invite the Honorable Member, Ms. Coretta MacDonald.
The doctor is going to be a force to reckon with. You see, when he get over the little hackling and he get into his real speech, how masterful the presentation was. Even the speaker celebrated. Big up yourself, Dr. Garden. I know when you go and you watch this back, next time you're coming better for them. Let's hear what Honorable MacDonald is saying right now. Thumbs up the live and make sure that you are subscribed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support my colleagues on this side of the House, signaling clearly that after much scatteration, the government had no choice but to recognize that they must put people first, not only in words, but in action. Let me thank them for choosing the theme that was copied from the PNU AFC 2025 campaign manifesto. Mr. Speaker, Guyanese are being told that we are living in extraordinary times, which is a fact. We live in extraordinary growth, and don't forget extraordinary promises. Mr. Speaker, but extraordinary times claims invite extraordinary scrutiny. Budgets are not sermons. Budgets are not slogans. They're not reassurance exercises. They are instruments of governance. And governance must be judged not by intention, but by effect. Today, Mr. Speaker, education when ambition outruns execution. Mr. Speaker, education once again commands an impressive allocation. We have become very fluent in impressive allocations. They just roll out of the tongue with ease. But Mr. Speaker, the data from the budget estimate tells a sobering story. Between 2021 and 2025, the total national budget expenditure expanded dramatically, yet education's share of that expansion declined in proportional terms. In 2021, total central government expenditure stood at approximately $383 billion, while the Education Ministry's allotment was merely $7.9 billion, representing just over 2% of the total expenditure. By 2023, the total expenditure had risen approximately to 781 billion. Yet the Ministry of Education's allotment increased only by $14.1 billion, still under 2% of the total expenditure. In 2024, Mr. Speaker, the total expenditure crossed $1 trillion, while education rose to 18.2 billion, again remaining below 2% of the total expenditure. In the 2025 budget, education subventions and grants reached approximately 29.6 billion, while the total expenditure exceeded 1.38 trillion, keeping education roughly at 2.1% of the total spending position. Mr. Speaker, these numbers demonstrate that while education spending has increased in absolute terms, it has failed to keep pace with the growth of the national budget. The result is that education is not being prioritized, despite repeated claims to the contrary. But, Mr. Speaker, after years and years of expanding the education budget, the country is entitled to ask a question that is simple and uncomfortable. Why do these outcomes still lag behind the expenditure? This is not hostility to investment, it is respect for public monies. Mr. Speaker, with all the trillions and budget theme after budget theme, our children are still suffering. They are falling ill from eating stale food. Mr. Speaker, the state-of-the-art Brigham Secondary School 2 weeks ago was leaking to the point where it was competing with the majestic Kaituro Falls after heavy rainfall. Port Kaituma Primary, Mr. Speaker, the teachers and the parents staged a sit-in protest against the filthy state of the classroom. Quarantine comprehensive, no running water in that school. Toilets could not be flushed, and no electricity in the grade 7 and 8 blocks. Yet we talk about putting people first. Parfait Harmony Primary. The parents and teachers at that school refused to allow their children to sit in classrooms that were not safe for them while construction was being done. The famous BV Kwamina Primary, Parika Salem Primary and Secondary, pigeon infested, amongst other, pigeon infested, bat infested, mosquito infested, and so many others amidst many other schools. Work at the North Rumvelt Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, are still being completed. This joins a long list of incomplete schools. What is worse, Mr. Speaker, is that some of these contractors have already received their full payment. Mr. Speaker, with all the trillions being budgeted for, very little is meeting the masses. As we have seen in reports stating that 58% of our people live in poverty and 32% of our people live in abject poverty. This makes it clear that all these trillions that have been dumped, have been dumped into chocolate factories, producing mansions in Florida and here locally, spitting out SUVs, pool houses, and apartment buildings not owned by the masses, but are owned by the corrupt few, their families, friends, and favorites. Mr. Speaker, teachers are crying out for better salaries, safe working environments, and educational policies that are geared to mold our children, but again, failed promises and copy and paste policies. Mr. Speaker, parents are bawling for safe schools for their children, not environment where children are exposed to lewd, gyrating, and inappropriate behaviors as have been seen in videos that have gone viral. So the trillions, as indicated, will not save Guyana and will not reach the masses. What we need is competence. What we need is honesty. What we need is decency and people with hearts of love and care, not copy and paste slogans. So, Mr. Speaker, if education is not first, then the future will be last. Mr. Speaker, the implementation paradox. Across electronic media, print commentary, and professional discussions, one theme dominates the education conversation: the persistent gap between policy announcements and the classroom reality. Mr. Speaker, there has been announcement of reform, but uneven delivery persists. We announce modernization, but operational basics still fail too often. We announce transformation, but ask teachers to absorb the cost silently. Mr. Speaker, this is not a mystery, it is a management problem. And what makes it particularly striking is this: when the government previously sat on the opposition benches, it articulated this very same issue with precision and passion. It demanded value for money, timelines, performance indicators, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, those arguments were correct then. They remain correct now. What has changed is not the logic, but the responsibility. Teachers, the system's shock observers. Mr. Speaker, no serious education system would treat its teachers as an afterthought. Yet too often, policy designs assumes unlimited resilience from a finite workforce. Teachers are asked to manage expanding curricula, new technologies, growing social challenges, and rising expectations, often simultaneously and without proportionate system support. Mr. Speaker, the public discourse reflects this clearly, and the question about deployment, workload, professional development, and retention are not ideological, they are operational. An education budget, Mr. Speaker, that cannot demonstrate with clarity that the teaching profession is being stabilized rather than stretched is a budget that postpones its own success. Mr. Speaker, the education estimates also reveal that teacher compensation and instructional quality have not been the primary beneficiaries of increased allocations. Mr. Speaker, this explains why teachers remain underpaid, overworked, and unsupported even as expectations rise. Infrastructure visibility versus functionality. By comparison, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure-heavy sectors have absorbed a rapidly expanding share of national resources. Capital expenditure rose from approximately $123.6 billion in 2021 to over $400 billion by 2024, with transport and public works accounting for the single largest increases year after year. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure has become the most visible symbol of education investment. Visibility, however, is not functionality. A building is not a school simply because it exists. It becomes a school when it is staffed, maintained, equipped, safe, and integrated into a learning system. Public discussions have repeatedly highlighted situations where physical expansion has not translated into improved learning environments. This, Mr. Speaker, is a sick pattern, and patterns demand correction, not celebration. Mr. Speaker, learning materials, the quiet architecture of inequality. Mr. Speaker, CARICOM states such as Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and others have consistently outperformed Guyana, not because they spend more in absolute dollars, but because they allocate 15 and 20% of the total budget expenditure to education, compared to Guyana's 2%. This disparity helps to explain why Guyana continued to lag behind our regional peers in the CSEC pass rates, particularly in the core subjects such as mathematics and English. This gap is reflected in uneven literacy outcomes, declining discipline in schools, and persistent disparities between urban and rural education. Mr. Speaker, textbooks and learning materials randomly dominate headlines, but they dominate outcomes. Where distribution falters, inequality deepens. Families with means compensate, while families without means are left behind. This is how inequality becomes systemic rather than accidental. Budget credibility, therefore, depends not only on what is procured, but on what reliably reaches our classrooms. Mr. Speaker, again, capital and infrastructure expenditure has grown at a faster rate over the same period, absorbing a dominant share of the budgetary expansion. Budgets are growing, Mr. Speaker, but classrooms are not improving at the same pace. Mr. Speaker, modern Caribbean education systems are now centered on smart classrooms, universal student access to laptops or tablets, strong digital connectivity, and well-paid, professionally supported teachers. These investments are deeply linked to improve the learning outcomes. In Guyana, however, too many schools still lack reliable electricity, water, sanitation, and basic maintenance. One cannot credibly speak of digital transformation when foundational learning conditions remain unmet. Mr. Speaker, increased spending alone has not translated into improved educational outcomes. If it had to be, we would have seen cleaner classrooms, safer learning environments, improved attendance, stronger discipline, and better examination results. Instead, the same structural problems persist year after year despite regular allocations. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is now an oil-producing state, and this reality demands a strategic shift in education policy. An oil-producing economy requires strong technical and vocational education, not just general instructions. These must be deliberate investments in engineering technicians, construction inspectors, survey technicians, and skilled trades alongside cutting-edge information technology, data, science, and artificial intelligence skills. These are essential to building capacity so that Guyanese can design, supervise, maintain, and audit national projects rather than relying indefinitely on external expertise. Mr. Speaker, until education is treated merely not as a line item, but as the central pillar of national development, increased budgets will continue to yield disappointing outcomes. If education is not first, Mr. Speaker, the future will be last. Mr. Speaker, labor. Growth without protection is not development. Mr. Speaker, this imbalance is particularly dangerous in an oil-producing economy. From 2021 to 2025, Guyana spent over $4 trillion, yet there is no corresponding investment strategy to build the human capital required to manage, supervise, and audit that spending. The estimates, Mr. Speaker, show limited and fragmented funding for engineering technicians, construction inspectors, and advanced technical training, even as capital projects multiply. Mr. Speaker, without deliberate investment in technical education, IT, and emerging AI-driven skills, Guyana's capacity will remain weak and the value will continue to leak out of the country. Mr. Speaker, if education prepares citizens for the economy, labor policies must determine how the economy treats with them. Guyana's growth trajectory is often described in superlative, but growth is not just self-justifying. It must be assessed by its social footprint. Labor discourse, Mr. Speaker, today is not abstract. It is immensely practical. People are asking, Mr. Speaker, will job training lead to real jobs? Will wages keep pace with living costs? Will workplaces be safe and regulated? Mr. Speaker, skill development certificates versus careers. Mr.
For you
Speaker,
to continue along that career path, you need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the honourable member to be given 5 minutes to complete her presentation.
Thank you. Honorable member, you may continue to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, a matured economy protects its workers, not because it is charitable, but because it is rational. Mr. Speaker, the opposition's role in intellectual governance. It is the duty of the opposition not to echo optimism, but to discuss it. We are here to interrogate assumptions, expose gaps, and insist on evidence. We are here to distinguish ambition from achievement. We are here to remind the country that confidence without competence is noise. Mr. Speaker, this is why budgets must be accompanied by delivery frameworks, performance measures, and transparent reporting. Without these accountability, budgets become optional. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's opportunity is real. So is the danger of confusing momentum with mastery. Education must deliver learning, not just participation. Mr. Speaker, labor policy must deliver dignity, not just opportunity. Budgets must deliver results, not just reassurance. This opposition will not support what works. We will challenge what drifts, and we will not allow national ambition to outrun institutional capacity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance stated that the budget is about building human capital for the future. Yet, the estimates show that education's share of spending has remained largely flat, while infrastructure allocations have surged. The numbers do not support. Mr. Speaker, development is not what dazzles in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, if education is not placed first, the future becomes last. Mr. Speaker, we have recognized it in this budget, and we're happy that they would have chosen what the APNU would have listed in their manifesto. But Mr. Speaker, look at this. In the budget, it says $85,000 per child. And when we break that down, Mr. Speaker, $60,000 on the cash grant is equivalent to $5,000 per month. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, is that able to maintain a child for one whole month? Mr. Speaker, the $25,000 transportation is equivalent to $2 point something thousand, and when divided for the It is equal to $104, which is not even equivalent to one bus fare. Mr. Speaker, the government seeks to put people first, but when we look at what is happening, there is nothing about putting people first. It's only about putting themselves first. Mr. Speaker, a national budget cannot diversify or compete with the work of education work. May I remind us all, Mr. Speaker, STEM classroom shapes the workforce. Mr. Speaker, if this government is serious about putting our children and teachers first, the answer is no. Mr. Speaker, when schools lack guidance, systems, and safe environments, social breakdown follows. Education is prevention, not just instruction. Mr. Speaker, again, this budget has not set out to continue. This budget is set out to continue its oppression of the ordinary Guyanese. I said to you on that side of the house, you are not putting people first. You are continuing to have your knees on the necks of ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, this budget has once again highlighted a national disgrace for this nation in the eyes of our Caribbean colleagues. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is about fluff, it's short, and it definitely is not putting people first. Mr. Speaker, and on that note, we will not support this budget in its form. Mr. Speaker, putting people first means putting people in every aspect. Putting people first means inclusivity. Putting people first means we must be able to enjoy equal benefits like every other Guyanese. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Coretta MacDonald. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Education, the Honorable Sonia Parag, to make her presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all say how deeply honored I am to rise in this honorable house on the first budget of the next 5 years of the President Irfaan Ali-led government. A budget that is crafted for the people, written by the people, and grounded firmly in realities, hopes, and aspirations of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the Honorable Dr. Natasha Singh and his team. The team, the hard-working team from the Ministry of Education that has sit night after night to make sure that we have such a comprehensive budget. Mr. Speaker, each year, and this is my 7th budget, each year I stand here and I expect, as you know, that you never underestimate your opponent, so you prepare. You prepare. However, Mr. Speaker, I am standing here with 2 shadows, not one, 2 shadows that gave very unimpressive presentations this evening. Unimpressive. Mr. Speaker, let's just start with a few things. Let's start with a few things. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you hear all the loud noise, it is because they are affected somehow and they're tickled somewhere. Respond. So that's okay. Let's start. Let us start with the Honorable Member, Mr. Gordon, from one side of the House. Doctor. And let's start with the fact that the Honorable Member has sought to come to the House and attack the Guyana Online Academy of Learning program. A program that I, along with my colleague, the previous education minister, now local government and regional development, Minister Manichan, launched on behalf of the president in 2021. And from 2021 to 2025, accomplished more than 54,000 Guyanese signing on to that program. With in 2025, about 6,000 of those Guyanese graduating. But you know what's more interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that the honorable member stood there and talked about the atrocity of this program, But Mr. Speaker, I'll share the profile of the honorable member, because the honorable member got his degree from the JN deemed to be university on the Guyana Online Academy of Learning. Shocking. And has moved on to a PhD on the Guyana Online Academy of Learning. Shocking. Extremely shocking. You never ever bite the hand that you feed from. Isn't that the saying? The honorable member would have earned his qualifications that he stands in this national house so proudly of, because he says doctor, and he got it from the Guyana Online Academy of Learning that he was fighting. He also sought to speak about the 7 billion that is allocated to the school feeding program. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very straight up. I'm not going to AI it. I'm going to say this. The National School Feeding Program is one of the best initiatives that Guyana has ever seen for the children of this country. And you know why I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because tell it to the little child who's living in the hinterland and is walking to go to school. Tell it to the child who's in a rural area that they're not going to get a meal because the opposition said that it is a horrible initiative. Tell them that, because those children attend that school knowing that they will be able to have a meal. They have a breakfast program and there's a hot meals program. And let me say this, there are more than 340 something caterers from the rural and hinterland communities that are working to ensure that we provide these meals for these children. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, these are ordinary men and women in the communities. Would that have ever been a program that you would have thought of? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, Mr. Speaker, we come to this honorable house with one section of the opposition who had the opportunity for 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, to prove themselves, but now attack a program that has been highly beneficial to the children of this country. Highly beneficial. What is even more is that they zone in on a picture and they place it on social media and they say, look, and this is why I'm going to speak reality. And they say, look, this is what is being offered to the child. No time stamp on it. You don't know whether this is being checked the day after, 3 days later, if somebody's had it in their bag. No, but they want to be able to create a perception out there that is horrible. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker, because I want them to go into the communities and tell the children that they want the school feeding program to be scrapped, that they want the $7 billion out of this budget. No, let them come and say that. Let them come and say that to the children of this country. Let them come and say that. Mr. Speaker, in our manifesto, which is a 5-year, we said that we're going to expand and we are going to look at the nutritional values of this program. That is exactly what we're sitting with the Carnegie School of Home Economics to do. And we are working with them to ensure that that happens. Now, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member also spoke of the TSC and glaring issues that they have. The Teaching Service Commission, and just for his edification, the Teaching Service Commission is an independent body separate from the Ministry of Education.
and vacancies arises after their determination. They are a constitutional body. Thank you, the Honorable Gail Teixeira. 1,500 new senior vacancies have been identified and created by the TSC for 2026. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not talk about vacancies being created, etc. Because if the honorable members on that side of the House, and I specifically say there for now, if they were to look back at how many teachers they actually trained to fit into vacancies, it was woeful from 2015 to 2020. So let's not talk about promotions. Let's not talk about vacancies being created. Mr. Speaker, the hinterland teachers do receive remote allowances. Allowances, station allowances, and hardship allowances. Mr. Speaker, that continues from 2026 and onwards into the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member said that he's not seeing a breakdown of the schools. But when we come to estimates in the following week, you'll have a breakdown of the schools and you will have the opportunity to ask your questions. That's when it will come. This is a budget debate presentation. This is a budget debate presentation. He talked about curriculum in the nursery and the primary schools. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker, that the curriculum in the primary schools from nursery, primary to secondary schools, we have now incorporated, in addition to what existed, we have now incorporated moral and civic education, a manifesto promise of ours, something that is geared towards discipline, national identity and responsibility. And I will stop here. I will pause here, because when you are in secondary school and heading into secondary school, you're learning about what democracy is. Something that one side of the House knows nothing about, because in 2020, they held the country up for 5 months. We remember that. We remember that. We remember that. The very same people that are speaking about constitution. The very same people. Right. Mr. Speaker, salary increases. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the teachers and salary increases. Mr. Speaker, there is a multi-year agreement that the ministry or the government of Guyana sat down with the Guyana Teachers Union and had collective agreement on the percentages for the years 2024, 2025, and 2026, which is still in existence. Agreed upon by both parties, and that is still in existence. Don't say that the government doesn't listen and the government isn't doing X, Y, Z. Mr. Speaker, what is even more? Let us look at the honorable member talking about the special education needs. This government has always been inclusive. We have always been inclusive, and we have included those persons with special needs and those with disabilities. And this is not a hallmark just of the 2025 government. It has been there for successive People's Progressive Party civic governments. Right now, we just completed the 49th Sense Space or Sense School, and it is not called. And you know, I want to pause here. Anybody knows, Dr. Ashni Singh, you know what is a Yaz? You know what is a Yaz? Because I heard the honorable member said he saw the Yaz being opened. Sir, a Yaz is what an itch that you have on your toe or your foot. The Yas School, the Yas Special Education Needs School, derives its name from the jasmine flower. Derives its name from the jasmine flower. So I'd ask you to go and edify yourselves before you come to this honorable house. Now, the honorable member spoke about many things, but the one thing that he didn't speak about, the one thing that he did not speak about is his own record for tardiness in the schools. Yes, I want you to pause. I want you to pause. The 8th of September, 45 minutes late. The 9th of September, 26 minutes late. The 10th of September, 20 minutes late. The 11th of September, 45 minutes late. The 15th of September, 40 minutes late. The 22nd of September, 55 minutes late. The 24th of September, 35 minutes late. The 26th of September, 45 minutes late. The 30th of September, 20 minutes late. Our children are being taught by someone who is in school and talking about education being the priority. You are the priority in the schools to ensure that our students learn. You are. You are. You are. Lead by example. Lead by example. Lead by example. Mr. Speaker, the better for Walking Primary School, which seemed to be a hot topic in this house tonight. That school, I went to myself on several occasions, and we ensured that we had someone go to that school and fix the issues. But what is even more important, Mr. Speaker, is that I established a relationship with the parent, the president, and the Parent Teachers Association, who on today's date can message me on any given day to say that this is what we're experiencing, and we go and we fix the issues from the Ministry of Education, because that's what the government of Guyana does. That's what the People's Progressive Party Civic does. We go and we fix issues once we know of them. Now you have schools, you have infrastructure, and I'm standing here and I'm not going to deny that there are issues with the infrastructure. They have issues with the infrastructure. I'm not going to deny that. But here's what, Mr. Speaker. Here is what, Mr. Speaker. Once an issue is reported to us, we will go and fix it. Now, each one of us live in a home, and that home may have a broken cupboard. It might have a broken window. It may get a broken washroom, and it needs fixing. It is the same concept with a school and another building that may have 400 children in it or 300 children using it every day, and it needs maintenance. That is a fact. But we are willing to fix it, Mr. Speaker, and that's why allocations are in this budget and in the regional budget. That's why it's there. That's why it's there. So don't come and make everything a problem. The breakdown school, it was spoken of how a state-of-the-art school was built and it had leaking. But Mr. Speaker, what they didn't come to tell you was that they already found out that the tap was left on a Friday and ran over on the weekend. And that is how it got wet. That's what they didn't tell you. But Mr. Speaker, they want to mislead the entire nation. They want to, it is a ceiling, my dear. When it comes from the top, it goes into the ceiling. So understand how that works. Ceiling of the bottom flat. What is wrong with that? So that is what you need to understand. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Coretta McDonald, the Honorable Member, you know, year after year I sat in this house as well and looked at the Honorable Member being the former shadow of education. And I've watched, I want, Honorable Member, I want you to hear this. I have watched year after year wisdom chasing this Honorable Member, but she's always been too swift. Always been too swift. Always. Always. Expenditure is based on every fiscal year. We have a 5-year plan, and every fiscal year we invest money in that space, ensure that we will be able to deliver on our policies and our programs, beginning with 2026 for the next 5 years. 5 years. Mr. Speaker, she also commented on the budget, the budget of different years. Of course, they were wrong figures. All of the percentages were wrong. And this is the second largest budget and it has always been the second largest budget because priority has always been placed on the education sector by the People's Progressive Party civic government. Always. And I want to remind the honorable member, I want to remind the honorable member of her own words, and this is the Guyana Times, September 18, 2018, when she made a statement and said that life for teachers under the People's Progressive Party civic is always better. Is always better, and I couldn't agree with her more. I couldn't agree with her more. So the honorable member herself spoke about that. Mr. Speaker, this particular member wisdom has always been too slow for her. Mr. Speaker, this government and the People's Progressive Party Civic has worked to ensure in the last 5 years and again in 2026 that there is universal access to education. That means that we will necessarily have universal access in primary schools and secondary schools. When our administration returned to office in 2020, we continued where we left off in 2015, as not one single secondary school had been started or completed during the APNU-AFC tenure in government. Since then, we have advanced access to education through the construction of 66 nurseries, 34 primaries, and 33 secondary schools, major rehabilitation and expansion of 45 nurseries, 61 primaries, and 32 secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, my colleague and the former minister will be credited with a lot of the heavy lifting that was done from 2020 to 2025 in the education sector. We commenced the rehabilitation and expansion of 19 dormitories towards ensuring that our students have a safe and comfortable environment while accessing education. We reduce overcrowding with new classrooms, laboratories, and learning pieces. Mr. Speaker, Guyana has already secured universal access to primary education, and with the completion of several key secondary schools in 2026, we will achieve universal access to secondary education. And that is a huge benefit. That is a huge benefit. In 2026, this government has allocated 24.3 billion to complete more than 40 schools across Guyana, while continuing rehabilitation and maintenance of existing facilities. Mr. Speaker, a significant focus of expansion remains our hinterland and riverine communities. And these are for our Amerindian brothers and sisters. The Minister of Amerindian Affairs is here. I want her to hear Regions 1, 7, 8, and 9. We will have Quebana, Hosororo, Warramuri, Matthews Ridge, Jawala, Philippi, Isano, Corau, Monkey Mountain, Maikobi, Popinang, Napi, Masara, Marowanao, Tabachinga, Karasabay, Katoka, Yupakari, Coraudanao, and Shulinam. And these together will provide 6,760 new secondary spaces, bringing quality secondary education closer to home for thousands of children across Guyana. Mr. Speaker, tertiary education. Education is treated as a continuous journey from nursery to tertiary. Talent must never be wasted because of cost or of distance. Over $3 billion in university student loans have been written off for more than 4,000 students. More than 4,000 students, pay attention. $3 billion of student loan has been written off. Tuition fees at the University of Guyana were abolished, making the University of Guyana free of cost from January of 2025. Since the institution was, the tuition was removed, UG applications rose from 26,000 to over 26,000 in 2025 to 2026. Applications were only 17,800 in the previous academic year. When that cost was removed, ambition rose. The University of Guyana receives in the 2026 allocation 14.5 billion. Higher education is now being decentralized from Georgetown. Medicine and engineering programs are expanding to regions 2, 3, and 6. 1 billion is allocated for this expansion in 2026. 130 students are already enrolled in new engineering programs. Higher education should not be a tongue privilege alone, Mr. Speaker, or an urban privilege. It must be extended to the rural and the hinterland areas. Tertiary education supports health, infrastructure, and workforce development. Training Guyanese professionals is a national development policy for the People's Progressive Party Civic. And as per manifesto promise going back to the Gold Scholarship, from 2026, there will be an unlimited number of students being placed on that program, approved on that program. Mr. Speaker, just last, 14,064 scholarships were awarded on the program. These span the full range of opportunities, including 4,960 vocational certificates, 4,452 Grow Awards, and 1,761 master's degree, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, one of the best initiatives that the People's Progressive Party Civic has implemented is the Because We Care cash grant to every child, every school child, or every child registered in the school system. In 2020, and let's go back, the Honorable Coretta McDonald spoke about the $85,000 and she broke it down and said it was not enough. I mean, could you believe that? The very same honorable member who is a part of an administration that from 2015 to 2020, not removed, they snatched that cash grant away from children, snatched it, and comes to this honorable house and did not put any other thing in place that compares to that, stands in this honorable house and says to this honorable house, that's not enough. But we promise the people, based on our 5-year plan, that we will restore it and we will increase it to $50,000 for that grant and $5,000 uniform grant, making it $55,000. And we also extended it to the private schools. In 2025, we campaigned on a promise that we will not only maintain that, but we will increase it over the 5 years to $100,000 per a child in private and public schools. Introducing as well in 2026 a transportation grant for the benefit of these children, starting from 2026, $20,000, making it from 2026 and in this year's budgetary allocation of over $12 billion, the sum of $85,000 per a child. Do you know what that means to a single parent who has one child, who has more than one child? Do you have any idea what that means to that parent? I don't think you do, because you would have never taken it away from 2015 to 2020. You would have never done that. You would have never done that. But we are a government that doesn't take away. We add value to people's lives. In addition to that, this government also ensured that there was a grant that was given to teachers. I heard the honorable member standing in this house and saying that teachers are forced to purchase from their own pockets. And it is because parents, teachers reached out to us and said we didn't want to do that, that we want to be able to have that, a cash or a grant, and have the necessary items in our school be provided for. This government and the People's Progressive Party Civic government was caring enough and compassionate enough to ensure that that happened by giving those teachers that grant. By giving those teachers that grant. And that will be maintained in this year's budget and the next 5 years. $17 billion was placed, $17.5 billion. And this is what I want, this is the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker. That when a mother, whether it's a single mother or you have a nuclear family, and they have a budget to work with, or they have an income, they have to budget that income every month to make it work. To make it work. You'll put aside XYZ for your purchase of food items, whatever it is. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is the same way a country has to operate, because you have to have sustainability. You have to have sustainability. If you are going to give a grant to children, you have to ensure that next year and the next 4 years that you are able to do so. We are not a government that will take all the oil resources, hand it out, and then next week and the following week and next year you have absolutely nothing to get. You have nothing to get. You have to manage it. You have to manage it, and that's exactly why we are having, that's exactly why we placed in a budget that was carefully crafted to ensure for sustainability and prosperity of our citizens. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, from the Because We Care cash grant alone, 13,000 students benefited from this cash grant. 13,000. Families will save over $850 million. $850 million just because of the fact that this government has placed that direct cash transfer into their hands. This is putting people first. This is putting our children first. Mr. Speaker, in addition to direct cash transfers, we've also made available resources such as textbooks or access to textbooks to all the students in our primary and secondary level.
Your
Mr.
primary
Speaker.
30 minutes is up. You have an extension to complete.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes more. To
Mr.
conclude.
Speaker, coming into office in 2025, within his 100 days of being in office, the President launched the Guyana Digital School, a flagship program for modernizing the education sector. This will benefit every single student from grades 7 to 11 in the secondary schools, ensuring that the content and the teaching that they will receive will reassure and ensure their success at the CSEC exams. And Mr. Speaker, this is not just to modernize our education sector, but it's also giving access to those areas within which we were not able to do before. It is giving access, and that is what this government, the hallmark of this government in the education sector is about, ensuring that we give access to all of our children. Now, Mr. Speaker, it provides free, high-quality secondary education aligned with the national curriculum. Instruction is delivered by quality teachers through modern digital platforms. And in its first month, more than 22,000 students registered from Guyana as well as our CARICOM countries, other CARICOM countries. We have mathematics, English, biology, chemistry, physics, social studies, IT, and Spanish. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all of these interventions, which we will be maintaining in 2020 with the budget that has been allocated to us, we are going to ensure as well that we continue the math intervention program. And this is very important because we talk about the outcome and learning outcomes. The maths intervention program has allowed Guyana, and as a matter of fact, the interventions that have been made in the last 5 years through financial resources as well as other resources has enabled Guyana in 2025 to be the top performing country in the Caribbean at CSEC. With the maths intervention program, we were able to have a 5% improvement in mathematics. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? It means over 500 students more were able to pass mathematics. That's what it means. Now in September of 2025, we expanded that program to 18 locations and 18 schools in the hinterland area to ensure that they have access to it, to ensure that they have access to that program. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many things that's happening. In November of 2025, under my leadership, I ensure that we launch the anti-bullying and anti-violence campaign for schools. The anti-bullying and anti-violence campaign for schools. And the honorable member spoke the other day, just before me. She spoke about a video that was circulating just after I went to Zeeburg School. And I want to say that that video was from 4 years ago. So let's not come to this honorable house and mislead the people of Guyana. Let's not come. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? If instead of calling out the Ministry of Education for bullying, why don't we? Because it's not a Ministry of Education problem alone. It is a national issue, and it is an issue that needs to be dealt with by all categories of this country, all categories of persons from this country. So, Mr. Speaker, we have many interventions that are here, but Mr. Speaker, in the next year, you will see the allocations. And I want to say, as the geographic MP for region number 5, there will be a new school being built in Bath Experiment, to take off the overcrowding of the Bath Primary School. What is even more is that Region 5 remains the largest agricultural producing region in this country and contributes heavily to food security under the leadership of our president. So, Mr. Speaker, education is poised to continue its progress. We will see the outcomes for our children. We will see the development for our children. We will see the improvements for our teacher, the improvements for our infrastructure, and we will also see safer environment in which it will be conducive for them to learn. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you very much for the presentation of Budget 2026.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Education, Minister Sonia Parat. I now invite for his maiden presentation the Honorable Member, Mr. Deon La Cruz. Honorable Member, the time starts now.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise, to contribute to the debate on Budget 2026 under the theme, Putting People First, I extend respectful greeting to you and to all the honorable members in this house. And to the people of Guyana, especially to the people in Region 1 who's watching right now. People from Baramita, Kaituma, Matthew Stridge, Whitewater, Komaka, Mabruma, and not forgetting my people in Muruka, whose voice I am privileged to amplify in this house. Mr. Speaker, I stand today as a proud descendant of the first people hailing from a great resilient people of Muruka. Region 1, I pay homage to my ancestors for being such a strong and enduring people. I take great pride in joining the great line of parliamentarians from my people, starting with the Honorable Mr. Stephen Campbell in the year 1957. Mr. Speaker, the budget is strongly disappointing. In communities across Guyana, a single and painful question continue to echo. For whom this budget is designed, does it lift the many or does it further enrich the few? We must judge it by whether it is narrow between the wealth and hardship, not by slogan. Time is limited, Mr. Speaker, so I will focus on the reality on the ground in Region 1. A caring and a strong government will present a budget that directly tackles the soaring cost of living. Yet there is no credible plan to ease the hardship in the hinterland communities, where the cost of food, transportation, building materials, and necessities is far higher on the coast. How then Budget 2026 is putting the people first and the people of Region 1? Healthcare remains one of the most pressing failures in Muruka. And to my people who's watching in Muruka, you know this is a reality, right? The Komaka District Hospital, yes, I repeat, the Komaka District Hospital, right? Where millions and millions of dollars has been spent at the Komaka District Hospital, and yet there is no proper mortuary. You have to lock the mortuary with a battery, Mr. Speaker. You want to say it again? All right. They don't have no proper mortuary in the Komaka District Hospital. Basic health care service remain. At the regional level, many residents still cannot receive treatment, common and serious condition, and must be referred to Lima or Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, if people must travel to Lima in Region 2 for emergency care through rough boats, can we honestly say that the regional hospital is functioning as it should? The situation becomes even more alarming, Mr. Speaker. In emergencies, in urgent medical cases, there is no reliable medevac system. People are forced to travel for hours by river and again rough boats before receiving urgent care. Ministers can fly in and out of Muruka, Matthew Stretch, Kaituma, Baramita. They could fly in and out, right? Yeah, they can fly in and out, Mr. Speaker, but the patients and those people who are sick cannot fly in and out. Is this putting the people first? This is not putting the people first in this country, especially our indigenous brothers and sisters. Especially our brothers and my indigenous brothers and sisters who's watching. I know you feel the pain because I was once there. Mr. Speaker, pregnant woman, listen to this, and this is not political games, this is serious games. The people of this country is fed up of political mindset. The people of this country want people to lead them. Not only talk about leadership, Mr. Kwame, but people in this country want people to lead them into the right future. Put the people first of this country. Put the people first in this country. This is what we are standing for the people of Guyana, where we call one people, one nation, and one destiny. And listen to this. Mr. Speaker, right, Mr. Speaker, pregnant woman,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
yeah,
Mr. Speaker.
pregnant woman in in Mabruma, they're forced to give birth in unsafe conditions. And when they give birth in Mabruma, right, they have to fetch their own water to flush their own toilet. Is this putting the people first? They have to fetch their own water as pregnant women to flush their own toilet. With the hostel in Georgetown. With pregnant woman in Port Kaituma, the same problem. In some instances and in some places, Mr. Speaker, there is limited doctors and medical advice or supervision. And when you go, right, if you're not politically in line with them, you can't get treatment. Everything in this country become politically motivated. The healthcare system, the police system, educational system, everything must be politically. But we are not here to be politically correct. We are here to stand for the people of this country. Whether you like it or not, we're talking facts, honorable crime. At Mabruma Hospital, even basic infrastructure is failing. The water system does not function properly in Mabruma. Water does not reach the upper floor, forcing patient staff, as I said, to fetch water. Mr. Speaker, patients seeking care should not be carrying bucket of water in hospital. Mr. Speaker, public safety is another serious concern. Police officers in Region 1 operate, listen to me, police officers in Region 1, they are operating under difficult conditions. Yet the police officers, they are poorly being paid. Cost of living is high, but salary does not reflect the reality. How can we expect effective policing when officers themselves are struggling to make ends meet? Nurses and hospital staff travel late at night while crime remains a real threat and taxi services are few. We urgently, listen to me, Mr. Kwame McCoy, the great Kwame McCoy. Yeah, the great Kwame McCoy. According to Guyanese people, you like talk too much. You love to talk too much. But let me know, the time has come when a new generation and a new generation of leadership is arising in this country. I will take Guyana forward to take the people out of poverty. Once again, listen to me. We urgently need better pay, better condition, and modern, accountable police force that serve both public and its own rank with fairness. We are moving to the LCDS funds now. Mr. Speaker, the carbon credit budgeted for 2025 was 41 billion. Out of this, Guyanese only received 14 billion. The question is, Mr. Speaker, why was there a shortfall? Is it bad planning by the government? It must be bad planning by the government, because why the LCDS money falling short every year? Who we must ask? Ask that man over there. Now the minister is projecting in 2026 the carbon credit of almost 50 billion. And if I'm not hearing you, sir. I'm not hearing you, sir. You need to speak like a man. Talk to me. If I am to take the minister projected revenue of our carbon from 49.6 billion how much is allocated for our forest people who are the one responsible for preserving the forests of Guyana? We have been left behind, Mr. Speaker. The Amerindian people always been left behind. That is why the WIN movement started. That is why the We Invest in Nationhood started, because we is the only multi-ethnic party that look out for all Guyanese. How much is allocated for our forest people who are the one that responsible for preserving our forests from which the carbon credit is from? How much do our forest people benefit from this revenue? Okay, but speak like a man. When I had proposed a manifesto, this is what listen to me. You listen to me now. I am on the mic here. When has proposed it from 15% to the Amerindian people, the low carbon, the LCDS fund, when has proposed a 10% increase that will increase from 15% to 25%, Mr. Mohammed. Jesus paid it all. Mr. Speaker, young people also continue to be neglected in this country. Youths, and to all my youths and all the young people that is watching in Region 1 right now, I want you to listen very carefully, because you know that I am talking facts. You don't know me, but you know me now. Mr. Schumann, youths in Region 1 are passionate about sport, yet they're sports, I'm talking about sports. And this is why I believe that as a result that there are lack of sports facilities, right, the young people are going astray. Right, people are going to jail. You see, like young men, 19 years, 20 years, 22 years, they end up in prison. Because why? There's no proper facilities to encourage the young people for sports. Very soon, very shortly, brother. Youths in Region 1 are passionate about sports, yet there are no properly developed sporting recreational facilities to support them. The fields are poorly maintained. Equipment is limited. They don't have no equipment, because I don't know what is happening with the sport ministry. I don't know if there's any culture, youth, and sport ministry in Guyana. I don't know, because we never received nothing in Region Muruka. I hear a share nothing all about, but we never received nothing. Without safe and recreation, young people are left behind. As I said before, they are left vulnerable, right? Yes. Mr. Speaker, Guyana, and I say the word again, the beautiful land of Guyana is crying. My fellow indigenous brothers and sisters are crying for a change. A rapist, listen to me, and this is very serious. This is not political games now. This is business, and this is serious, right? A rapist can rape an indigenous girl and boys, because now I hear the raping boys are. A rapist can rape indigenous girl in unspeakable ways, but because of his political connection, he can walk free. Another, say again. Another can shoot an unarmed indigenous girl because he was rejected, but he walked free. An individual can commit a crime and get caught and sentenced to jail, but because of his political affiliation, he can walk free. So they could rape our daughters, they could abuse our indigenous brothers and sisters, and because they are politically affiliated with the PPPC government, they can walk free. No justice, no justice, no justice in this country for our people. Look how much accidents is happening in the river, right? No justice for those families. No justice for them.
Honorable member, I want to give you some justice with an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the honorable member be given 5 more minutes to complete his presentation.
You may continue, honorable member.
How much more minutes? Half more? Half an hour.
5 minutes.
Education, Mr. Speaker. Education. If I don't put on the other mic, I hear him Kwame still, man. Education is a similar problem. Schools in Region 1 do not have enough cleaners because their payment is too low. People don't want to go to work because the salary payment, whatever, you know what I mean. As a result, some schools have bats, rats, pests, right? And they're making the environment unhealthy for children. Mr. Speaker, how can we talk about improving education when basic cleanliness in school is being neglected? Public Works now, I'm talking about road and contracts now. Public Works needs attention. During a recent visit by your Honorable Edgel and Honorable Sarah Brown, this about a couple days back, right? To Muruka, an inspection of the road would have shown poor quality of work. In some cases, the right materials were missing. These are some serious problems that show waste, poor supervision, and lack of care for rural communities. These are isolated failures. They reflect a pattern where a government statement do not match the reality that the people live in the hinterlands. We want to talk about indigenous rights, but I don't believe I have the time for that, right? But anyway, Mr. Speaker, the protection of indigenous people is not symbolic, it is constitutional. Policies affecting our land. People are going and bully people on indigenous reservation and take away them land because they are politically affiliated. Look what is happening in Chinese land in Tassiwini. The Amerindian people cannot enjoy their own wealth in their own land because they've been bullied. The Amerindian Act must be revised and so much more. The Welfare Department with the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs must be properly founded, to deliver real support. I'm just trying to push forward this thing. Mr. Speaker, agriculture, education, and youth development are pillars of national progress. Support for farmers, improved school feeding programs, student transportation, meaningful youth employment are not optional. They are necessary if you are serious to the development beyond Georgetown. Guyana, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, Guyana is a resource-rich nation with a small population, and there is no justification for persistent poverty, equality, and exclusion, especially in the hinterland region, who contribute so much to this country. Budget 2026 do not place most Guyanese at its center. It does not sufficiently prioritize equity, dignity, or inclusion. As such, it falls short of its stated theme. I strongly believe, Mr. Speaker, that the days for Amerindians to be living in Chuli House should now be over with all the wealth in this country has. As we always said in Guyana, we born in Chuli House, but we never dead in Chuli House. We want chance too, like the honorable ministers on the other side, like some honorable ministers. We only see the PPP, Mr. Speaker. We only see the PPP officials in our indigenous communities closer to election to bring us one black tank, hamper, one solar panel that does not work well, one solar panel and one charging system that will only charge one phone and a small bulb like this. And it lasts for a couple of weeks and it crank out, Mr. Speaker. We want, in Guyanese language, Kwame, I am a comedian. In Guyana, we want proper things too. We want to be rich. Mr. Speaker, our indigenous people, they better in this country. And as I stand here again, in conclusion, right? People in Region 1, Region 9, Region 10, Region 8, Region 7, Region 6, Region 5, Region 4, Region 3, right? We respect you, and we love you, and we will continue to fight for you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. Before I invite the next speaker, let me invite the Honorable Priyamanchand to move that we suspend Standing Order 10-1 to go beyond 10 p.m.
May it please, Your Honor, I ask respectfully that the standing order be suspended so that we could go beyond 10 p.m. until completion of the day's business.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I now put that motion that we suspend Standing 10-1 so that we can go beyond the scheduled 10 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flew Best.
Before I begin my presentation, thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I know I didn't see the Education Minister in the House, but I hope she will get the message. She made reference to teachers spending money out of their pockets. We still do. And the reason for that is because when the grants are sent to the schools, there's a deadline for the monies to be spent. And so the teachers have to spend out the money to buy whatever it is. And sometimes after purchasing the items that the monies was given for, late in the term, you run out. And so instead of having your students struggle to get certain things, you would go into your pocket and replace it. Hence, the ministry can consider, instead of having the bills returned so quickly, maybe let it go a little later down in the term so that the teachers will be able to do what they have to do. That's a recommendation. All right? I thought after the last comrade that I wouldn't have to be hearing, Anyhow, after listening to a laborious budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, void of meaningful information from the Honorable Member Natasha Singh, I rise to respond. Before addressing the budget itself, I am compelled to remind this Honorable House of the African proverb, a chattering bird builds no nest, and a roaring lion kills no game. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the reality of the PPPC track record in government. Between 1997 and 2012, Guyana witnessed more than 400 extrajudicial killings of young men, predominantly of African descent, which became the hallmark of that era. Lawlessness, ministerial overreach, and abuse of authority emerged and continues today. Just wondering, as the Honorable Edgel spoke earlier, who enforces the law on these government officials who behave lawless and breaks the law? The destruction of Kenview in 2023, not only by bulldozing, but personal items, the repeated unexplained fires, and the many other grave injustices committed by those in power remain etched in the memory of our people. In the most recent regional and general elections, the government claim of landslide victory is nothing short of laughable. Individuals became citizens overnight, fly-by-night style, and voted. Numerous non-nationals listed on the list were never found at their stated address and remains unaccounted for. These practices, Mr. Speaker, form part of the long and troubling history of the PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Edgel said earlier, I want to remind this House that the introduction of VAT, a burden, was brought by the PPPC government. Mrs. The government boasts of the largest budget in our history, presented in the context where growth remains over. Natasha's project is 6.2% economic expansion in 2026, still led by the oil sector. This matters because culture, youth, and sport can become a viable project fueled by the oil boom and a very productive industry that outlasts oil. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing in this budget and the previous budgets that suggests that the potential of the sector will be realized. The sector is still treated as non-essential to the economic development. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about developing the non-oil sector, then this sector, especially culture and sports, should have been provided with the resources and the outline of a strategy to realize the economic potential of sport and culture. The government claims to be pursuing this approach, but the allocation tells a different story. Only, Mr. Speaker, I say only, 5.3% of the ministry's allocation will be spent directly on people. As in the tone of my colleagues, the phrase epitome of nothingness, or as in Minister Charles Ramsey's voice, caterwauling. Ramsey, remember that word? Caterwauling, with noise, controversies, and unanswered questions is evident in the allocation of this sector. Mr. Speaker, culture is undervalued and underfunded. Our cultural sector, music, craft, theater, heritage, festivals, are fundamental to our identity and creative economy. The much touted orange economy task force is more a ceremonial add-on rather than policy and a plan. If this government is serious about the orange economy, which has been in existence all the time and has little protection, the copyright legislation would have been a priority to be revised and updated, Mr. Speaker. Of the 3.7 billion allocated, 2.6 billion will be used for buildings, furniture, equipment, and capital projects. What will the remaining 1.1 billion be used for? Mainly administrative costs. This approach will not develop the sector and the people within it. Culture is becoming more a state-controlled sector rather than a means of developing the industry and empowering youths. This is compounded by the situation in which there is still no updated copyright legislation to protect creators. A simple, Mr. Speaker, simple Facebook upload checks for copyright. Many cultural practitioners have turned to the United States to secure copyright protection. This they must do, since we have seen repeatedly the PPPC government practice of using ideas and plagiarizing people's work without acknowledging the source. Where is the Heritage Commission? When will Guyana ratify the UNESCO 2003 Convention for Safeguarding of Intangible Heritage Culture? Almost 1 year and nothing yet from the last meeting. Where is the Cultural Industry Secretariat? These institutions exist on paper, but not in practice, because this would require the government to support Guyanese culture as a collective, not as a one Guyana slogan, which only focuses on one set of people and those artists who they can control. Government intrusion into culture is destroying the industry. When artists must please government, creativity suffers. Again, I repeat, When artists must please government, creativity suffers. It will require using people who work in this industry and have a passion and years of experience to make things happen. Mr. Speaker, putting people first in culture can contribute to growth and development in the economy when we can have exportable services, place branding. All of these approaches can help to make culture contribute to the growth of this economy. There is nothing in this budget that will lead to such transformation in the industry in the near future. We have seen the big spending, but what have truly been the outcome and will make it different in budget 2026? Youth, Mr. Speaker, is framed as a productive empowerment on paper. Mr. Speaker, however, young Guyanese face high cost of living, limited job opportunities, and insufficient access to skills training and jobs that pays a livable income. While funds exist for youth programs, the scale does not match the urgency. The allocation in 2025 is returned in 2026, 1.2 billion. 50 million earmarked for training centers, tools, equipment, and paying for retention. How many, Mr. Speaker, how many Civic Youth TVET graduation ceremonies were held? Based on what I know, one. How many youths were registered and completed the program? How many drop out? There is no cohesive national plan for youth empowerment in the arts, culture, technology, or social development. Without clear performance targets, these allocations become empty announcements. Mr. Speaker, we can identify growth when we have improvement and it is seen in the labor supply. I am going to again repeat, how can a 4-month skills training program really impact quality in the labor market when the CVQ recommended time for completion of training is between 6 to 12 months? They will hold on and they will say 4 months, fine, but who are you failing? Employ. How many of these youths actually gain employment? According to the ministry indicators, in 2025, and I want to lament this point, 12,292 youths were trained. According to your information, 60% were employed and 40%, which is 4,917 youths, were unemployed. Now in 2026, according to your information, you're projecting to train 13,810 youths. 60% is what you're catering for employment, and you're saying 40% will be unemployed, and the 40% will be 5,542 youths will be employed. My fellow Guyanese, I want you to take note, a total of 10,459 skilled youths, plus the others that are unemployed, will be out there. We have to find alternative means to help our youths. I am concluding that the projection is the same as last year because the allocation is the same. There's no strategy to make a change with that. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, our youths have easy access to drugs, to vapes, which are accessible in supermarkets, contributing to the rising youth delinquency and other many social ills. The government should use the opportunity to enroll these delinquent youths in the CVQ TVET program and make it mandatory for them to complete the program, and your success rate will definitely improve. Mr. Speaker, sports. Infrastructure of athletes. Approximately, Mr. Speaker, 6 billion has been allocated to sports, but most of it is tied to capital projects. There is no focus on sportsmen and women. Stadiums and facilities are important, but they are not substitutes for athlete development, coaching, sports science, or competitive opportunities. Our athletes who live overseas, and you bring to represent Guyana is a testament that there is no substitute for coaching, sports science, or competitive opportunities. So there's no excuse. Mr. Speaker, grassroots organizations remain underfunded, and according to the information provided in the budget book, you claim 460 community grounds were completed according to your information in 2025. And yet under that, 2 billion was spent. Mr. Speaker, grounds were light up, but face poor work, delays, poor maintenance, and safety issues. 1,250 million will be spent in 2026, according to your information. Can we expect any different results? I would love to know. There's no clear framework for the development of sportsmen and women. In the circumstance, there are difficulties in ensuring the infrastructure serves its purpose. The development of our sportsmen and women is critical to the development of sport. Unfortunately, there's very little or no focus on the people who are to make the industry successful. In fact, the sector is not treated as an industry that can help with the diversification that is touted in this budget. It is time to invest in sport as an industry that can empower youth and provide them with a livable income. This budget fails to treat young people as a human resource to be developed. Mr. Speaker, what is the facility utilization rates for all the parks, all the stadiums, all the studios that the government claims to have built?
Honorable member, for you to continue, you need an extension.
I think you wrapped my thing, you know.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. May I request that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude our presentation?
I don't like the speakers. Anyway,
continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many certified coaches and officials do we have from official training from 2025 allocations? How many officially trained coaches can we expect in 2026? Officially trained doesn't mean free online courses. The budget does not give us any deliverables. It is the largest budget without clear deliverables. Mr. Speaker, we speak of Guyana being a host nation for international competition. Mr. Speaker, we continue to drop the ball on sports tourism. And I reference FIBA basketball competition where you had fresh paint smell in the competition and a dusty sports hall. I reference the IGG games, the microphone not working at the ground. You can't tell me it's rain because you're supposed to plan and put alternative in place. Mr. Speaker, bus breakdown with athletes, no changing room for visiting team, and one area that a particular team stayed in, they complain about the smell of dope all the time. And further, I say no more. What I say to this house, Mr. Speaker, that we as Guyanese, when we're hosting international competition, pull the best skills together and ensure you give some people something tangible, something that they can be proud of when they leave Guyana. Nobody can leave Guyana and go and say, the Minister of Youth Sports and Culture didn't do a good job. They're going to say Guyanese. So we need to have that fixed. Mr. Speaker, the ministers talked about projects to be completed. This is a list of projects from 2025, list of projects from 2026. We still waiting in the Mackenzie Stadium. We still waiting for Amerindian Stadium. Yeah. We supposed to see the Iraq ground open. We still waiting for New Amsterdam. We still waiting for Palmyra, the multi-purpose projects we're waiting on. We might hear like Mabaruru project, it is being cancelled. Mr. Speaker, and yet still, they bring another list for 2026, of which I will add, because I am sure that there's no optimism that these projects will be completed in 2026. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to Region 4. From Georgian to Mary, from Kitty to Mahaika, hardworking Guyanese form the backbone of the nation's economy and public life. The government has presented a 1.558 trillion budget for 2026 under the theme Putting People First. Yet, when measured against the lived realities of Region 4, the promise collapses. Georgia, our capital city, continues to suffer financially. Commuters lose hours daily in traffic congestion. Mr. Speaker, a capital city cannot be managed through spite and press releases. It requires partnership planning and respect for local governance, none of which this government has demonstrated. The eastbound corridor has experienced explosive population and commercial growth, yet infrastructure, traffic congestion is unbearable. Drainage and roads are inadequate, and those constructed cause for grave concern, as expressed by the visiting official from the US of A and Guyanese alike. From concussion roads to abortion road to conversion roads, from 2 vehicles to 1 vehicle, and Mr. Edgel, the honorable member, spoke about infrastructure. That's the type of roads we have in Guyana. Residents spend hours in traffic each day, and this budget offers no immediate relief and no strategic plan to match the development with the population growth. Mr. Speaker, I say, development without planning is not progress, it is guessing. Development without planning is not progress, it is guessing. Health centers are overstretched, and the Diamond Regional Hospital brings no hope. The horror stories of getting a simple ultrasound, or the staff not speaking English, or a young mother taking home her dead child in a box to bury, or a doctor not available, does not speak to development. Let me reiterate, development without planning is not progress, it is stressing. Mr. Speaker, the ill-mannered and bullying approach practiced by government agencies speaks volume, ignoring and showing blatant disregard for elected officials in community, especially Mocha-Arcadium, must be addressed. The people of Mocha-Arcadium, and I want to say this loudly, the people of Mocha-Arcadium were not brought from Venezuela or Bangladesh. Our ancestors were brought from Africa. Hence, our ancestral land belongs to the African people in Mocha. Denying the collection of leaves for the last 5 years from the African people of Mocha-Arcadium will not, and I'm saying it, will not materialize to this inheritance. But rather, I will call on our African brothers and sisters who are being treated badly with our lands to unite and to fight the government until they get it right. That is what I'm going to say tonight. We will fight until we get it right. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the people of Region 4 are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for fairness, equity, and competent governance. In conclusion, the people-centered budget is one that places citizens, not stats, at the heart of national development. It prioritizes the real needs of people, workers, youths, and the most vulnerable, ensuring that public spending translates into improved livelihoods and greater opportunities and shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, when resources are allocated transparently and equitably, and when policies are guided by consultation and compassion, the budget becomes more than a financial document. It becomes a commitment to uplift people, strengthen communities, and build a nation where no one is left behind. Clearly, This is not such a budget. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is Honorable Minister Stephen Gates.
They did not. Give me your official results. Give me the official results. Give me the official Kickoff people. What do you want me them? You bring the official results. Bring the official results and you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here before this honorable house in support of Budget 2026, of which was crafted by the economic gurus of the Progressive Civic Party. People's Progressive. Mr. Speaker, this might be my maiden presentation. But while I was listening to a reading challenge by the two speakers before me, I realized that I am a veteran. Mr. Speaker, it was a lump, a big lump, in the words of Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, malarkey. That is what was presented to this house. Misrepresentation of what is happening on the ground in Region 1. Misrepresentation of what is happening on the ground in the entire Guyana. Mr. Speaker, criticism must be grounded by facts and not rhetoric. Facts and not fiction. Mr. Speaker, yes, I was in Region 1. The moment His Excellency decided, I was in Maruka, and the Honorable Deon La Cruz knows of it. And he stood there across the room on the opposing side and misrepresented the facts of Region 1. And I will give you the facts of Region 1, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, Mr. Frank Anthony commissioned a smart hospital at Mabaruba. Upgraded hospital, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the quest to accomplish universal secondary education, you'll see secondary schools right across Region 1. 6 beautiful secondary schools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said before, I feel like a veteran, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, I don't need notes. Everything is factual, Mr. Speaker. They're seeing it on the ground. The people in Region 1 can feel it. Since 2023, Mr. Speaker, 15% of the LCDS funds, Mr. Speaker, a policy that was crafted by none other than the Dr. Barajagdio, the champion of the earth. Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing for European to stand up in this house and talk about the children of this country. It is shameful for them to stand in this house and talk about the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport after they dismantle the entire ministry and place it under the Ministry of Education as a mere office, Mr. Speaker. And they want to stand here and talk about the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport.
But Honorable MP, the S word you use, you could use shocking.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Did I ask
Yes.
the honorable member, Mr. Jordan, for amplification? You'll get a chance before the sitting is out to sit in this chair.
Mr. Speaker, we talk about facilities and you heard Miss Flu-Best, the Honorable Flu-Best. And I like the Honorable Flu-Best, Mr. Speaker. You know why? She teaches at the school that they attended, St. Joseph High School. But Mr. Speaker, she gave up her best. But we know it's not always the best. Mr. Speaker, you take a drive right next to the 1763 monument. That is their legacy. Durban Park. That is their legacy. That is the facility they built for the athletes of this country and persons in the creative industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you take a drive there now, you'll see the athletes. They're doing the stairs and they're hanging out clothes. That is the athletes that they built it for. Mr. Speaker, we're going to save them the embarrassment as we're going to put a whopping new museum and art gallery there. Mr. Speaker, criticism must be grounded in facts, Mr. Speaker, and not rhetoric, and not fiction. The reality on the ground is different. Mr. Speaker, imagine the APNU is coming here and talking about Guy Suku did. That is hypocritical, Mr. Speaker. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. It is unconvincing when they talk about Guy Suku after they placed 7,500 workers to the breadline, Mr. Speaker. We reopened the sugar industry, and soon you'll have a sugar refinery at Wales, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they're coming to this house and talking about tax and taxation after placing over 200 punitive taxes on the backs of the Guyanese people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the donkey on the road wasn't safe. They taxed everything. If you blinked, you were taxed. If you raise your hand, you were taxed. Every single thing they taxed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they want to come and talk here about sports and youth development and culture. Mr. Speaker, I am now the minister within the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. A lot of them on that side of the house cannot both be the minister. Mr. Speaker, I am what you call a true patriot. Mr. Speaker, I represent this country with distinction in cricket, Mr. Speaker. I can talk on behalf of the sportsmen and women of this country because I've been there and done that, Mr. Speaker. They have done that and I'm working for them now, Mr. Speaker. That is why I'm inviting every single one of them on the 7th of February to Bayrock. You come and you open the facility with us. We want you to open all of the facilities, Mr. Speaker. As every month from now we'll open a facility. They want the Mackenzie Stadium, they'll get it. They want Anna Regina Stadium, they'll get it. They want the synthetic track in New Amsterdam, they'll get it. That is what we do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Flu Best spoke about the FIBA Women's Championship. I saw her there, Mr. Speaker, and she was wearing a jacket, a beautiful jacket, I must say. You know why, Mr. Speaker? She was feeling cold. And it's because we upgraded that facility, and now it is air conditioned. And pretty soon, we'll replace the seats with some beautiful retractable seats, Mr. Speaker. That is what we do. Modern facilities for the athletes. And they want to talk about the elite program. Well, you'll see one pretty soon. We're a group of athletes who has the potential to go to the Olympics will fall part of an elite program that we'll announce here, Mr. Speaker. And you'll see it already in the making, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you look at the numbers. You look at the numbers, Mr. Speaker. Over 130 regional and international events hosted in Guyana. So what is going to happen in 2026? We're going to surpass that because we'll have the necessary facilities. And that is what happens when you work hard for Guyana to become a sporting destination and to propel sports tourism. That is what we do. And Mr. Speaker, not just so long ago, members on the other side question why the Global Super League is here. Question why we decided to have the CPL finals here in Guyana. And I wonder if they'll question why the GT Challenge last the Americas, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them don't know what that is, but it will happen on July 11th. That is how we expand sports tourism in Guyana, by having the necessary facilities and bringing the tournaments here. That is what we do. That is how we give opportunities to our athletes. It's not rhetoric. It is right there. It's facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they talk about youth and youth development, Mr. Speaker, but what they don't understand, that it is multi-sectorial. That is... Sorry? Oh, Bess is back. Hi, Miss. Hi, Honorable Bess. So I want her to listen. The Honorable Member mentioned about youth development. But it is stretched across all the ministries, and I'll give you examples. I'll give you examples. That is fine. When you look at the housing development and you look at the people that are benefiting, young people, 53,000 and counting house lots, and it's growing. Mr. Speaker, here's what we're going to do for the next 5 years. You'll take 40,000 homes. 40,000 homes that will be built. And young people will benefit. Mr. Speaker, when you look at training for the nurses, who benefit? Young people. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the gold scholarship and the climate numbers, who benefit? Young people. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the trained teachers, who is benefiting? Young people. Mr. Speaker, do you want me to continue on young people? I'll oblige. Over 14,000 persons were trained on the debate program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 16,000 are corrected by the Minister of Labor. And my apologies. My apologies. And counting. And he'll do better in 2026 because that is youth. Mr. Speaker, over 14,000 persons, youths, passed through different programs under the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, from coding on the softer side. Thank you. I'll mention that just now. Coding, robotics, and then on the harder side, or the more demanding side, as we build out Guyana, welding and fabrication, Mr. Speaker, carpentry, masonry, and the list can go on. And Mr. Speaker, added to that, we'll give you a starting pack so that you can go out into the field. Mr. Speaker, this is what we're doing as the People's Progressive Party Civic Government, Mr. Speaker. For free, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, imagine the APNU will come at this house and talk about Amerindians. Mr. Speaker, see 100 CSOs, 2,700 CSOs, Mr. Speaker. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to give them an increase this year and we'll take it to $50,000 because that is what we do. That is how we care for them, Mr. Speaker. The pathway workers, they can expect another $10,000 too. We're not leaving anybody out, Mr. Speaker. That is what we do all the time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said before, I feel like a veteran tonight, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Charles Ramson, when you follow government policies and programs, you don't need to read anything. You can collect these papers. The Honorable Member, Deon La Cruz, spoke about Region 1 and infrastructure. And once he opens his gate, he will walk on a beautifully paved concrete road. All compliments of Bishop Warner Jill. Mr. Speaker, they talk about community grounds, Mr. Speaker. They talk about the 450 community grounds and counting, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure in place in relation to fence and pavilion. Mr. Speaker, 145 grounds were lit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, I accompanied the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Vikram Bharat, to Surama and Quatamang, Mr. Speaker. And the Chief Counsel said to me in Quatamang, he said, Honorable Minister, you see this pavilion in the washroom? The LCDS fund do it for me. I said, listen, you're going to get more. That is what we do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if they don't like the upgrades of the community grounds, Mr. Speaker, let them tell the people that they don't like it. Because when somebody at charity switch on that light to play in the night, or somebody at whim turn on that light to play cricket tonight, or somebody at Golden Grove turn on that light to play football or basketball, tell them that we should not upgrade those grounds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right at Farnham Ground, Mr. Speaker, you now have the Northern Rangers back playing football, and it is because of the lights, Mr. Speaker. It's because we have rehabilitated that ground. They now have the opportunity to play, Mr. Speaker. So when you see them go around and take photographs with the glass at 6 inches, Mr. Speaker, it do not take away from the fact that all of the grounds were upgraded and will continue on our maintenance program this year, Mr. Speaker. And the monies are there in the budget for continuity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first in the country, an all-weather basketball court commissioned just yesterday by myself and the Honorable Minister Edgell. Mr. Speaker, close to $500 million were allocated to sporting associations, and 90 athletes also benefited, Mr. Speaker. You go ask the associations and you see that they came out in support of this budget because they understand that when President Ali sits with them, when the Minister Charles sits with them, when I sit with them, we don't make fake promises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, criticism must be grounded in facts. Facts are not fiction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deon La Cruz just spoke about not having running water in Mabaruma Hospital. That is false, Mr. Speaker. I can provide videos to show water running beautifully. He spoke about healthcare just in last December. The Honorable Minister went there to open a healthcare facility. And then, Mr. Speaker, they will see a beautiful regional hospital and where he's from in Morocco pretty soon, as the president went to turn the soil himself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that when you come to this house, you must be factual. Mr. Speaker, when you come to this house, your criticism must be grounded by facts and not rhetoric. It must be grounded by facts and not fiction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because we care, grant, Mr. Speaker, 206,000 children will benefit from it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talk about cushioning cost of living. That is cushioning cost of living, and that is putting people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talk about pensioners, Mr. Speaker. An increase, and that is what we'll do. And it is a simple understanding that many people lack. When we went to the electorate in 2025, the 1st of September, we said to them that this is our manifesto. This is our social contract, and they decided to give us an opportunity in a larger majority, Mr. Speaker. And people must understand, a larger majority. We said to them, this is the manifesto and this is what we'll work with for the next 5 years. And this is just the first installment to the realization, Mr. Speaker. So when you see them go out on the social media and try to misrepresent facts, Mr. Speaker, and the understanding, and try to distort, Mr. Speaker, please understand, Guyanese people, that there's only one political party that ever had your interest at heart, and that is the People's Progressive Civic Party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said before I felt like a veteran, Mr. Speaker, and I still feel that way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you go to the measures of the budget, Mr. Speaker, that was so eloquently presented by Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh. Ashley, a financial mainstay in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they said that when you have your maiden presentation, that you should be quiet. But Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be quiet. I am battle tested, Mr. Speaker. They can heckle as much as they want, Mr. Speaker. Bring it on, Mr. Speaker. I can stand here for another hour, Mr. Speaker, and talk about the policies. Mr. Speaker, you look at education. Soup. I agree with you. I agree with you. Mr. Speaker, they talk about energy. They talk about energy, but what we'll create here is the best energy mix ever with a gas to energy project that will come on stream, Mr. Speaker. The people, because their bill will be slashed by half, the people of this country will benefit, Mr. Speaker. The people of this country will benefit, and we will bring it on stream, just like we bring in all other projects, Mr. Speaker. Because when we promise something, it's delivered, Mr. Speaker. 50% reduction in electricity, Mr. Speaker. That is what people can look forward to. We don't place burdens on people's back, Mr. Speaker. We don't place burdens on people's back, Mr. Speaker. They talk about culture, Mr. Speaker, and the creatives. And like I said before, I was very surprised to hear the Honorable Member Flo Best actually spoke about the creatives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said before, they dismantle the entire ministry. But I'll tell you what will happen with the orange economy. With the injection of $3.7 billion into the orange economy, Mr. Speaker. for young creatives, Mr. Speaker. They are now enjoying the best time ever now, Mr. Speaker. We have engaged over 500 artists, Mr. Speaker. Over 100 events, Mr. Speaker, of which fashion takes center stage also. You'll see it in the origins pretty soon, Mr. Speaker. Creating events, promoting cultural tourism, and that is what we do, Mr. Speaker. The One Guyana concert you'll also see, Mr. Speaker, giving our young Guyanese musicians a chance. You'll also see the recording studios from Region 2 to Region 3 to Region 10 to Region 6 that will come on stream this year, Mr. Speaker. And I'll go record the first song.
Honorable member, I just want to say to some honorable members, if you want to make some noise, make it from your seat. But you are silent. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this year, Mr. Speaker, you'll see the start of the Palmyra Cultural Marketplace, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that space. No, they know them. They know, man. You sure? Mr. Speaker, that place will be designed for creative, for cultural exchanges, giving them an opportunity to showcase their talent and skills. Also a space for our manufacturers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is what you call visionary thinking and planning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when they come here, you know, somebody said something there. Oh, I'm just wondering, because I just wanted to know if they wanted me to address something. But Mr. Speaker, the cultural marketplace will present beautiful opportunities, and it doesn't just stop there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we'll open a number of multi-purpose halls this year, Mr. Speaker. Then we will also open the Racket Hall, Mr. Speaker, just at the Racket Center. And while we are talking about the Racket Center, Mr. Speaker, we can boast about the only public doubles squash court in the entire Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. That is what you call visionary thinking, Mr. Speaker. That is why we could host tournaments. And that is why we could have hosted the CASA tournament just recently, Mr. Speaker. After the devastation in Jamaica, we raised our hands and we said, bring the tournament here because we believe in sport. And sport is big business here. And we understand that. That is why we build facilities. Mr. Speaker, I heard something, but I'm not sure. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, now is the best time ever for young people in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is the best time to be a Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you understand where the president of this country, where this People's Progressive Party civic interest lies, and it lies with young people, Mr. Speaker. And I'm standing here given an opportunity to speak on behalf of sportsmen and women, and also on behalf of young people, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Bishop. I appreciate it. Ms. Durrett, I heard. Mr. Speaker, now is the best time for young people. Now is the best time for our athletes. Now is the best time for a pensioner. Now is the best time for our PWDs, people living with disability, Mr. Speaker. Our senior citizens can now work with a package, Mr. Speaker, as we give them $4,000 to $6,000 as we give them $20,000 in transportation, as we subsidize water, as we subsidize electricity, Mr. Speaker, all within a package, Mr. Speaker, so that they can benefit. And Mr. Speaker, persons are coming home for the $100,000 cash grant, Mr. Speaker. They're already booking flights, Mr. Speaker, because when we promise it will be delivered, Mr. Speaker. And in totality, that will cost us about $60 billion back into the pockets of people, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we do. $54 billion in disposable income for our pensioners, Mr. Speaker. $17 billion to our children, Mr. Speaker. This is factual, Mr. Speaker. If they want, they're good using AI. They're good using Google. Let them Google it, they'll see. Robust financial policies and programs by this government, Mr. Speaker.
Robust is a good intervention for an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the honorable member to be given 5 minutes to conclude his speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, Ms. Director, please call me honorable in the House. Don't address me. Thank you. Of course, Honorable Director. Mr. Speaker, for sustainability of any economy, Mr. Speaker, you need prudency, Mr. Speaker. And over this side, you see it in every single budget, in every single economic measure. You see it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're not working for tomorrow only, Mr. Speaker. For today only, Mr. Speaker. We're working for tomorrow and the other days and every other day, Mr. Speaker. We want to have a sustainable financial system, Mr. Speaker, that every single person in this country can benefit from the young child to the elderly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me address this friends, family, and favorite situation, Mr. Speaker, because they talk about it every time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we give out that cash grant to every single Guyanese, yes, they are our friends, family, and favorite, including them, because they will benefit also. And some of them actually call the Minister of Finance to say, can you send the check over for me? They want preferential treatment because they don't want to go in a line, Mr. Speaker, to collect it. But no, we're going to send it to their bank accounts, so they don't need to call, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the 95,000 pensioners benefit from their monies, they are our friends, family, and favorites, Mr. Speaker. We love them. When the youths of this country sign up for the SME Bank, something that is rare globally, and they can go and check it, this government, zero interest, zero collateral, and up to $3 million. When they benefit from that, they are our friends, family, and favorite. Mr. Speaker, I stand here proudly, Mr. Speaker. I stand here proudly, Mr. Speaker, endorsing the 2026 budget, Mr. Speaker. A budget that will continue the transformation right across the entire country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. And this is the People's Progressive Party Civic government for you that will lead you into the future and for the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let us now invite the Honorable Mishka White Griffith for her presentation.
I want to know next what you gotta say.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of this noble house, my fellow Guyanese, I rise before you this evening as a new member of this noble house, but also as a patriotic Guyanese, a devoted mother, and an educator with over 20 years of experience. And not just a school educator, a principal, a lecturer who served with the University of London, the University of Bedfordshire, and our University of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to share a factual moment, a memory. Not a Nancy's tale, as we heard this evening, as the sun went down for members of the opposition, but something that actually occurred. When I started my journey as an educator, it was quite nervous. I was nervous as I entered the classroom and didn't really understand in that first moment the responsibility of an educator. But she was not the Minister of Education then.
Stop interrupting.
In a class, there was one young man who stood with me. Let's call him Samuel. He was a bright but very quiet young man.
That wouldn't be money.
His uniform hung loosely from his body, and his collar was softened by too many washes.
Yeah, then again, yes, I think.
He carried a quiet dignity with him, but he wasn't broken. He was interested to learn. Yes, I am.
Yes.
One afternoon, after the bell went, he remained and came. Yes, you learn from stories. Just pause and listen. Pause. Pause. And that afternoon, he came for a conversation in history, for him to understand a revolution that occurred many moons ago. Very good. We sat that afternoon at his desk in the classroom, where the chalk dust danced on the sunlight. And there we had a journey, a conversation. And during that journey, a spark occurred. And that young man awoken. He began to understand. He saw himself differently. He did more than understand the facts before him, but what he saw was possibility. The classroom is a magical place. And in that classroom, between questions that students will ask and the teacher's response, lies the magic of nation building. That is investment that comes when schools are open. Mr. Speaker, education is not merely a sector. It is the very heart of our national mission.
Yes.
And I stand here this evening to wholeheartedly endorse Budget 2026 because it is fiscally strong, strategically sound, and morally just. It will deliver on every aspect of our manifesto that we would have taken to the Guyanese people. Unlike members of the opposition over here and over here, I was campaigning. Check the Facebook pages, sir. Okay. But we will deliver. We will deliver. Investing in education, we're not just balancing accounts, we're securing our future. For every child in every classroom throughout this country. And Mr. Speaker, we're not starting from scratch, Mr. Speaker. The scratch that they left in 2020, Minister Priya Manichan, when she assumed office and retook the ministry from those opposition members, Minister Priya navigated the education sector through an unprecedented global pandemic, COVID-19. We can't forget that. When education moved from the classroom to online, teacher training went online. Education did not stop there. Now, under our new minister, Sonia Parag, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. If you go quiet, you will hear what would have happened. On this Sonia Parag, she will continue to build on all the heavy lifting that you made Minister Priya do, because your government did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So Minister Manichan had to lift the ministry, not from the 4 years when you were there, because you took it 10 years backward. So we had to come back to where she left it, then to take it forward. I was not there. Honorable Mr. Speaker, please do your research as to where I came from before you open your mouth to blah, blah, blah. Now, because you brought this up, you're going to make me divert. I came here, Mr. Speaker, to really honor the nature of this assembly. But I need to address some issues. You need to do your research before you come to Parliament. When you do not do your research, you come to Parliament and you do like them. You sit quietly. Now, everyone talking about this oil and the money and the money. The People's Progressive Party, Civic, has always invested in education and the people of Guyana before oil. This happened under our founding leader, Dr. Jagan. It happened in 92. In 1992, there was no oil. It was a budget deficit that was inherited. And the poor PPP government had to dig and work and work and work and work. I am going, but I'm giving you context. Context, sir. Sir. You see, my Guyanese people who are listening online, when you do not like to hear facts, you blabber like the opposition so that they can hopefully drown us out as we are sharing facts. Facts are very important. Context is very important because we are judging this budget, and let's judge it perfectly. But you are behaving like an unruly student, so I have to become an educator and help you. It's part of my civic responsibility. Now, you ready for me to teach? Okay, class, let's be quiet. 3, 2, 1, let's go. And that's what I did. Now, Dr. Singh, do we have a deficit? Now, let's continue. Looking at budget 2026 and the $183.6 billion that is going to the education sector. It means a number of things are happening. We heard about the Because You Care cash grant, which is very important. It was taken away, it's back, and it has been progressively added upon. The school feeding program is very important because children are coming to school because they are getting a meal. Attendance has continuously increased because the children and parents know when they go to school, they will receive at least one nutritious meal. Infrastructure development has to happen. Our population is expanding. We need to have more schools, so we will build them. A school is not just a building. It's a beacon declaring to every village, every community, every area that their children matter, that we see them, and we will give their children a space to learn. As we are bridging the gaps between the coast and the hinterland, investments in technology are happening. And this is happening on a number of levels. We have the Guyana Learning Channel, EduFM, and the revolutionary Guyana Digital School. This is bringing quality education to every Guyanese, regardless of where they are living, via television, radio, tablet, or cell phone. All the resources that our children need, from nursery all the way to secondary school, is available one click away. Yes, they have internet. Yes, they have devices because they're on Facebook, they're on TikTok, they're doing everything online. The digital space is where our children live. So we are meeting them where they live in that digital space to increase engagement. Now, you spoke about teachers. Of course, we are investing in teachers. We are investing in teachers on two levels. Head teachers and those teachers in management positions are currently in training with the National Education Leadership Academy. What is this going to do? It's going to train educators, principals, as to strengthen school capacity. This means that head teachers, as the architects of school culture, will build within their respective schools environments where excellence will thrive. In the creative arts, where the imagination and talent of our children will be nurtured for our orange economy. Because the orange economy doesn't happen by night. It is something that we are investing in within the education sector as well. TVET is very important, and there are many PICs in schools. So we have within all the high schools access to TVET education, Mr. Jordan, honorable member. And Gordon, thank you. I said that. In sports, discipline and teamwork will build national athletes, and in academics, our future will be secured. Educators are the architects of a nation's soul, and we know that, and that's why we have progressively increased all of the benefits, payment, and incentives that goes to educators. It's quite shocking that these members speak about teachers, but when they were in government, they did nothing for the same teachers who they're talking about now. And their own member, who unfortunately is not here, made that comment. It's really? She did. Under the PPP, she said that in Guyana Times, September 2018. But we are investing in teachers, and we will always invest in teachers. We invest in teachers both in terms of monetary investments as well as their training, because their skills have to be continuously improved. I'm not you. The ministry, Mr. Speaker, vision extends beyond test scores. We are focusing on the holistic development of every child to ensure that they thrive in the global world. This means our anti-bullying campaign is important. It means the moral and civic education classes in the school is important. It means the counselors in the school is important, along with the sports, the TVET, the creative arts. All of these things that are happening within our schools are geared towards ensuring that all of our children are ready to conquer the world and to thrive. We are working to aggressively increase. I'm at work at 7:15, sir. You must try it. We are working to ensure universal secondary education. We are close, and we're going to get it. For the simple fact that the University of Guyana, which is being built out throughout the country in the regions, it has seats. It has seats for every Guyanese citizen. So no one at all in this country can ever say they're denied access to tertiary education. So secondary education will be
Honorable
100%.
Minister, let us not deny you. Time to conclude.
Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to ask that the Honorable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Member, you may continue to conclude in 5 minutes.
I will show two things that we are doing in collaboration with the Ministry of Health as well as the Ministry of Social Services, holistic development, yes? The Ministry of Health has started an unprecedented new system. At the nursery level to date, 18,356 children were screened. Of this, 2,191 children have been referred for rehabilitation in speech therapy as well as audiology. In primary, 54,351 children have been screened. 841 referred to specialist support in audiology, speech, occupational therapy, as well as physiotherapy. In secondary level, 5,165 children have been screened. These are not just statistics. These represent lives touched, safeguarded futures, supported families. Added to this, within special education, we have a technical and vocational training center that trains persons with special education needs for jobs. And they graduate with trained certificates and they are employed. Added to that, we have within the regions, learning tents where adults who for some reason or the other missed school, they now have access. We are in 5 prisons working with those persons who are on short-term sentences to reform. We are investing in sustainable development. We're not investing in glossy promises nor short-term fancy glare. So every time we build a school, we train teachers, we give scholarships, we strengthen hospitals, we pave roads, we expand digital networks, we ensure the sustainability of our currency, we have prudence in our fiscal policy. This adds resilience to our economy that affords you the privilege of that seat. Economic stability, Mr. Speaker, is not a slogan for the People's Progressive Party civic government. It is our tested and proven track record. Everything that we say we will do, we do and surpass. We do not give $1 and then take back 10. That is not our manifesto. We believe firmly that every child in this country has potential. We will find their potential, we will nurture their potential, and we will create a Guyana that you can't even dream of, sir. So sit back, relax, and watch. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say, long live the courageous people of this nation. Long live the visionary stewardship of the leadership of the People's Progressive Party Civic. And long live the 83,000 square miles that make up the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, rich in promise, rooted in resilience and bound together by an unbreakable national spirit. Long live Guyana, now and forever. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply grateful for your patience and attention in hearing my presentation, which I now submit to this honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Leonard Schumann from the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to say to my colleagues on this side of the House, a very sincere thank you for inviting me, welcoming me to a ship that is sailing to a destination where Guyana is going to be great. Mr. Speaker, I had prepared what I think is a very decent presentation, but I don't think that presentation in itself would do the budget prepared by Dr. Ashley Singh and his team any justice. And certainly I will not be able to do it in 15 minutes plus 5 or 10 or 20, maybe not even for the next day and a half or 2 days. Because the work that Dr. Ashley Singh and his team and all of my colleagues put into it, it is so tremendous that when you look at it, it represents only 20% of what this government committed. This administration is in here for the next 5 years, and this is but year 1, which represents only 20% of the budget of the manifesto of the People's Progressive Party, Civic. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this point before I really dive into some of the details. The very fact that we are sitting on this side of the House with 36 seats, and you, sir, are sitting there on that side of the House with just 12, a very sad descent from where you were a few years back. Now you are the shadows of the shadow of the greats. Not even the shadow, you're the shadow of the greats. So that in itself, Mr. Speaker, tells the people of Guyana about the competence and capacity that is resident on this side of the House. And that in itself is an endorsement of what the People's Progressive Party, Civic, has to offer this country. Mr. Speaker, there are some things that I really wanted to touch on. And I will deal with some of it. And you know, I'm glad that our very first speaker today came out and started to talk about gold. Because it is something that I think that they're intimately, very, very intimately knowledgeable about. And I see when Dr. Ashley Singh was presenting the budget, and he said, gold prices are up. They're $5,000 now. I saw one of the honorable members on that side of the House in his characteristic way, as he's seen on social media, licking his lips. And when he said that declarations are up because we have taken measures to root out corruption, I saw a frown appear on that person's face. That speaks to the work that the People's Progressive Party, Civic, has done. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, and I dare say, I'm sorry that my colleague AG is not here, because we went down to lunch and I saw some of them biting the gold spoon. I don't know why, but I saw some of them biting the gold spoon, testing it. Is that not interesting? Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on aviation because I think it is a component of our economy that sometimes gets overshadowed by the tremendous work that is being done in every ministry. Aviation contributes $4.1 trillion to the global economy. 4.1 trillion. It is the fourth largest component of any economy. When you look at economic growth, and these are global figures and some of them are local in context, from 2020 to 2025, traffic has grown 532% in Guyana. When you look at airlines, when we started off at 6 or 16, that represents a 266% growth in airlines wanting to come here. Mr. Speaker, it is out of this recognition that the government of Guyana has decided to invest in a new terminal at the Chedijigan International. It is because of this that Rose Hall will be upgraded, Lethem will be upgraded. And for my young and new parliamentary colleague that came and spoke with such false sense of piety about what is being done for indigenous peoples, when you can only name 5 communities and there are over 243 communities in this country. When you showed up on that pulpit and pretended that you know what indigenous peoples are getting, that, sir, is disingenuous. When you talk about airports, for example, you don't know that there's an airport in Mabruma. You don't know that there's an airport at Port Kaituma. You cannot name, of the 243 communities, you can only name 5. That, sir, is a false sense of piety. And I could list it. Mr. Speaker, if I knew that on that side of the house they had competency in understanding numbers, I could read out the numbers, but I know that they're still stuck on 32, 33, and I don't want to go down that path. I know they've got difficulties with numbers. And on that side of the house, Mr. Speaker, they have some very significant difficulties reading, because if they would have read the budget, they would know of what's going on. It's right there. The books were given to you. And if you want, I could read them out to you. Good sir. Madia Airstrip, Port Kaituma Airstrip, Oranduk, Chenapau, Kopinang, Monkey Mountain, Corcobaru, Kato, Maikwak, Yeramparo, Ayan, Camp Jaguar, Apateri, Guns, Achuib. Did you want me to continue, sir? I can continue. Mr. Speaker, Cameron, Warmadong, Arrow.
Remember, I have the opposition chief whip on her feet.
Mr. Speaker, I have no issue with what he's saying, but there's a member, Mr. Ramkisoon, who is using his phone to take videos and pictures on this side. And that is in the house.
I will look out for it and I will caution everyone.
Thank you.
With respect to the video taking, I have been very lax. Honorable Member Minister Ramkisoon, please. You know, you're using unparliamentary language. Your speaker is speaking and you're shouting across. Come on. Panditji, please. Honorable Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, we have Peruni, Chinawing, Extension at Arching, Korpung, Imbaymaday, Chai Chai, Olive Creek, Ikeraku, Hicksman, Torparu. Mr. Speaker, once again, if the honorable members on that side understood how to read, they would know what's in the budget prepared by the People's Progressive Party, Civic, but they don't read. They don't pay attention. I remember, and on this side, Mr. Speaker, right, I will separate the house now, and I see my old colleague there, Honorable Don Hastings, would have jumped ship, but you don't jump from a ship that goes somewhere onto a ship that goes nowhere. I jumped onto a ship that is going to a destination with the right captain and the right crew. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say that the few that jumped ships from here to went over there, it is because they know that soon they will be without a captain. That is why they're hoping to be the next captain very soon, very shortly. Very soon, very shortly. Mr. Speaker, I go down to this. The young colleague said, once again, false sense of piety, that we're not doing anything to address education. We're not doing anything to address health. Yet, the very community that he lives in is benefiting from a new hospital. A brand spanking new hospital. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I can't make these things up. These guys just don't read. They don't do their research. Maybe that is why they have to go on social media and say, oh, watch all of this book what we got to read in 6 days. They cannot read. So don't go and pretend that you know what you're talking about, sir. Don't go and pretend you know what you're talking about. When we've got schools, 6 secondary schools, I've got all the stats here, sir, completed 2020 to 2024. The amount of people that benefit through that time. I've got all the primary schools that were built here. I've got all the secondary schools here. And the honorable member wants me to read them out. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I notice, Honorable Terence Campbell, that you seem to have been disassociated or disassociating yourself from the Win Party. You've moved away so that the camera will not capture you as part of their party. That is very, very respectful and very commendable. Very good. And I dare say that according to the standing orders, and Mr. Speaker, if you'll grant me a little bit of leverage here, according to the standing orders, I think it says, and once again, this reflects part of the reading or lack thereof mentality. The standing order says you can only make noise from your own seat. And that, sir, is not your own seat. Mr. Speaker, construction of Oriala Secondary School. Once again, they don't read. You look at Philippi, Jawala, Carao, Monkey Mountain, Kopinang, Tabatingwa, Maranao, Karasabay, Madhya, Kaudarnao, Shulinab. Mr. Speaker, dare I go on? Dare I go on? Mr. Speaker, this here, I should not be in a position where I have to make up for their deficiency and their lack of interest. I should not be in this position where I have to make up for their lack of interest in the people's affairs. None. So, someone said go on. We've got Baramita, Falstop, Kariako, Mabaruma. Mr. Speaker, once again, I am standing here listening to this false sense of piety that presented before me some speakers ago. When you come, and I will say it again and again and again because it is a fact, when you're going to come in here and speak about indigenous people's lands, when your colleagues on that side discontinue the Amerindian land titling program, and the People's Progressive Party, Civic, resurrected it and ensured that the indigenous peoples have a title to their land, sir. That is the difference. So when you're standing on that side of the house and you cannot do your research and you do not do your research, then don't come in this house and pretend like you know what you're saying. It is under this administration, under the People's Progressive Party, Civic, that I will finally, my community of St. Cuthberts, that I applied for under the APNU, under the PNC, AFC, APNU, whatever the mutation is. When we applied in 2015, Mr. Speaker, you know what they did? They took the file and they threw it out. They took the file from my community. I personally applied, Mr. Speaker. In September of 2015, I personally applied for my community as a leader. And you know what Abnu did? Took it and threw it out. Because when the government changed, the file was nowhere to be found. Not even the letter. And the good thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that I saved the copy of the letter. So under this People's Progressive Party Civic, I want my community of St. Cuthberts to know that we are finally going to get our land title under the People's Progressive Party Civic. When the honorable member spoke about exploitation of indigenous peoples, yet you're sitting in the house with one of the kings of exploitation. One of the kings of exploitation who exploited indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, I could go into the complaints that we got. Exploited indigenous peoples, invaded their lands, tortured their people. Mr. Speaker, that is the house that wants to come in here, the party that wants to come in here and preach like they're the most pious person in this world. When you come in this house, sir, and you talk about what you have not done for the poor people in Guyana, talk about the $191 billion that you owe the poor taxpayers whose lives could have been transformed had you paid your taxes, had your party and its cohorts pay their taxes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Hallam.
Sorry, I'm standing on 4216. No member shall impute improper motive to any member of the National Assembly.
I know, but Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I don't know who you're talking about, but the standing order is quite specific. Any member. But you're saying inside the house. Could be me.
Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. And I thank the member for bringing that, but I will also say who the cap fit, let them wear it. I didn't call a name, Mr. Speaker, and I respectfully withdraw my comment. Thank you. The interesting thing, Mr. Speaker, is that sometimes when you know things, they say knowledge in itself is a blessing, but sometimes it's a curse.
Okay, I know one thing. Your time is up. You need the next question.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to continue and conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Minister Singh. Honorable Member, Mr. Schuman, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, when the honorable member spoke, he said, "What are you doing for indigenous peoples?" And he went on this massive rant rave. Well, I will tell you, good sir, that when the runways in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9 are completed, in region 1, it will benefit 44,014 indigenous peoples. In region 7, 18,157 indigenous peoples. Region 8, 12,319 indigenous peoples. Region 9, 25,521 indigenous peoples. That is what this party is doing. And Mr. Speaker, I can't, once again, 15 minutes plus 5. Within that time, I cannot do this budget any justice. But I will tell you that when a school is built, that school not only generates jobs, it provides a pathway for every single Guyanese to elevate. When a health center or a hospital is built, it provides a pathway for every single Guyanese to enjoy a healthy future. When these runways are built in all the communities, and I hope I don't have to go back and read it again. I hope that they're recording because I know they've got devices, which is okay. I'm glad that you are. When these airports are built, that you'd be able to access, once again, a global economy that equates to $4.1 trillion. You'll be able to have medevac, you'll be able to have cheaper flights in and out that provides the economic activities in those communities. But this context, Mr. Speaker, is lost on them. If they don't want to read, then they have no willingness to understand the budget. They literally cannot understand the budget because I think that maybe I almost want, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to impute negatively on them, so I will save the last words. Only to say, to my Guyanese brothers and sisters, Budget 2026 represents only 20% of what the People's Progressive Party Civic promised in our manifesto. And at maturation, in the next 5 years, I will tell you that when you see the delivery and when we go to the polls in 2031, that we'd be lucky if we could see 12 on that side and 10 on that side, because we're going to a supermajority. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I throw my full weight and commend Budget 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member, Ms. Bagmati Veerasamy, to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the heart of this 2026 budget is a simple but powerful belief: when families are supported, the nation is strengthened. This budget is not written only in figures and projections. It is written in school uniforms, school lunches, bus fares, in water and electricity subsidy, in house lots and turnkey houses, and in the quiet belief of parents who know they can depend on the People's Progressive Party civic government to breathe a little easier. This government says clearly to our people, and I say this to you out there: we see you, we hear you, and we are standing with you. Mr. Speaker, on the 1st of September 2025, the People's Progressive Party went to the polls, and the people spoke clearly and decisively. They returned the People's Progressive Party to office and re-elect His Excellency President Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali for the second term. They entrusted the PPP Civic with 36 seats in this honorable house because they believed in our leadership, our sound economic management of our country's resources, and our commitment to improving lives across Guyana. Their vote, sir, was a vote of confidence, not null confidence, a vote of confidence. Confidence that this government understands the realities facing everyday Guyanese and remains committed to the people-centered policies. Mr. Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues to congratulate the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, on his more than 6-hour budget presentation under the theme, Putting People First. It was a comprehensive assessment of our economic performance and our clear roadmap for the next 5 years, grounded in growth, resilience, inclusion, and sustainability. And all staff across the government, I would like to say thank you for a fantastic job in providing the data for Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, this budget, you know what Basdev Pandey said, former Prime Minister of Trinidad? When you stick to your speech, you get your thoughts across properly. Mr. Speaker, this budget reflects once again the People's Progressive Party's civic philosophy of development with a human face, as articulated by Dr. Cherry Jagan in the new Global Human Order. It is grounded in the National Development Strategy and the People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto of 2025. While macroeconomic stability is essential, true success is measured by how policies improve the lives of our people, women, children, the elderly, workers, vulnerable households, etc. Mr. Speaker, let me start my argument by how this budget treats family as a basic unit of development. You are aware, sir, that most of our people lived in extended family households with parents, children, grandchildren, and sometimes relatives sharing responsibilities together. Sir, every program in this budget benefits families across all strata of society. So let me begin with our children and families, because investment in children is an investment in Guyana's future, because our youths of today will be our leaders of tomorrow. Sir, since January 2025, every family is given a cash grant of $100,000 at the birth of their child, easing the financial burden on new parents and giving them a stronger start. Sir, it doesn't matter which hospitals or which part of Guyana that child takes birth, all benefits. Mr. Speaker, the PPP Civic believes that when we invest in our children's education, we invest in Guyana's future, as I said before. In 2026, approximately 208,000 children will benefit from public and private schools. From public and private schools will receive $60,000 cash grant, $5,000 uniform allowances, and $20,000 in transportation allowances, a sum of a whopping $85,000 per child, putting in an excess of $12 billion or more in disposable income in the pocket of our people directly, sir. This is not a symbolic gesture, sir. This is real money going directly to families, helping parents prepare their children, not just for school, but for success. Mr. Speaker, we rarely hear critics of the PPP Civic government acknowledge the benefits and impact of education in Guyana, which is free from nursery to university, or that textbooks are provided to children through the Ministry of Education, or how the Ministry of Health, through its health vouchers, have successfully benefited many children with eye testing and spectacles, or that general medical screening exists for students nationwide. Sir, these are meaningful, practical support, easing pressure on parents, improving school readiness, and ensuring that our children are in good health and that no child is left behind. Mr. Speaker, this budget also recognizes that families are not supported by children grants alone. Budget 2026 catered to several other initiatives to ease the burden on families, caregivers, and workers. Sir, I would like to remind you that this government, in the first 100 days after it took office in 2020, removed VAT from more than 200 essential food items, including food supplies, school supplies, medicines, medical supplies, water, electricity, and data. These were all returned to zero rated. Taxes were restored to 2015 levels, and we have all benefited. These were promises made and promises kept. Sir, we are excellent at keeping promises made to our people. Sir, removing VAT has directly reduced household expenses, easing financial strain, and returning billions of dollars annually to families, especially benefiting women-headed households, senior citizens, and low-income earners. Mr. Speaker, National Cash Grant. Mr. Speaker, when you go around the country, you hear a lot of critics saying cash grant is a waste of money, yet you can see these very people in the lines going and collecting this $100,000. Why don't they reject it? Why do they collect it? This initiative started in 2025, which put immediate resources into family budgets to pay a bill, buy food, invest in small business, or simply manage day-to-day life with dignity. This, sir, will put approximately $60 billion back in disposable income into the family pockets again, as it did in 2025. Sir, when we talk about the income tax threshold, we make it look like if government is doing something very, very paltry for our people. But let us look at some data here. Between 20 to 2025, the threshold increased by 100%, because when we got into government in 2020, it was only $65,000. And we took that to $130,000. And this year, we're taking it to $140,000. It is interesting to note that when APNU left office, they had only $60,000 a month. but we did double that and add more to it. So, that is what we could have done, but we can do better now, and we are doing it. Mr. Speaker, women's empowerment agenda remains pivotal to government's development agenda. We recognize that women hold up half of the sky, and that our country cannot experience real development if our women are left behind. Indeed, sir, the Sustainable Development Goals remind us that true progress can only be achieved when no one is excluded, and when women are fully empowered to contribute their talent, leadership, and innovation. To leave women behind is to leave half of our nation's potential untapped. To uplift women is to secure a future of dignity, equity, and sustainable growth and development for all. Mr. Speaker, we have gone so much farther than the Sustainable Development Goal would have asked us. We created jobs for women across Guyana and men under the program called National Pathway Workers Program. This was launched in 2022. And by 2020, we created jobs for over 18,000 people, of which 67% were women. And on the 2026 budget, from $40,000 in this budget, the pathway workers across Guyana will be given an increased stipend of $10,000, taking it up to $50,000. Sir, when we Guyanese are encouraged to pursue training through Coursera Gold scholarships on the Board of Industrial Training or the Women Innovation and Investment Network, we are telling our people and our women that, look, these are programs to strengthen your pathway to long-term employment and financial independence. We are saying gold scholarship to reach every household, and that everyone is encouraged to apply. And then those who did not have the opportunity, sir, to complete secondary school, they have the opportunity on the goal to do remedial courses that will take them straight to their degree or even master's or doctorate. And sir, of that 54,000 persons that were trained on the gold scholarship, 70% of the beneficiaries are women. And sir, this is what the People's Progressive Party is doing. It is not leaving the children behind, nor leaving the women behind. We as a government, we uplift people and we bring them along because we understand them. Mr. Speaker, when the PPP Civic government when we came to government in 1992, after 28 years of PNC dictatorship, we found that there was no ministry dealing with housing issues. And up to that time, sir, women hardly owned any property. As soon as we got into government, we set up the housing ministry. And sir, we ensure that every family that applied for a house lot, the names of women were included on those titles. And that is how we ensured that women had stability in a family. Sir, between 20 to 25, more than 50,000 house lots were allocated, with approximately 47 to 50% of those allocations went to women. And sir, Mr. Speaker, I was taught that since childhood, a piece of land is the thing that grounded people, and it motivates them to put down a structure and to build on that structure and make it bigger. And it provides foundation for a family. Sir, this underscores the housing drive role in advancing the Sustainable Development Goal 5 on the gender equality, and also the SDGs 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. So, sir, we are not only working in Guyana to achieve these objectives, but we are meeting deadlines by the SDGs or the United Nations. Sir, our government has allocated a historic $161.1 billion to the healthcare sector, building modern hospitals, expanding digital healthcare, and training of thousands of medical staff, including nurses and doctors. This investment will ensure that every Guyanese throughout Guyana can have access to modern healthcare in line with the SDGs. Sir, our government has already commissioned 6 of the 12 regional hospitals, bringing modern healthcare closer to thousands of Guyanese families. These include Lima, Dekendren, and more, Diamond, Bath, and number 75 Village in the quarantine. In the next few years, the other hospitals will be completed while many health centers will be upgraded and renovated. Sir, the maternal and child care hospital represents a new era in women's health in Guyana. It will provide specialized care to women during pregnancy, reduce maternal death and infant mortality, and ensure that every mother, whether in Georgetown or the hinterland, can deliver her child with dignity, safety, and hope. It is expected that over 10,000 mothers will benefit from specialized care in these new hospitals every year, something women look forward to with great anticipation. Sir, many health centers are becoming polyclinics, like the one in my community. All these facilities will have doctors, nurses, and pharmacists, etc., catering to the medical needs of our people. Many of these health centers are becoming polyclinics, and they will have specialized services to patients. Sir, as reported time and again by our Minister of Health, these hospitals are provided with CT scan machines, ultrasound machines, heart machines, and some will have dialysis machines soon. And the Georgetown Hospital, having a new MRI machine, will ease the financial burden on ordinary or vulnerable families. Sir, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind you of the Ministry of Health introduction of the HPV testing vouchers.
To remind me further, you need an extension.
Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable member, you may.
Mr.
Conclude in
Speaker,
5 minutes.
families do not exist in isolation. Many families live in multi-generational homes caring for their elderly parents and sometimes grandparents. This budget also responds to this situation with compassion. Old age pension increased from 20,000 to 41,000 between 2020 to 2025, and it will further go to 46,000 this year. Sir, when we talk about the elderly and we grumble that the elders need more money, we forget that it was the opposition, the coalition in opposition, that took away the subsidy for water and electricity, and we have restored that. We forget that all the food items, medical supplies, medication were VATed, were put 14% VAT on. We remove all of that, and we have made life much easier on these persons. Plus, sir, the health vouchers have assisted a lot of elders to get their eyes tested and get a $15,000 to help them to purchase a spectacle. Sir, we have done quite a lot to ensure that our elders are provided for. Sir, the PPP Civic aims to empower families not with promises, but with practical support, not with slogans, but with tangible relief, not with charity, but with dignity. This budget that meets people where they are in their homes, their schools, their workplaces, and their communities. This is putting people first. Mr. Speaker, that is why the 2026 budget truly deserves to be called a people-centered budget. One that invests in projects for the vulnerable, for the family, and for the individual, no matter which part of the country they belong to. Sir, taken together, this budget reflects a government that governs with purpose, compassion, and responsibility. It speaks to parents striving for their children to women balancing household and work, to senior citizens who deserve dignity, and to young people seeking opportunity. It speaks about a government that put people first by ensuring that every program outlined will improve the lives of our people. This budget provides hope of a future that we can be proud of and one that we are working together to build for the next generation. It speaks to a Guyana where all can be educated and all can find a job, all can own a house, and all can look forward to a future that is filled with hope and prosperity. Sir, under His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali at the head of the government and Dr. Barrett Jagdeo at the head of the PPP, with the stewardship of Honorable Minister Dr. Ashley Singh, this young group of ministers will continue on a path of an inclusive growth and shared prosperity. Guyana, sir, is in very, very good hands. Mr. Speaker, I fully support this budget and commend it to this House for approval.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Dr. Jennifer Westford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to add my comments and my contribution to this 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, firstly, let me commend my colleague, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, for his continual yearly stewardship on this budget. Also, let me congratulate the public servants from the Ministry of Finance, as well as the public servants from the other agencies that would have participated on this budget. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, this PPPC government presented a roadmap to the people of this country. A roadmap, Mr. Speaker, which told them what we were going to be offering, what to expect should they vote for us at the general elections. And Mr. Speaker, the people believed us. They read that roadmap, which we deemed our manifesto. And Mr. Speaker, they voted for us resoundingly. That's right. And we were elected to government, Mr. Speaker, because the people of this country, they believe in the People's Progressive Party, Civic. They know we always present to them what we promise. Mr. Speaker, this 2026 budget, Mr. Speaker, is our first compass to reaching to the end of this roadmap, which will take us to the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, you know I'm a very optimistic person. And I was very optimistic that today, and for this budget, we would have been hearing contributions of a very, very high level. I had that hope. But Mr. Speaker, I dare say that I'm ending this night in despair. I'm ending it in despair. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that we had presentations where there were, I think, genuine misinterpretations and deliberate mispresentations. Mispresentations, representations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague on the opposite side, the honorable Mr. Jordan, deliberately misrepresented the facts when he tried to Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will not continue that word. I know it's on parliamentary. He misrepresented to this House that the fisher folk, that the budget given to the fisher folk for 2025 was deliberately reduced in 2026. He refused, Mr. Speaker, to say why. Mr. Speaker, the fisher folk, Mr. Speaker, were given a budget in 2025 to start an industry, to assist the people to start an industry and to get all of the infrastructure necessary to make that industry economically viable. And Mr. Speaker, monies were expended, all of the infrastructure was done, and that, Mr. Speaker, that industry is now viable. So there is no need for that amount of injection of resources. The resources there now, Mr. Speaker, is for the maintenance and technical assistance of that industry. And I must say, kudos to the fisher folk, and I know they are people, there will be people, those are people who we would have put first too. Tell them that they were not put first. Let us ask them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not, and I have never, and I would never mislead this House. And that's a motto that I have adopted from the very first day that I came here, and I will end it whenever I leave here like that. Mr. Speaker, also we had some misrepresentation from the honorable member, Miss Natasha Singh, or Mrs. Natasha Singh. I said the honorable member, sir. Please listen carefully. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member spoke about the Region 5 scenario where there were people, 35, she said in number, who were living in a house, in one house, men, women, and 14 children. And there was nothing being done for them. And she was attacking, actually. I should have used the word attacking, and because it seemed like it was an attack on the Minister of Human Services. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is, there is such a scenario occurring. But those persons are not Guyanese, sir. Mr. Speaker, they are 36, not 35, Venezuelan residents. registered Venezuelan residents. And they are, Mr. Speaker, being attended to by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Human Services, sir. So they're not being neglected. They are not being neglected. So even though they're not Guyanese, we are still putting people first because they live here. And they are being attended to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot about women. Nothing is being done for women. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud, and I can safely say, I am an agriculturalist, I am. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say, as a member of an agricultural group, which consists of 40 women, strong women, farming, Mr. Speaker. And they're younger women who are currently being trained by the Ministry of Agriculture as agricultural extensionists, and they offer services to the entire highway. The entire highway, sir. Mr. Speaker, this government has ensured that all of those women, that they got the necessary support and they can stand foot to foot with any of their male counterparts, Mr. Speaker. And that is what? Who is benefiting from this budget? Women. People are benefiting. And we are putting our women first too, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member, Deon Indar, can safely say in this House that we have over 35 registered female contractors with the Ministry of Public Works. And they work even straight. They work even straight, Mr. Speaker. And they are being given that necessary support. And this budget, they are going to be benefiting from this budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, spoke about the various sectors. And Mr. Speaker, we are going to reiterate it here because it seems as if, yes, I read the budget and I participated in the formation of the budget, sir. We all on this side participated in the formulation of that budget. So we know what's in the budget. And we are, each of us, we are going to keep reiterating what is in that budget. Because it seems as if our friends on the opposite side are bent on distorting the facts, sir. Mr. Speaker, this budget, our people will benefit immensely from this budget in all of our sectors, principally our health sector, a sector that we should be so proud of. And each and every person in this House who will sit here and say, what is in that budget for people? There's nothing for anyone in the budget. Anyone in this room, Mr. Speaker, all of us can safely go to any of our health institutions that are going to be instituted. Mr. Speaker, this budget is going to see our health sector as one of the most modern and efficient and effective health sector. Mr. Speaker, we heard a question from the Honorable Member Flubes about the staffing at the Diamond Hospital. And that question originated because of the misinformation that has been going around that we have been opening hospitals and they do not have staff. Specifically the Diamond Hospital, Mr. Speaker, of which the Honorable Member has her constituency in that area. Mr. Speaker, let me inform this House that this budget is going to see the completion of the training of 160, sir, specialist doctors. 160 specialist doctors. And not that alone. We will see the completion of 5,000 ancillary staff workers, nurses, lab technicians, X-ray technicians, orthopedic technicians, and Mr. Speaker, our people, where there was hopelessness, where is hope? There is hope today, Mr. Speaker. That's correct. And they all can be proud, and they all can say, I will have a healthy life. I can safely go to one of our hospitals. I can, if somebody diagnose me tomorrow and say you have cancer, I will feel safe that I am going to get the proper treatment from the qualified specialist right now, right here in this country. Mr. Speaker, we do not have all of the qualified professionals who are Guyanese right now. They are, most of them, still in training. But what we would have been doing, we have been employing specialists to ensure that our institutions function maximally and efficiently, sir. Mr. Speaker, you know, it is just sad when persons can see a whole basket of apples and they just look for the one apple that has a little touch on it. Mr. Speaker, the very people, the very persons, Mr. Speaker, who would want to lambaste the system are the very persons who benefit the most from the system, Mr. Speaker. They are the people who benefited the most and continue to benefit. But, you know, I am hoping again that one day we can sit in this honorable house, and I hope it is across the board, that we can sit here and we can say, yes, we have a budget here, and this budget has 15 aspects, 10 of which are good. These 5, it's not, we don't like it. And let us propose. Let us propose what can be done. I hope I can see that day. Mr. Speaker, instead of that, we just hear of everything doom and gloom. Let us go and tell all of those persons who are visiting the clinics. Let them go and visit and ask them, our diabetic clinics, our hypertensive clinics, is there anything in this budget for you? And they will tell you that, Mr. Speaker. Last year and the year, every year they be more, unfortunately, I haven't heard it as yet. Today is the first day. No drugs in our system, Mr. Speaker. They bemoan that fact. And when you check, Mr. Speaker, you may find the institution they're speaking about, probably they don't have Panadols or aspirin, because those are things that everybody, it finishes fast. It finishes fast, Mr. Speaker. So at the time that when they may not have, that's a big issue. And I dare say,
Honorable
Mr.
member,
Speaker,
what finished fast was your 15 minutes. You need an extension.
oh, shucks. Mr. Speaker, I dare.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude a statement, please.
Mr. Speaker, I dare say that, sir, this budget 2026 is a budget which will see the improvement of all of our people, ALL, including everyone in this house. Everyone in this house, all of our people, their livelihood and their lives will be improved, sir. Mr. Speaker, allow me, sir, to read a little quote. And at the end of it, I will say where it's from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I say, together we will build a Guyana that rises not for a few, but for all. A Guyana that stands tall in the region and the world. A Guyana where the future is not feared, but firmly and proudly claimed. A Guyana which ensures that every Guyanese carries a positive premium the world over, and where all Guyanese prefer to live, work, save, and retire, all with the dignity in this great land of ours, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a quote from a speech from His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali. This, Mr. Speaker, is a leader, Mr. Speaker. A leader who leads and a leader who encourages each and every one of us to work beyond the call of duty. And Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House shall, not will, we shall continue to work. And we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work for the good and the benefit of this country. And no amount of misinformation, deliberately or not, will thwart that effort of ours. And this country, we will see it as the best country that we ever would have. And I urge my colleagues on the opposite side of this House, let us all work together. We may have different views. We may have different views, but we are all representatives of the people of this country. Some of us who are voted for willingly, some of us, and we know, we paid for the votes, but paying or not, persons voted. Persons voted, and we must appreciate that they expect to be represented by us. So let us work together. We may have differences, but let us agree to disagree for the benefit of each and every person of this dear country of ours. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, please, I want to endorse and give my endorsement to the passage of this 2026 budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member. Honorable Members, we will now take a suspension, not an adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, we have one more speaker. See, on the next page. Turn over the page.
The Honorable Member, Mr. C. Paul Lorraine.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with pride to commend for passage in this honorable House the budget of 2026. First, I said that. So indeed, this budget puts people first. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague Jenny, I would have liked to see the day that.
What's up, Delta 9 travelers? We are almost hitting that mark. This is the last speaker. Drop a 9 if you're still with us here in the comments for day 1 of the budget debates.
Opposed to even the good things that they see and they can't recognize. The People's Progressive Party civic government, however, is different from them, because from the inception of this party, development had always been people-centered. Development had always been with the ordinary people being at the helm of the decision-making through their involvement, and they are being listened to. And Budget 2026 does nothing else but to continue to give to the people of Guyana benefits that you have never ever dreamed of. Mr. Speaker, one of my colleagues in the opposition, and this time it's not Vince Roy, I'll come to Vince Roy later on, Honorable, so spoke as if, this budget has nothing for the people. And then goes on to talk about the legacy of Granger, President Granger. But let me tell you what was the legacy of President Granger. And some of you who are still there, along with the political grasshoppers who move from one station to the next.
Okay.
So let me tell you what is their legacy. Their legacy is one where they were accustomed to taking away, snatching away things that they can't snatch me. So, what they did, they said that, look, this, but your legacy is that even on educational materials, you put on VAT. You charge the people. You charge taxes even on the donkey cart man. And then you're coming here to say that, we have done well. But go back and look at what you have done. You have caused tremendous amount of disaster to the people of this country. And, when this budget looks at what the developments are, what matters the most is whether the nurse can be able to raise her children, whether the cane cutter could be able to retire properly with dignity, whether the young family can own a home, whether our children can access quality education, regardless of where they are born and where they live, and all the different things that I will come to in a while. But you don't believe in that. You have a policy of taking away and not giving unto people. And therefore, that is why we will always have differences of opinion. And the differences is because Budget 2026 have answered those questions which are important to the Guyanese people. And when we look at the spendings which are substantial, housing, water, social services, when we look at health, education, all of these are reflected in classrooms, hospital beds, protection for those who need it. Housing, what have you done in housing? You scrapped the Ministry of Housing. There was no ministry. You talk about labor and labor protection. What did you do? There was no labor ministry under your watch. You had a department. And you never did anything for the protection of workers. You never did anything. So when you talk about health services, these are reflective in what the population benefits from. It talks about extended services, it talks about trained personnel, and it talks about a better service, which many of you are enjoying too. And when you talk of course the education has always been a cornerstone of this PPP civic government. Education is reflected in what our nation brings out, not in the ungratefulness of a member who spoke earlier, who was a beneficiary of the Gold Scholarship, got his qualification there, coming to this honorable house to pretend as if it is not a good program. If it is not good, why you take it and why you went there? So, comrades, we got to be mindful of those who come to deceive deliberately. They are mischievous, and the Guyanese people must know about them. So, when we look at the social security, the benefits that are derived to the population, as a trade unionist, I have to mention those things and measure the economy by that. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed with my colleague, Coretta McDonald. Her union and the government has a 3-year agreement starting from 2024, 25, and 26. It is a favorable agreement and she should be proud of it. Rather than coming here to say that teachers are crying for more money, who else don't want more money? But one has to look at what they get in the context of what is available and what it means to them. Mr. Speaker, the agreement provides for 10%, 8%, and 9%. And it is paid in an economy where the inflation rate had been an average of 2%. It means, therefore, that the workers who benefit under that agreement, they have a real increase in their pay. If the inflation was 2% and you had 10%, it means that you had a real growth in your salary by 8%. Mr. Speaker, we look at the income tax threshold. The income tax threshold removes thousands of people from paying taxes. And it also takes some people, while it takes some people out of paying taxes, it also benefits others. It is a real increase, putting money into people's hands that could be used to buy foodstuff, to do different things. And therefore, one has to look at it from its positive, from the positive as it is. When we look at the low mortgage ceiling, this is also helping people to be able to own their own house at a cheap rate of financing that is readily available. Never had it been under your term like that. Never had it been under your term like that. Never. Never. When we look, people come and talk about infrastructure. They talk about new roads, bridges. Well, they should be proud that they're having that, because for the first time in the history of this country, you are getting lost on so many good roads. You don't know where to go sometimes. Sometimes even when you're going to Agricola, when you're going to Mocha, when you're going to Diamond, right? So, one has to be mindful. There is talk about children at Mabaruma not having anywhere to go. Well, there is a lot for them to do. Under the APNO AFC, Your legacy had been one that you take away the grant from them. Right? Your legacy had been one that you snatch away money from children who needed it badly. And it was the PPPC government that went and reintroduced it and increased it to 85,000 per year, per child. What did you do? You talk about old age pension, and you are forgetting one point. Old age pension is not intended to be a salary to people. It is a supplement which they did not work for. And they would have expected an old age pensioner at 65 would have been expected to be working somewhere else and to earn maybe an NIS pension or a contributory pension. It was never ever intended to become a full-blown salary for anyone. And put on your pipe and smoke it. It is this PPP government that increased it, and it is now 46,000. And don't only check 46,000, check all the other things that they are benefiting from, some of which you went and reached there. I could name the subsidy on electricity, the subsidy on water, and so many other things. You ever give people transportation costs? Have you ever given a transportation allowance to old age pensioner? It is the first time it is coming to them. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention to the sugar industry. The sugar industry is close to my heart. So it is close to many other people, thousands of people. My friend, my colleague, Comrade Jordan, honorable member, talks about the cost of production. Your government under APNU, AFC, is responsible for the state of the sugar industry it is at this time. It is the long-term effect of the damages that you created. You did not put a cent in the industry, and you run it down and you grind it to the ground. And if you need some guidance on sugar, there is a colleague who you don't talk to. He could give you some guidance because he works in the industry and he understands what you did. And if you want some teaching about sugar, I could provide it to you free. Free of cost, because I've worked my whole life in sugar. I know it inside out. But Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that the sugar industry is a different tune now from when they were in government. I have seen firsthand the dismissal of 7,500. I was at the time the General Secretary of the Union, and I was required to be there to speak to the workers about their benefit. And don't forget, when you dismiss those workers, I had to take you to court to pay them their severance. I took you to court and win it. I got 6% interest and 4% interest on the outstanding money that you had for them. Remind yourselves about that, and don't come to this house and try to pretend as if you know it and you did something well. What you did was devastating. You sent home 7,500 people without knowing where they will get another meal from. You charge the people at Skeldon $500 per day to go and catch fish in the canals to help them supplement their meals. And then what you did, you talk about high cost of production. You must talk about the people that you send home. You must talk about the people you didn't pay them their severance. You must talk about all the pumps and the machineries that disappear under your watch. Where did it go? Some of you were dealing in scrap metals. There's no doubt.
Honorable member, under my watch, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, can I have 5 more minutes for the honorable member to conclude?
Thank
It's
you.
not your choice. We have the majority.
Honorable member, Mr. Sipol, you may continue.
You must talk about a time when you had people sitting there with you dealing in scrap metals. You must talk about the excavators that disappear. You must talk about the 500 cane punts at Skeldon that disappear. And you must talk about the machinery at Rose Hall that was disappear also. So, you know, you must talk about all those things because it is something that the Guyanese people will never, ever forgive you for. Mr. Speaker, I must say that there is new hope now. There is an injection of $13.4 billion to the industry this year, and that is very much welcome. There is new employment at Rose Hall Estate. It is operating, it is making sugar, and that is very good. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that the investment of this year's budget is indeed valuable. It's a valuable investment for the people in this country. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to congratulate my honorable colleague, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, his technical team, and the entire PPPC government for the articulation and presentation of this budget. It reflects diligence, consultation, and a deep understanding of our people's need. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 is more than a financial plan. It is a social contract. It is a reaffirmation that under the PPPC government, development will always be people-centered, inclusive, and just. I am proud to support this budget, proud to stand with our workers and families, confident that together we are building a Guyana where all our people can rise and live happy, contented, and dignified. I commend Budget 2026 to this honorable House for passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable member, Mr. Sipol Narang. Honorable members, as we approach midnight, we will be suspending and not adjourning. The sitting will last technically for 10 days. We start tomorrow, or we resume tomorrow, the third sitting of the 13th Parliament at 2 p.m. Honorable members, we are not adjourning, we are suspending. So tomorrow we continue with the third sitting, and the next speaker will be the Honorable Vishnu Pandey tomorrow at 2 p.m. Have a safe trip home.
Delta 9 Media family, I want to thank every single one of you, everyone that's in the comments, everyone that participated in the live today. 9 hours in. What are your thoughts, Team Delta? We heard from Win, we heard from Apnu, and we heard from the PPP. We know that regardless, the budget's going to pass because PPP has the majority. But how do you guys think? What were the talking points that you guys took away from today's budget debate? Let us know below. And remember, like and subscribe. Stay connected with everything that's trending in Guyana. And the next time that this flight takes off, we'll catch you guys tomorrow in another video or live. Thank you for tuning in, Navjo. Thank you for tuning in, Joey. Legal Alien, Carla, Edmond. Thank you guys for tuning in. In 9 hours, we were here scrutinizing this budget because we care about Guyana and we want to see the progress going on. Thanks for tuning in, Team Delta. A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.